Hey guys and welcome to the channel. Today I will be doing a what if, which is what if Deku was Iron Man Part 7. I did not make this what if fan fiction. The author of this amazing fan fiction is Mr. Kage, so please support their work. Chapter 29. Opening her eyes and seeing unfamiliar ceiling was weird. Blinking the sleep away, she remembered that she was at her internship with Midnight at Hosu. Heroine took her for patrol and told her more about their profession. Then they returned to Hotel N. Wait. She sat up abruptly, her mind running through the yesterday's night at Mach 10 speed. The talk with Midnight, things she told her about her beloved friends, the joy she felt in her heart. She plopped down and let out a happy squeal, followed by the girly giggle. She, Momo Yayorozu, was in love. Honestly, how could she be so blind? She read so many romance manga that she should be an expert in that matter. But now she didn't care. Why? Because she was in love. It was the best argument she could make, and everyone who had a problem with it had to deal with it. Oh, I see someone is in good mood today, Midnight said, leaning against the bathroom doorway with smirk on her lips. Momo calmed herself down and looked at the heroine. I am, she smiled widely, but frown soon came out. But, what do I do from this point? She gazed at the woman. Midnight came closer and sat at the bed. Isn't it obvious? You go and tell them. That was a bit too straightforward for her. She was just made aware of her crushes. Besides. But won't I have to choose? Could she even? Her heart squeezed painfully. Well, there was her answer. Heroine raised her brow. Why would even you choose? You can be with both. Woman told her as it was the most natural thing in the world. Momo gazed at Midnight, not understanding what she meant. I mean, since quirks came into play, many things changed in society. Homosexuality and bisexuality are normal nowadays. As for polyamorous relations, they became popular about 100 years ago. In Japan, polyamorous marriages are legal for about 76 years now. Heroine explained calmly. She couldn't help but gasp at the information. She had no idea that those were normal things. So there was a hope for her to be with Izuku and Mei. Would they even want to be with me? She questioned doubtfully. The potential rejection scared her. Midnight laughed at her words and shook her head with amusement. Are you kidding me? Just from what you told me yesterday, I can tell that they care deeply about you. I can bet my money that they have feelings for you as well. Woman smiled genuinely at her. If you want, I could help you, she said with playful wink. Would you? Momo asked hopefully. This was her chance, seeing as romance manga failed her. Of course. I love good romance. By the time I'm done with you, those two will beg to be with you. Then came the feral look. But, if you truly want my help, then I must declare you my official apprentice. And that means you must call me mistress. Momo swallowed loudly. Was her potential relationships with baby-making duo worth it? Would she lower her dignity to gain a thing she always fantasized since reading her first romance? Gazing right into Midnight's eyes, she said. When do we start, mistress? Izuku shuddered. Glancing at his girlfriend, he saw that she stopped tinkering with special goggles to new jetpack. Mei, did you also just had a feeling that made you both extremely happy and terrified? She looked at him and nodded vigorously. Do you know what this could be about? No idea. He admitted, before going back to his work. Turns out becoming the apprentice of R-rated hero wasn't that bad. Heroine took her to hotel's spacious gym and began teaching her how to fight even more efficiently. Midnight was a capture hero, but there were times when she couldn't use her quirk due to enemies being prepared for her or risking putting her allies to sleep. So Woman showed her how to fight dirty, which meant using everything to her advantage. Grab their hair, hit them in sensitive places, use their weight against them, bash them with different objects. Basically do everything to down your opponent. Izuku was right, that Heroine was a great choice for her. Yeah, she could create a lot of things, but that drained away her fat reserves, which meant draining her energy. She needed to be smart about it. After 2 hours of basically making out with Floor, as her mistress put it, they went out into the city for a small patrol. They would do one more at the night to hopefully catch some action. She couldn't deny that she wanted to feel the rush of adrenaline. Besides, internship was all about it, gaining experience. Momo catch the sight of someone pointing into the sky and her eyes followed in that direction. She saw a black drone flying around. It seemed strangely familiar to her. Her mind supplied her with memory when she was sitting with May outside the launching station. Girl wanted to test some new flying device. Now that she thought about it, those turbines were exactly the same. Did her friends had a special order to make those? She should ask them later. After coming back and changing into normal clothes, Midnight began a special lesson. The art of deception and interrogation, which would also allow her to woo her crushes. And in simpler terms, how to use your body to your advantage. She was embarrassed by it. She had a special teacher before, one that made her walk around her room in heels with book on her head. To learn how to move like a proper lady. What her mistress taught her was absolutely unladylike. But it left her with strange feeling of freedom. There was something natural about this movements and her body just picked it like it was its second nature. Midnight called her natural seducer, which caused her to turn into tomato. She was not a seducer. She just thought that it may come useful in the future. And potentially make her love objects fall for her charm. Night rolled by, before she even knew about it. Her mistress was right, there was action. They went into the bad part of the Hosu and right off the bat they started with a robbery. 2 masked men tried to get money from small shop. They didn't have guns or knives with them, apparently their quirks were enough. Following the protocol and Midnight's instruction, firstly she secured the area and people. Making sure that civilians were safe, she went in, only to dodge one of the robbers, who flew out of the door. She glanced at Heroine, who was straightening up from the throw motion. Mistress winked at her, before going for the other guy. Processing the message, she created handcuffs. Nearing the downed man, she had to jump back to avoid the wild swipe of his elongated nails. Robber rose up quickly, but was limping on his left leg. He lunged at her, trying to pierce her with his claws. Instead of backing out, she went into his range. Gracefully dodging his slashes, Momo grabbed his arm and pulled, simultaneously, kicking his left shin. His face met asphalt and he let out a painful groan. Twisting his arm, she cuffed his wrist. Sitting on his back, she grabbed other arm and presented it with steel bracelet. Turning back to store, she saw Heroine dragging out other man, who appeared to be knocked out. Good job, Creati. Woman said, flashing a smile at her. Thank you, Midnight, she replied, rising up. Ah, that's not how my cute, little apprentice is supposed to call me. Heroine told her, feral gaze directed at her. Thank you. Mistress Momo whispered, hiding her red face from the world. How was she supposed to call her that in public? She could barely do it in private. After getting over her embarrassment and police taking robbers away, they continued with their patrol. She saw more drones flying above them, mostly checking the alleys. She shrugged it off for now, she would get her answers from Izuku or Mei later. Stopping mugging, car thief and even a freaking arsonist, they witnessed police chasing some drunk person who drove recklessly. She wanted to help somehow, but Midnight pointed out that there was no way for them to catch a speeding vehicle. She reluctantly admitting that she couldn't do anything. "Hey!" Mistress called her, placing her hand on her shoulder. "I know it can be frustrating, not being able to help. But you're not the only hero. Focus on doing what you can." Woman smiled gently at her. Momo nodded at her words. Heroine was right, she'd just begun her path as a hero, and learning when you can and can't do something was also a part of her job. Another valuable lesson. Before they could carry on with their duty, someone screamed. Touring around, she saw a purse snatcher pushing his way through crowd. Peeking at Midnight, she saw her giving her thumbs up. Cracking a smile, she speeded towards the runner. Thinking quickly, she jumped up and created a rollerblades on her feet. Pushing with all her might, she quickly caught up and saw a young boy, no older than 10. Frowning at it, she got ahead of Kid and put herself right into his path. Boy saw her at the last second and ran straight into her. Catching him by shoulder, she gently pinned him against a wall. He was struggling a bit, but seeing that he couldn't do anything, Kid just gave up. Midnight, an elder lady, came soon after this. "Thank you, hero," Granny said, taking her purse. She glanced at the boy and huffed at him. "You should put that little villain into some juvenile detention center. They always start small," Lady told them, before turning away and walking away. Villain? That was a strong word. Momo wouldn't call this boy this. She remembered when Izuku told her how this word is used too frequently to describe every illegal activity. Even the pettiest criminals were described as villains. This didn't seem right to her. Was society always like this? Kneeling down and gazing at the kid, who was scowling at her, she asked gently, "Why did you do it? Why do you care?" Boy answered rudely, turning away for her. "Because I want to know. I'm still a heroine in training, but I still want to help people. It doesn't matter to me who you are and what you've done," she said firmly, smiling lightly at him. Kid peeked at her with dubiety. "Me and my sister are poor. I wanted to get us something to eat, but we don't have any money." "Couldn't you ask your parents for some money?" she questioned, tilting her head. "They're not at home. Probably drunk somewhere," again boy admitted bitterly. Momo frowned deeply. She couldn't really understand what he was going through. Her parents were always there for her, or at least tried to be. Besides, she was raised in luxury, always having everything she wanted, but not to the point of being spoiled rotten. Unsure how to proceed, she looked at Midnight. Heroine walked away and talked with officers who just arrived. After few moments, one of them came and took a boy into the police car, being as gentle with him as they could. "Don't worry about him," Heroine told her, smiling lightly. "I instructed them to take him home and get him and his sister a supper." "What about the parents?" Momo asked with interest. She hoped that the sibling wouldn't be forced to stay with such horrible people. "Most likely they will have a case in the court. On the side note, you did good here." Woman patted her on the head. I just thought it was wrong to assume things about him. He's still young," she told truthfully. Mistress smiled fondly at her. "You will become a great hero one day, Creati." Chapter 30. Finally, after numerous phone calls and messages left, Nizu had a chance to meet with young Bakugo's parents. He started believing that they just ignored him on purpose. His first impression of Boy's father was good one. Man seemed to be a soft-spoken, kind and polite. And he offered a tea, which meant a lot to Nizu. Sipping from his cup, he gazed at the Bakugo-san. Man was a bit tense, which was absolutely understandable, after so many attempts of getting into the contact. Smiling lightly, to create a pleasant aura for their conversation, Nizu begun. Although it took a while, I'm happy that we can finally have a chat. Yes, sorry for that. Me and my wife are pretty busy with our work. Bakugo-san explained timidly. No worries, it's completely understandable. Speaking of, is your wife joining us? Nizu questioned with interest. He wanted to meet both parents of the problematic student. Man shook his head. Unfortunately no, she got a call and had to go. Sorry for the inconvenience. He nodded at that, not showing his discontent. That's okay. Things like that happens. He took another sip from a cup, before fondling his paws on his lap. Now, let us get to the point of my visit. Of course. You've said that it's very important. Bakugo-san said, focusing entirely on him. He decided to test the waters with a seemingly simple question. Did young Bakugo said that he's meeting with our school psychologist? Man's eyes widened. No, he hadn't tell us a word about it. Nizu nodded, frowning lightly. His aggressive behavior is something that can't be overlooked. Bakugo-san raised a brow. I know that Katsuki can be rough and loud, but is it really that big of a problem? He sighed lightly, hoping that the information he's to reveal won't be too much for a man. You and your wife weren't told about it, but your son's actions could lead to the death of his classmate during exercise. Bakugo-san whitened and his hands began to tremble. Opening his mouth a few times, he finally formed a sentence in half-whisper. Is that student all right? Nizu allowed himself to smile lightly. At the very least this man could understand the gravity of the situation, unlike his son, who just shrugged it off. Yes, young Yaoyorozu is perfectly fine. Bakugo-san released a breath and relaxed a bit. That's good to hear. Wait, Yaoyorozu? Isn't that the girl that Katsuki fought at the festival? The one with black hair and quirk that made things pop out from her skin? Yes, that's the one. Nizu admitted, nodding. While we're at it, what are your thoughts about the match? Man bit his lip and scratched his temple. While I'm glad for him that he won, I think that he went too far with it, he admitted truthfully. That he did. If it wasn't for Recovery Girl, young Yaoyorozu's life could be in danger. Nizu said gravely. Bakugo-san lowered his head. I'm terribly sorry for my son's action, he sounded really sincere about it. Thank you for that. You see, I'm looking for a reason for young Bakugo's behavior. I've already visited his previous school. While teachers praised him, students told me that he was a bully. Everyone who was in his way, and I quote here, got at least one explosion to their faces. Nizu explained, hoping that Boy's father could enlighten him. I was not aware of that. Every time, when I went for a parent-teacher meeting, I was told just how great of a student Katsuki was. Man admitted, utterly bewildered with this. Nizu scowled lightly, but quickly returned his expression to neutral one. I see. Do you have any idea from where this kind of behavior may come from? Bakugo-san took a few moments to gather his thoughts. I think that it is possible for my wife to cause some of this, he said bitterly. Mitsuki is fixated about things being perfect and our son being strong. Ever since he got his quirk and told us that he wanted to be a hero, she became pushy with him. That was a very valuable information. It was sure now that the problems with young Bakugo's attitude came from home. School and kids that wanted to befriend him for his powerful quirk only worsened situation. Thank you for that, Bakugo-san, Nizu said, smiling politely. If I may ask, are you planning on expelling Katsuki? The question was laced with slight amount of fear. For now I gave your son the ultimatum. Either he fixes his unacceptable behavior or he's transferred to general education. But if everything fails, then I'd have no other option but to do it. Nizu hoped it really wouldn't come to this. I see. Thank you for your visit and honesty, Principal, Bakugo-san said gratefully. It was just one day, but it still felt surreal to him. He was 15, not even 3 months into the high school, and he had his own company. That was... Izuku had a hard time believing it. Same with becoming the current youngest multi-billionaire in the world. He and Mei decided that he should be the president. She only took a bit of the contribution, seeing as it was his money poured into the business. But his girlfriend was happy nonetheless. It was a really big step for them. He may have coaxed Mei to agree with the name of their company. While Hatsumiya Industries sounded good, he really wanted to pay homage to the Marvel Entertainment Incorporated. Without them Iron Man wouldn't exist and most likely he would still be at the bottom of self-pitying chasm. After Quirk showed up, Marvel soon bankrupted and closed their doors for good, which saddened him greatly. So in honor to it, he named his company Marvel Industries. And while he was in a business mode, he looked through thousands of messages from numerous companies, asking him about sharing his arc reactor with them. Even a Minister of Energy and Resources mailed him, proposing a deal. Man wanted to exchange the nuclear power for something more powerful and clean. That made him really glad. Him and his bank account. Not that he was greedy for money. There were also quite a few messages, mostly from military, politely asking him to sell his suit to them. He answered them all with a simple and firm no. Literally. There was no way that he would ever do it. Iron Man suit armed with real weapon, ready to kill its targets? They would have to pray it from his cold, dead hands. Excuse him for not wanting to pulling the potential trigger for a third world war to start. Another surprise came from America. Turns out, there are still some Marvel fans. After seeing him during Sports Festival, the internet was almost flooded with images of him and his armor, compared to the comics and movies version. They even called him real-life Tony Stark, which put a giant smile on his face. He created an account at the most popular blog and answered a few questions. Needlessly to say that people were pleased. It's ready! Mei shouted from the other part of the lab. Standing up from the computer and walking to her, Izuku saw her jumping around the workbench. On it was the new jetpack, bracers with sensors and special goggles. All painted black. Our new baby is ready to go. Izuku chuckled at her enthusiasm and kissed her on the cheek. Did you test it? He asked doubtfully. She sent him hurt look. Of course. I want this adorable child of yours to succeed. And there was no explosions, he raised an eyebrow. She put her hands on her hips and pushed her chest out in pride. I'm a reformed inventor thanks to you. I don't know just how much time I've saved thanks to following your way of thinking. Izuku was glad for that. He didn't want complaints about Mei utterly destroying a testing side. Having the most powerful company in Japan against them, when they barely started their business, could end up badly. Why did you want to add that moistening feature to the goggles anyway? She asked, grabbing the device. He smiled lightly at her. I want to give this baby to Aizawa-san as a thank you for taking me as an intern, he explained, but earned a blink with clueless expression. Momo's homeroom teacher. Another blink. The hobo caterpillar, he told her with sigh. Oh. Him. Why didn't you say so earlier? She laughed loudly, obvious to his misery. But if he's going to fly with this, then he should get some sort of jumpsuit. Petting her hair, he gazed at the clock above the entrance. He needed to gather his things. I've got it covered. May embraced him tightly, putting her chin on his chest, looking him straight in the eye. It will be boring without you, she told him, pouting lightly. Sorry for that, he leaned down and kissed her lightly. You can always watch my suit camera for some action. She hummed, playing with his hair. It won't be the same. Soon grin crept on her face. But at least I'll have something to do in the meantime. Oh yeah, Puppy's new body, right? He asked just to be sure. Yup, she bounced slightly. You're sure that principal is okay with selling him to us? He said that he could even give Puppy to us for free, but I denied it. We're signing the papers after I'm at school. Izuku confirmed happily. It was time for his accidental kid to be home with him. Great. So, nothing too big, because we want him to help around the lab, right? May questioned, already typing on the computer a message to Alan. Yes, it would be easier to interact with him. So maybe somewhere around the adult size, he suggested, gathering everything to the case. All right. I'll get it done, she turned the chair around to glance at him. Hey, what about the big body? Izuku adopted his thinking position. Would they need it? Not really. He may just permanently transfer Puppy into the new body and wipe zero-pointer drives clean. But something about having a giant robot of utter destruction was appealing to him. For now we're going to keep it with the rest in the magazine. If we need, we can do something later with it. Okay. May happily exclaimed, before going back to work. He almost got late for a train, thanks to his girlfriend wanting to give him a goodbye. He briefly wondered when did she learn to kiss like that, not that he had anything against it. Arriving back at Mizutofu and coming to Nizu's office, he was greeted by Principal and Aizawa-san, who were watching feeds from drones on the tablet. Right on time, young Midoriya. Nizu said, motioning him to sit. Did the drones found something? He asked, peeking at the tablet. So far it's clear, sir. Hero Killer is still hiding. Alan informed him. That or he's run away from the city. With all the heroes patrolling the area he might got scared off. Aizawa-san commented his slightly displeased tone. From his file it's rather unlikely. Izuku stated, opening the folder with Stain's information. He usually kills 3-4 heroes, who he thinks aren't suited for a job, before relocating. And so far only Ingenium was attacked. Speaking of, how is the prosthetic? Nizu asked interested. He really cared about the man, even if he wasn't a student anymore. Pretty much done. We're still before the first fitting, but otherwise it's ready. Izuku replied happily. If this worked out, his company could offer a first product to the society. What's in the case, kid? Aizawa-san asked, tipping his head at the object. He grinned widely. Actually, that's something for you, Eraserhead. Hiro just raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to continue. It's a thank you gift for agreeing with interning me. You can take the whole thing or just the goggles. He putted the case on the table and opened it, showing its contents. It's modified jetpack that May made. We gave it aerodynamic shape and folded wings to allow better maneuverability. The bracers have sensors in them that send the information to the computer, which steers the wigs. Also, they're reinforced, so it's possible for them to block some hits. Just don't go crazy with them. As for goggles, they have a few functions, like distance measurement and aim support. But the feature that will no doubt catch your attention is the special layer that is going to help you with your dry eye problem. At the lab, I've got prepared the special suit that will help you with keeping your body warm while flying. It's made from durable material, so it won't tear easily while fighting. Izuku explained calmly, passing the goggles with red-tinted glass to Aizawa-san. Eraserhead put them on and looked around the room. He was silent for a few moments, before a small smirk showed on his lips. Nice work, Midoriya. Thank you, sir, he nodded, joyous for his and Mei's success. How is it called, young Midoriya? Nizu asked, checking out one of the bracelets. Izuku scratched his cheek and gave a sheepish chuckle. We haven't given it a name yet. But seeing as it's for underground hero, who works mostly at night. How about Night Raven, he asked, glancing at Aizawa-san. Man pushed his goggles up and shrugged. Good name as any. I'm more interested with your information gathering skills, his voice gained a slight edge. We saw that during a festival you were well prepared for your competition. Almost like you had strategies developed beforehand. Izuku peeked at Nizu, who also was looking at him, awaiting his answer. Smiling innocently, he replied with small shrug. I may have hacked into the school cameras system and watch every first-year student, gathering all and any information, which then I used to make profiles about them, that helped me to pretty much nullify any potential threat. At first there was silence. Eerie, slightly uncomfortable silence. He wasn't expecting that kind of reaction. But it was soon broken by Nizu's maniacal laughter. Aizawa-san on the other hand had a giant, shit-eating grin splitting his face in half face. That was more like what he had in mind. You sure you don't want to transfer to my class? Eraserhead asked hopefully. Sorry. I need my support license to run my company successfully, he tried to sound apologetic about it. Besides, I think without me, Mei would revert to her old ways and Power Loader would drunk himself to death, he chuckled a bit at that. Right, Kansan complained, that since young Hatsum moved out with you, he have lost his drinking buddy. Nizu commented, evidently finding the situation hilarious. Anyway, get yourself ready, kid. I'm taking you for your first patrol. Aizawa-san stated, standing up and grabbing the case. Besides, you need to teach me how to operate that thing. His heart beat stronger. This was it. His very first step towards his hero career. He would squeeze as much experience from it as he could. Even if it meant not sleeping for next 72 hours. Yes, sir. Chapter 31. There was something soothing about flying through the sky at night. Maybe it was lack of sun or a lot less noise around. Izuku didn't really know, but he felt like he could fly all night long, just for the sake of it. Maybe after his internship he could somehow do it. Thought for later. He peeked over his shoulder and saw Eraserhead, flying few meters behind him. Aizawa-san got the hang out of controlling the Night Raven surprisingly fast. Izuku knew the teacher wouldn't admit it, but he was quite sure that man was enjoying his new gear. It was his second day of internship with Eraserhead and he couldn't hold back a grin from being on his lips. He was finally doing a hero job, even if it was just for a few days, it left him overjoyed. First one would be absolutely dull if not for a police chase. Officers were trying to get the motorcyclist to stop, but the guy only speed up more. Having approval from Aizawa-san, Izuku swooped down from the skies and caught the biker. The most hilarious part, in his opinion, was that the guy had headphones on and didn't hear the siren. Other than that, he had to take many quizzes Eraser made him for him. They ranged from a hero law, through the numerous protocols, to first aid. He briefly wondered why all examples had cats in them, but shrugged it off as man's kink. During the day, Aizawa-san drove him to the bone with sparring session. Izuku had to admit that Eraser was ruthless opponent, who fought dirty, if necessary. But he gladly took challenge and gave his all, which resulted in him seeing floor more times than he did during his whole life. Eraser asked him if he could do something about his capture gear, to make it usable, because Night Raven couldn't really be combined with a scarf. After quick thinking, he modified bracers to hold a roll of the material and shoot it out when needed. Aizawa-san seemed pleased with it, testing it for an hour before their night patrol. While flying high in the air near harbor, they'd found some kind of deal being made between two groups, probably drugs. Stopping on building that was a safe distance away, they observed them for a minute. "Thoughts, kid?" Aizawa-san asked. Izuku hummed and made his camera zoom in. 8 people, 4 with guns. How about I provide the distraction? During this you can take out 2 gunners and I'll blast other 2. Then we see what they will do. Izuku proposed, turning to the hero. Eraser quirked his brow. You want to run a distraction? You realize that there is a possibility that they're going to shoot you right off the bat? Man sounded strangely amused at the thought. He shrugged lightly and stood up. Their caliber won't pierce through my armor. Look at him, showing off his toy. Alan commented cheekily. Ignoring the AI, Izuku flew up. Making a circle around the dealers, drawing their attention, he landed on the ground. Hi, guys. How's the business going? Answer came in form of guns pointed at him. The hands of one guy changed their shape to the grotesque-looking claws. Wow, no need to be hostile. I just wanted to catch some fishes, he said, throwing up his arms. Before they could do anything, Aizawa-san swooped down from the sky, kicking the gunner on the head. Quickly deploying his capture gear, he wrapped the material around another's face and pulled hard, making Thug fall on the ground. During this, Izuku fired low-powered blast, downing 2 other gunners. Surrender now. Police is on their way. Eraser ordered with his usual tired voice, but was ready a potential fight. The only woman here came forward and let out a scream. But soon stopped, looking utterly bewildered. So her quirk must be focused around her voice, like present mix. The guy, whose hands changed back to their natural shape, rushed at Izuku and punched him in the helmet. Hit staggered him slightly, but otherwise he was fine. As for the man, he was gripping his palm, hissing quietly. Yeah, punching hard metal isn't exactly advised, he said, before delivering his own punch to Thug's temple. Then he quickly grabbed him and threw over his shoulder, serving the painful landing on the concrete. Turning around, Izuku saw Eraser neutralizing others, moving fluidly from one to other. One of the dealers tried to run away. Shoot out a bola, he commanded, locking target on the man. Side of his left thigh opened in a weapon shootout, tangling around dealer's legs, causing him to fall on the ground. After police came in, they gave the report of the things that occurred to the officer. Turns out the deal involved the drug called Trigger, that caused person's quirk to grow stronger over a short period of time. Izuku remembered reading that it was used by Yakuza before All Might came into the play. Okay, looks like it's all. Officer said, gazing at his notepad. Oh, wait, one more thing. Woman turned to Izuku. Even as an intern you took the part in the fight, so I need your name. She means your code name, kid. Aizawa-san added, looking at him. Smiling lightly, he stated. Iron Man, write it in katakana, please. Officer seemed to be satisfied by it. When police drove away, he turned to Eraser with uneasy expression. Is it a good name? Hiro glanced at him and pulled his goggles on his eyes. Don't ask me. I'm not cut for the things like this. Wings popped out and man rose into the skies. Releasing a sigh, Izuku followed Aizawa-san. Night was still young. Those are really adorable, you know? Midnight said, teasing smirk on her lips. Momo looked at her night table and smiled softly. 3 matryoshkas stood there, representing her and her crushes. Soon-to-be girlfriend and boyfriend. At least she hoped that would happen. With her mistress teaching and many reassurances, she was prepared to confess. Maybe. Get ready, we're going out for a patrol. Heroine informed, securing her whip. Walking through the streets of Hosu, Momo saw that Midnight and many others heroes were slightly tense. Were they afraid of Stain? It was over a week since his last attack. Being honest with herself, she wished to not have a run with a man. Just the stories itself about the hero killer and his body count were enough to scare her off. If she remembered correctly, only 3 heroes survived the run with him, but it led to the end of their careers. She hoped that Izuku and Mei would be able to help Ingenium. Correction. She was sure of it. They showed her plans for the prosthetic. She was really impressed by it. It could save so many people from living on the wheelchair or being bedridden. Momo remembered that baby-making duo weren't only trying to invent things for hero industry. They wanted to support whole society. It was admirable, and she would be lying if she said she didn't want to be a part of it. She could support them with her knowledge and quirk. Although Izuku was strongly against her being a living factory, she would find a way to coax him into it. Maybe by using one of the tricks her mistress taught her. Even if she would be utterly embarrassed afterwards. Looking up, she saw a drone, which flew hastily above the streets. Then next one. Soon 3 more followed. That was unusual. Past the last few days, she never witnessed them swarming. Midnight, look at this. Momo said to the heroine, pointing at the new group of drones. All while ignoring woman grumbling about calling her mistress. Out of nowhere the sirens sounded from behind and 2 fire trucks speed past them. Midnight was automatically on the move, contacting with authorities to get any kind of information. Creati. Can you make us something to travel faster? Heroine questioned hastily, not even looking at her. She ran through the mental list of vehicles she could create. Would an electric scooter do? Yes. Just make it quick. Stretching the front of her costume, the light of her quirk shone brightly and the handle of the vehicle popped out, soon to be followed by the rest. Heroine grabbed it from her and immediately hopped onto it, speeding down the street. Making another one for her, she followed her mistress. What is happening? Momo questioned, catching up to Midnight. There's an outgoing attack at the crossroad. Everything is on fire, because a cistern exploded. Woman told her, zipping through the traffic. Not even a minute later they saw a giant wall of flames. Many fire trucks were at the place, water pouring from the hoses in the seemingly endless streams, but from the looks of it nothing happened. Before she could hear any instructions, a person was thrown out of the fire. A hero she saw a few times during patrols. His uniform was in tatters and his arms were twisted at the strange angles. Momo immediately ran to him and checked his vitals. He had a pulse and was breathing with difficulty. Looking around, she caught the sight of the ambulance. Medic, she shouted, trying to gain attention. A terrifying roar could be heard from the curtain of flames. Snapping her gaze to it, she saw a huge humanoid being with almost pitch-black skin and exposed brain. Was this a Nomu? She listened her classmates describing the creature at the USJ and how it viciously fought All Might. Why was there another one of those monsters? Was League of Villains behind this? Every present hero began attacking the Nomu, trying to drive Beast away from people and firefighters. But Creature wasn't even fazed by their attempts and began swinging widely. Just if the things couldn't get worse, from the smoke showed up another Nomu. This one had wings and yellow skin. It picked down on unsuspecting hero. Thinking fast, Momo ran to the man and tackled him on the ground, barely avoiding huge talons. Hero looked at her. Sorry for that. Did you see a kid in armor similar to the knight? He asked, glancing around. She furrowed her brows at that. Ida-san had a suit like that. Did he get lost due to the commotion? This was unlike him. Are you asking about Tenya Ida? She questioned, an uneasy feeling in her stomach. Yes, him. Can you please find him? He's an intern of mine, but I've lost a sight of him. Man pleaded her. I'll do my best, she replied, before standing up and running away from the Nomus. Where could she even start? Hosu wasn't small. But seeing as a hero was close, then Ida-san couldn't be that far away. Why would he ditch his internship? Was there another accident? But then the hero wouldn't be here. She thought hard, what could be so much more important than Nomu attack? What could be here to sway her classmate away from the rescue? Stain. That was the only thing her mind supplied her. Hero killer was in the city. The city Ida-san chose to intern in. The city where his brother was attacked by Stain and crippled for life. No. Her classmate wouldn't go after such dangerous criminal by himself. He wasn't that stupid. A drone flew above her. Momo stopped in her tracks and followed it with her gaze. There was about 20 of those, hovering somewhere near. Something told her to go there, so she did. Sprinting as fast as she could, she ran into the alley. She gasped loudly. Ida-san was laying on the ground, a small pool of blood beneath him. Standing next to her classmate, with a risen sword, was a man wearing red scarf and black suit, which had many knives in the holsters. The hero killer, who was about to slay the teen. She made a throwing motion with her hand, aiming at the Stain, all while creating a tennis ball. Object flew at the villain, who just must have caught a sight of her and jumped away. Running closer and pulling a staff of her arm, she positioned herself between hero killer and her downed classmate. Just then she realized that another person was here. A hero in brown robe with wound on his shoulder. Another fake? Stain asked in hoarse voice, that made her shiver. His gaze was focused on her. Yayorozu-san? Why are you here? Ida-san shouted a question. Peeking at him for just a second, she returned her gaze to the villain. The hero you're interning with told me to find you. I'd barely made it in time. Go away. This doesn't concern you. Teen pleaded loudly. Momo weighted her options. If it was just Ida-san, she could take him and run away. Maybe. But with another hero downed here, she couldn't proceed with this plan. Can't do. Until help arrives, I'll keep you two safe. It's reckless. Go away from here. Her classmate ordered. What drives you to protect those two fakes? Stain questioned, taking a position to attack. She smiled nervously. The images of Izuku, when he shared his dream with her, and May, when she was telling her of her grandpa, flashed between her eyes. Because that's what hero does, she replied. Hero killer smirked widely. Good. You may be worth keeping around. With that, he ran at her with surprising speed and swung his katana at her. Timing the block, she twisted her staff and hit the tip of the blade, directing it away from her. A spiked boot flew towards her, forcing her to jump away. Before she could even think of what to do next, Hero Killer was already at her with his sword. Using her quirk, she created a metal beam from her chest that hit Stain in the stomach. Villain rolled away and immediately jumped back up, throwing a knife at her. Shooting it down with well-timed strike, she saw Stain running at her again. Momo extended her hand, stun gun popping out from her palm. She pulled the trigger, but missed due to Villain jumping up. Just how ridiculous his reflexes were? He brought down his blade, that would no doubt dismember her, if not for her rolling away. Rising quickly, she swiped her hand at Stain's face, sand flying out of it. Man hissed and swung blindly at her, before backing off. She felt a slight sting. There was a small line of red at the back of her palm. She gazed at the Hero Killer, who was rubbing his eyes with the bandage of his arm. Normally she would try and pressure him, but she needed to catch her breath. All that running around and his relentless attacks were getting to her. I must say that your abilities are truly admirable, Villain said, opening his now red eye at her. If you stay true to your declaration, then you may become a true hero. Momo quirked her brow at that. She couldn't understand what the man was talking about. But I need to continue my mission. Those two fakes, marring the name of a hero, need to be culled, he said gravely, gazing at his blade and smiling creepily to himself. I won't allow you to do it, she declared, once again taking her fighting position. She observed as Stain licked at end of the sword. And just like that her body felt some invisible pressure on it, downing her on the ground. Her staff flying off her hands. What had just happened? She struggled to do anything, but she couldn't even move her pinky. She heard his footsteps closing in. She tried to call for her quirk, but even that was somehow blocked from the use. No! She couldn't give up. She had to save them. A music began to play from above them. She was confused by this, but after a second she recognized this piece. Hello, Yayorosu-san. I hope that you're doing fine. Alan's voice sounded from the speaker in her glasses. The oh-so-familiar sound of the rockets, that made her heart beat faster in happiness, came closer, and with this two blast from repulsors, chasing Stain away from them. Something metallic hit the concrete and the soft hum of machinery could be heard. She felt a touch of a metal on her shoulder, before being placed against the wall in sitting position, gazing into the electric green eyes. Faceplate opened and a smiling face of Izuku Midoriya was shown to her. Hi, Momo. Missed me? He asked joyously. There were only two thoughts in her head. 1. Hero Killer was screwed. 2. If she could move, she would kiss Izuku hard on the lips. Chapter 32. It all happened while Izuku and Aizawa-san were stopping the mugging. Out of nowhere there was a notification that drones caught the sight of Hero Killer walking out of the portal, soon to be followed by two members of League of Villains. He was glad that his and May device proved useful for searching out and surveillance. It meant that they could offer them to other cities and help to keep the order in them. But the presence of League with Stain was worrying. Was some kind of alliance forged between the parties? If yes, then Villains gained a powerful ally. And it wasn't just in terms of Hero Killer's abilities. His fame would no doubt allure other members of Underground to come and join the group. Drone followed Stain, who left two League members and hunted down a hero native. Watching the fight through the camera feed, his theory was confirmed. Villain's quirk revolved around the blood and its consumption. The other part, the one he got made from the statements of heroes, who survived the run with man, still needed to be tested. Then the alert came, making Izuku, Aizawa-san and Nizu swear. The tracker he put in Ida-san's costume showed that the teen was closing to the hero killer's location. And what was worse, they couldn't really provide him a backup, due to the Nomus attack. It was his first time watching the beasts, but he was sure as hell that he didn't want to have a run with them. His current armor wouldn't handle that kind of power and versatility just yet. An idea came to him, but he pushed it back for now. Making a quick decision, Izuku and Aizawa-san took into the skies and flew towards Hosu. Their ETA was around 10 minutes at the maximum speed possible for Night Raven. That didn't sit well with him. Ida-san engaged Stain in combat, but the outcome was obvious. Then Alan told him that Momo was closing to Ali. His heart squeezed and panic overloaded his brain. He was sure that his precious friend could stall a bit of time, but she wouldn't be able to take down Hero Killer. And if the man decided to kill her? Redirecting all power to thrusters, he speed up, breaking the sound barrier, leaving Aizawa-san behind. He hoped that the man would understand. He watched the fight, his mind allowed a bit of comfort to wash over him. Momo was holding out her own against the Stain. Barely, but she did. Her idea with blinding Hero Killer with sand was truly ingenious, as it would keep his vision blurry for longer period of time than a flashbang could. He peeked at the screen, ETA less than a minute. "Allow me to prepare a stage for you, sir," Alan said smugly. He raised his eyebrow at this, but soon heard the shoot to thrill playing from his earpiece. That caused him to smirk. It wasn't really a time for things like that, but whatever. Let the AI have it fun. Izuku saw them, Stain looking around, stupefied by what was going on, Ida-san and Native not faring better. As for Momo, she recognized the song and smiled. Swooping down the skies, he released a blast from his repulsors, chasing Hero Killer away, further into the alley. Landing on the concrete, he immediately turned to his friend and placed her against the wall. Putting on his best smile and opening his face mask, he asked happily, "Hi, Momo. Missed me?" The joyous expression settled on her face. "What took you so long?" she questioned in playful manner. Shrugging lightly, he stood up and gazed at Stain, who was watching him warily. "Oh, you know. Air traffic and such. Plus terrible sense of direction." Alan's voice came from the speakers in the drones. Did his beloved AI just scoffed at him? "You're my GPS, so if anything it's your fault," Izuku replied, peeking at Native and Ida-san. "Who are you?" Stain asked, while preparing for the attack. "Iron Man," he answered with small amount of pride. "You know, I speed all the way from Mizutofu here to stop you." Hero Killer hummed in interest. Man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Aren't you the kid who won the sports festival?" Snapping his mask down and getting his repulsors ready, he answered. "Maybe. But what's more important, I think that you should give up." Stain took a step forward, the aura he gave out was truly intimidating. "And why is that?" Not taking his eyes away from the villain, he asked his friend. "Momo, what's your blood type?" She was surprised by it. Why do you ask?" He was pleased with the grimace passing Stain's features. "The duration of your quirk depends from the blood type of the person, right? And if my data is correct, then A is one of the shortest one, when the paralyzes last." Hero Killer let out a laugh and grinned widely. "Correct, kid. Now, what do you intend to do with this?" "Stall you long enough for others to get up. Then we're going to catch you. You'll answer for your crimes, Stain," Izuku stated with confidence. "Try it, boy," he shouted, throwing knife at him. Shooting it down with blast, he saw villain running at him. Activating his thrusters, he flew at the man. When he was close, he aimed a punch at the stain, but it was easily sidestepped. Hero Killer swung his katana at his arm, but it bounded off. However, the power of the blow was enough to stagger him, which ended with taking a kick to his stomach. Twisting his palm around and opening it, Izuku blasted Stain on the shoulder, pushing the man away. Locking on his target, a bola shoot out. Unfortunately, villain jumped over it, showcasing his ridiculous reaction time. Blade came down, directly at his head. Thinking quickly, he grabbed the sword in his left hand and punched villain on the jaw. Stain decided to cut his losses and jump back, leaving a weapon in Izuku's grasp. Not wanting the hero killer to get it back, he snapped it and threw it far behind him. "You can fight," villain commented, pulling out one of his knives. "But do you think you could do the same without that armor of yours?" Man asked gravely. "You think I'm going to get out of it and let you cut me to pieces?" Izuku asked with slight mockery. "I'm quirkless kid, who wants to become a hero. I won't allow my career to end by the hands of some crazy crusader." He peeked at Momo and saw her slowly rising up. "What drives you to stand along others in this noble profession?" Hero Killer asked, carefully stepping closer. "Many things, but mostly I want to prove to everyone that you don't need a quirk to help people," he answered truthfully, stalling as long as he could. His friend stood right next to him, a staff in her hand. She sent him a small smile. "Enough. Why do you keep fighting? This is my revenge," Ida-san shouted, rising up on shaky legs. "Revenge? Since when does the hero follow such a selfish thing?" Izuku questioned in slight anger. "Ingenium would be disappointed in you," he spat out those words. "I agree with Izuku. We, heroes, shouldn't let emotions cloud our judgment," Momo added, determined expression present of her face. "Great. You both have proven that you're clear from the corruption," Stain exclaimed, rushing at them. Knives tore through the air, one directed at him, other at his friend. Running ahead, he took them against his chest, blades falling harmlessly on the ground. Hero Killer jumped up, using windowsills to run along the wall of the building. Villain dove down, throwing his weapon at Ida-san, but Momo blocked it. Stain tried to deliver a kick to her, but Izuku flew at him, crashing them against the wall. Man first headbutted him, then delivered a strong punch, what caused him to lose a grip. Hero Killer used it to push him further away with powerful kick. Peeking at the villain, he saw him dodging swipes from the girl. With a well-timed leg sweep, he downed her and ran at Ida-san, who still had trouble with his balance. Izuku fired a blast at Stain, that caused villain to fall. But villain used it as a chance to roll, gaining the distance. Deciding to use a new baby, he aimed and locked onto the man's back. "Fire shock bug," he commended. A part on his shoulder opened and a small disc shoot out, hitting perfectly on its target. Stain let out a pained scream as electricity coursed through his body, making him fall on the ground. Taking a chance, Ida-san straddled the villain. Izuku let out a breath, thinking that it was over. He had to admit, Stain was very tenacious and his blows were deadly. Add his quirk to the mix and no wonder that every hero who was hunted by the man didn't stand a chance. Momo ran up to her classmate with handcuffs popping out from her hand. But just before she could cuff the villain, Hero Killer rose his head, his tongue darted out from his mouth, licking the wound on Teen's shoulder. Ida-san's body went rigid. "Watch out!" Izuku screamed loudly, trying to warn his friend. She was at the line of the shot, so he couldn't fire out a blast. Stain sprung back up, a hidden blade showing out from his wristbands. Man swung it at the startled girl, making a cut along her leg. Avoiding a wild swipe from the staff, villain licked the blood from the knife, causing Momo to fall on her knees. Izuku flew at them, but at the last second, Hero Killer jumped back, taking both teens with him. Before he could rash one more time, Stain pointed two blades at his hostages. The terrifying aura intensified, becoming absolutely overwhelming. "Stay back!" Villain shouted. "Or this too are going to die." "Keep your hands down," Man ordered, not taking any chances. He had to force his hands from rising up. His teeth gritted tightly. Why did it had to go this way? Don't even think about using other gadgets. Unless you want to try yourself against my reflexes. Stain warned him in grave voice. Let them be. Even if you hurt them, you won't be able to escape. My drones will follow you. Izuku tried to reason with Man. He couldn't allow Villain to kill the teens. Especially Momo. It felt bad to think of her as more important than Ida-san, but his emotions were getting to him. Let those fakes come after me. More will be called. They're going to make a fine offering to the society. Hero Killer stated, slowly rising his arms up. And what great it will do. People are already scared of you. Heroes are starting to hunt you. Even if you somehow escape, you won't last long, he countered, trying to stall as long as he could. Someone needs to be dyed in blood. The title of a hero is given away left and right to anyone with strong quirk. Most of the heroes are out there just for the money and fame. They make me sick. Stain spat out those words in anger. He peeked at Momo. Even if the girl has a right heart, I'll not hesitate to sacrifice her to continue my mission. Wrath boiled inside his chest. An image of the girl's body impaled by the villain's weapon flashed before his eyes. Don't! Izuku pleaded loudly. Stain smiled wickedly. Let's test something. Prove to me that you're a worthy person. Choose Iron Man. Whom will be saved? A fake or a hero? Time seemed to slow down as Hero Killer's arm began descending. Izuku's mind served him possible options, but any gadget wouldn't deploy fast enough and he couldn't aim quickly with repulsor from his hand. His eyes glanced at Momo. She had terrified expression and her gaze was a mix of fear, plead for help and regret. In a heartbeat, he tensed his chest, a scream of anguish escaping from his mouth. He felt a push of a powerful repulsor blast from his chest piece against his body. He kept it for a few seconds, that seemed to extend to hours. Cutting out the power, he gazed at the Hero Killer. His expression turned into the one of horror, when he saw a big, smoking hole, right in the middle of Man's chest. One could see a cracked wall through it. Opening his face mask, he tried to formulate any sentence. Even a simple word would do, but his mind was blank and throat tight. Knives had escaped Stain's grasp, landing harmlessly on the ground. Hero Killer coughed up a blood and smiled softly at Izuku. At last, a true hero does what's needed to be done. Man whispered loudly, before his body fell limply on the concrete. His knees gave under his weight. He just killed a human. Human, who did many horrible things to others and shook the society, but human nonetheless. Something rose up from his stomach and a vomit escaped through his lips. His mind ran at the light speed, all kind of thought plunging it. Was he considered a criminal now? Would he go to jail? Was his hero career over, even before it could begin? What would his mom say, learning that he killed a man? What about Mei and Momo? Were they going to hate him? Fear him? He couldn't bear it. Someone grabbed him by the shoulders and forced him to look up. Midnight's face showed before his eyes. She was saying something to him, but he couldn't hear her. His head felt light. Woman turned around for a second. Soon Ida-san came to them and helped Heroine with rising him up. Teen supported him as they walked toward the alley entrance. Momo popped up before him, a fretful expression on her features as she talked to him. But his ears were deaf to her words. More heroes came. Normally he would recognize them, but only a flaming beard of Endeavor was familiar to him right now. Before any conversation could even begin, they snapped their gazes up. Forcing his head, he saw a weird creature flying through the sky. Out of nowhere it was driven down against the asphalt. A familiar set of wings flashed to him. Ida-san and Momo took him at the side, making him his on the pavement. His mind was occupied with terrible thoughts. He felt his helmet being pulled away and something soft touch his face gently. He peeked at the girl, who was kneeling before him, tears streaming down from her onyx eyes. "Izuku," she whispered in barely audible voice. "Are you all right?" No, he wasn't. The feeling of horror and dread were still present. Moving his arms, he pulled his friend into a tight embrace, burying his head into her hair. "Midoriya-san," Ida-san said, catching his attention. I'm so sorry. If I wasn't so blinded by my rage. Teen tried to talk, but couldn't. Boy just wept loudly. Aizawa-san came to them, a somber look on his face. Kneeling next to him, man put his hand on his shoulder. He opened his mouth to say something, but quickly closed it, shaking his head. The look he gave Izuku was enough to understand that Eraserhead tried to comfort him. The rest was a blur to him. He was transported to the hospital via ambulance. After stepping into the room, Alan activated the emergency protocol and his armor fell onto the floor. Nurse wrapped him in the blanket and sat him on the bed. He didn't know how long he was sitting alone with the image of dying Stain as his company. Momo came in, her wounds patched up neatly. Girl immediately enveloped him in tight hug. She didn't say anything. She just sat there, petting his hair. She said to him that everything was going to be okay. He wanted to believe it, he truly did. Sometime later the door to the room opened with a bang, a panting Mei showing up in the entrance. She didn't waste any time, seemingly jumping at them, her arms sneaking around them in iron grip. Izuku tried his very best to not fall asleep. He feared that the stain would haunt him in his dream, telling him what a monster he became. But he was tired. Not physically, but his mind just had enough. Adding that to the warmth radiating from the girls, his eyes closed. His last thought was the wish of not waking up with the handcuffs on his wrists. Chapter 33. As always, there was a bright and dark side about the situation. Nizu liked to think that bonuses would always matter more. With the hero killer gone, the society would be at ease, heroes could take a breath, and many potential and current criminals would be discouraged. Unfortunately, there was a but to that case. A serious one. A mental state of his student was at the stake. He talked with Aizawa-san earlier and scowl came almost naturally onto his features. Young Midoriya was still fresh after the accident, but he barely said a word. Even two girls, who were constantly at his side, didn't manage to squeeze a sentence out of him. Teen didn't eat and drink, young Hatsum saying that he wasn't in the mood for it. At the very least, the night was peaceful for the boy. Nizu came to the hospital first thing in the morning, meeting there with Tsuragame-san, Aizawa-san, and All Might. Number 1 hero came in his skeleton form, along with his old sidekick, Sir Night-Eye, and successor, young Togata. The presence of the two surprised him a bit, but he was sure that everything would turn out good in the end. Coming into the room, he tried his best not to frown. Just one look at the boy showed just how much this was getting to him. Young Midoriya was whiter than a wall, under his eyes were huge bags and the empty look he was having. How could he not pity his student? Peeking at the girls, who were at Teen's sides, hugging him tightly, he smiled gently. At least boy wasn't alone. Young Yaoyorozu, young Hatsum, could you please leave us for a moment? We would like to talk to young Midoriya, he stated politely. There was a hesitation on their part, but finally they obeyed, leaving the room with concerned glances at the boy. They needed to play that good. They could very easily worsen Teen's already fragile state of mind. So if anything. How are you feeling, young Midoriya? Yagi-san asked, coming closer to the student. Boy in questions just kept looking at the ground, wrapping himself in the blankets, shutting himself even further from the world. Nizu wanted to facepalm. That was one of the questions you don't ask to someone who is dealing with the thoughts of taking away a life. At least not so early. He caught the sight of Aizawa-san glaring at young Togata, who no doubt was going to lighten a mood with a joke. Sighing silently, he stepped closer. Young Midoriya? There was a small movement from the student. There is someone who I would like you to meet. I'm the chief of police in Hosu, Kenji Tsurigami, woof. It's nice to meet you, although I wish that the circumstances were better, woof. Man presented himself with small bow. Teen opened his mouth a couple of times, before actually saying anything. Are you going to arrest me? Boy whispered in hoarse voice. Nizu wasn't surprised by that. It was a natural thing to ask about it. But still, the question made him feel even worse for the teen. No, he stated firmly. We came to talk to you about this whole situation. There was a shock on young Midoriya's face, look of utter disbelief sprinkled with small amount of relief. But I've killed a man. Student commented weakly. From the testimony given by Pro Hero Native and two interns, Creati and Ingenium, we know that there was no other option, woof. Tsurigami-san said in reassuring tone. Teen worked his jaw for a few moments, allowing the words to sink in his mind. I see. Still, doesn't that make me a killer? He asked in grave tone. Midoriya, do you know who the killer is? Aizawa-sen questioned, kneeling in front of the boy. Student just shook his head, looking at the hero. The killer is someone who takes away lives and doesn't feel remorseful for it. Now, do you feel bad for what have happened? Horrified. Even if it was to defend Momo and Ida-san. Young Midoriya began to tear up. I've tried to think of something. To find a gadget in my S-suit, that W would help me. But there W was none, that could dedeploy fasty enough. Then you're not a killer. You are a hero here, Midoriya. Aizawa-san stated seriously, catching boy off guard. I agree with Aizawa-kun. Yagi-san said, grabbing Teen's attention. In my career, there were times when killing the villain was only option to save people. All Might sounded like he was deep in his thoughts. I also have a few thugs on my account. Eraserhead added, scratching his head. During my police career, I had to shoot 2 people, woof. Tsurigami-san stated, gazing at his hands. I may have not taken away a life, but I'd put one criminal on the wheelchair for the rest of his life. Young Togata confessed, his usual smile nowhere to be seen. Nizu kept looking at his student, whose eyes roamed around the room, his jaw open. He was sure about what was going inside the boy's head. How? How do you get over it? Teen asked in weak voice, that just begged for help. Yagi-san wanted to answer that, but Aizawa-san beat him to it. You don't, Hiro said, shrugging. You have to embrace it and deal with it daily. Eraser gazed deep into the young Midoriya's eyes. But don't do it alone. Have people around you who are ready to help you. It makes it easier. Teen bit his lips and furrowed his brow, thinking hard about something. Finally he lifted his head, meeting everyone's eyes and nodded, showing that he understood. That was a huge relief that washed over him. But just in case Nizu would ask Hound Dog to visit the boy and check on him. There is also another reason why we came here, he stated, nudging Police Chief to continue. Yes, woof. We still need to have your statement, but it doesn't have to be now. What's more important is agreeing on the version we're going to give to public, woof, Tsuragami-san stated, pulling out a notepad. Can we just tell that Stain was caught? Young Midoriya suggested naively, playing with his fingers. Can't do. Media somehow got the info about Hero Killer's death. Aizawa-san stated bluntly. But they don't know who did this. Yagi-san added in hurry, trying not to give student any time to go back to fretting over the situation. That they did. We've tried to give the credit to Endeavor, but he outright said no. Nizu informed, having a mixed feeling about it. Man seemed to absolutely despite the idea of covering for the teen. That and Endeavor couldn't do that kind of damage to Stain, woof. Police Chief stated, looking through the pages. The best possible thing, if you want to distance yourself from the case, is to say to media that Hero, who did this, doesn't wish to reveal his identity. Young Midoriya raised his brow at this. Would they buy it? He asked with great amount of doubt. Vultures would fuss about it, but eventually, they're going to give up. Aizawa-san reassured. I see. Then please, do it. Students said, with a small sigh. Sir Night-Eye walked closer to the boy and after gazing at him for a moment, he extended his hand. I've heard from Principal about your analytical mind. If you ever want to get more hero experience, then my agency's door are open for you. Hero stated, smiling lightly. Teen looked gratefully at the man and shook his hand. Just then, Nizu caught the passing surprise on Sir's face. He had no doubt that Hero used his quirk on the boy. He would have to ask him about the vision later. He hoped that it was a good one. May didn't know what to think. One moment she's walking back from her internship to the hotel, pleased with the progress on Puppy's new body, and on the next one she gets a call from Principal that Izuku was in hospital because he had a run with Hero Killer. She was obvious to who this guy was, but having her boyfriend taken to the place where you went because something bad happened to you wasn't what she wanted to hear. It was a no-brainer for her, internship be damned. She immediately sprinted towards the train station and caught the bullet train to Hosu. She couldn't help images popping out in her head. Izuku hooked up to many machines, barely alive, missing a limb or two. She needed to stop watching all those cheap horror movies. She honestly thought about going to the machinist, knocking them out of cold and pushing the train to its speed limit. Just to be faster there. Contacting with Alan, she got the location of the hospital that Izuku was in. She was also told about Momo being there with her boyfriend. Great. More worries. Fine, she would tackle it all at once. But God help that Hero Killer if her precious people were hurt. She saw the hobo caterpillar and Vixen in the lobby. Those two were interning Izuku and Momo, weren't they? Hero showed her way to her boyfriend's room and left her with words, try to help him. She should be offended by it. She would try. She was going to do it or her name wasn't May Hatsum. Which it was, in case someone didn't know. Shoving the door out of her way, she saw them. Momo hugging her boyfriend tightly, petting his hair, sending her a small smile. And Izuku, the way he gazed at her, with those green eyes of his, broke her heart. He looked so small, so scared. It wasn't right, it just wasn't. She ran up to them and embraced tightly. She would ask questions later, right now her boyfriend needed her. And her best friend too. Girl wasn't showing it, but May just knew that Momo also needed comfort. Waking up next day, with all of them entanglement with each other, brought a smile on her lips. Smile that quickly disappeared when Izuku refused to eat anything. He didn't even want to drink a water. Even she knew the importance of good meal and hydration, that is after her partner showed it to her. She and Momo tried to get him to at least take a few bites, but they gave up after 10th attempt. Instead they kept him close, squeezing his hands, playing with his hair, doing everything to show him their support. When her friend kissed Izuku on the temple, May found herself strangely grateful. She read on the internet that normally when other girls were all mushy-mushy with your boyfriend, you need to show them where their place was. But with Momo, she felt at ease here. Plus the funny feeling in her stomach told her to be happy for it, so she was. When Principal came with all of the other guys and asked them to leave for a moment, May wanted to protest. How could she leave her boyfriend, who was suffering because of some kind of talk? But she relented. She had faith that Principal wouldn't do anything to worsen Izuku's state. If he did, she hoped that he had his will written down. They stood next to the door, their backs against the wall, gazing through the window at the city. She felt Momo move closer to her and grab her hand. Peeking at the girl, she saw her in deep thoughts. Squeezing girl's palm, she waited for her to say what was on her mind. "Do you?" Her friend begun, her voice unsure. "Do you know what exactly have happened?" Shaking her head, May looked at the girl. "No idea. Principal called me and said that Izuku is in the hospital, after confrontation with Hero Killer." "I see." Momo was silent for a few moments. There was." She sighed loudly. "Izuku killed Stain." If her mind was a speeding train, then it would derail. Izuku, her adorable, brilliant, handsome, fluffy-haired boyfriend killed a man. That was a bad joke. It had to be. She gazed at her friend, but the expression on girl's face showed that she was dead serious about it. May opened her lips a few times, before actually saying anything. "What happened?" Momo chewed on her lip for a few moments, making uncomfortable silence fall over them. "I will say only what's important," she swallowed loudly. "Me and my classmate were taken hostage by Hero Killer. He threatened to kill us and Izuku. Izuku used that powerful beam from Suit's chest piece. Izuku killed Stain to save us. To save me." May hugged girl tightly when she started crying. Was her friend born under some kind of unlucky star? Barely 3 months after the high school begun and she already had 4 close calls. But she was strangely glad that Izuku did what he did. Thanks to that, Momo was safe. The thought of losing either of them was terrible and horrifying on its own. She truly hoped that now they could get at least a bit of quiet. Because if not, May was ready to lock the two in her room and cuddle with them. They stayed like that for a while, separating only after Principal and others went out. Grabbing girl's hand tightly, they went back to the room. Izuku sat there, still scared and broken, but at least now there was some kind of light in his eyes. She would need to keep it that way. No words were exchanged, they simply joined him on the bed, keeping each other in close embrace. That was until Momo pulled away and looked on her lap. May raised her brow at it. It seemed like girl wanted to tell them something, but was having second thoughts. After a moment and deep sigh, her friend gazed at them shyly. I want to tell you something. And I know that circumstances could be better, but I just want to have it out of my chest. Momo's face held a determined expression. I love you. Both of you. May blinked. Her heart speed up, her stomach was firing out of fireworks, and in her mind was a chibi version of her having a victory dance. Part of her mind was telling her that it was weird, but she ignored it completely. I don't know when it all begun. Girl continued with her confession, playing with her hands. But for the long time I was having that strange, happy feeling inside my heart, whenever I'm close to either of you. Just recently I was aware of it. I honestly love both of you. Suddenly she looked away. But I understand if you don't harbor the feelings to me. Momo sounded really hurt at that thought. Before May could say anything, Izuku moved a bit and looked at them. I also want to say something. For a while, I was having a swirl of emotions. Me and May started dating during the second week of school. And I was content with it, he laughed bitterly. I mean, why wouldn't I? Finally, after dealing with abuse for having a birth defect, there was someone who loved me just for being me, and it wasn't my mom. Her boyfriend frowned deeply. But soon after it, I've started developing emotions to you, Momo. I knew what they meant and I was unsure of what to do. I also love both of you, he admitted, looking at his lap. It was a double win. All of them were loving each other and were already close to not be awkward. Now that she looked at it all, she saw all of those moments they'd shared together. It felt like they had been a couple for over a month by now. But why those two were behaving like it was the end of the freaking world? Time to fix it. Chuckling to herself, she grinned at them, confusing the two. You're both silly, she told them calmly. Leaning forward, she captured Momo's lips in hers. She heard the surprised squeak from her now girlfriend. It felt so different from kissing Izuku, which she supposed was a good thing. Her heart beat stronger, proving her right. There was also something fruity in that kiss, and that only made it all the better. Retracting back, she saw a red-faced girlfriend and slack-jawed boyfriend. Shooting him a look, she gestured towards the girl. What are you waiting for? It's your turn. They gazed at each other and slowly closed in. Their kiss was very shy, like they feared that they would scare each other or something. But it seemed that they enjoyed it. Especially from all the humming that was escaping from Momo's throat. When they ended and leaned back, Izuku licked his lips and peeked at their girlfriend. Peach, he whispered. You taste like a peach. She chuckled, which soon turned into the full-blown laughter. The two of them quickly joined her in this. She couldn't believe the girl. Somehow they all ended up in embracing again. Peeking at her boyfriend, she saw a huge grin on his face. Good, he was slowly, but surely going back to his usual self. Pulling slightly back, she looked at them and smiled brightly. I love you both, she said joyously. Chapter 34. Momo kept gazing at the ceiling of her room, releasing a happy sigh from time to time. So that was how being in love and having your feelings returned felt? Honestly, she could get enough of this. How did she survive so long without that feeling? She didn't really know, but on the bright side, from now on, her life was going to be filled with this. She took her phone and checked a chat with her boyfriend and girlfriend. It was still a bit surreal for her to refer to Izuku and May in such manner, but she would get used to it. Checking the last messages, she once again confirmed that this wasn't some kind of dream. The three of them agreed to go on a date tomorrow. Her first official date. Not just some meeting, that she had to attend to and play nicely with some snob kid who was more interested in her bosom than her persona. Needlessly to say, that she was ecstatic. The only thing that made her vexatious was Izuku and his mental state. After yesterday, when they confessed to each other, he seemed to get better, which was a real relief. But there was still a fear inside of him. She observed him carefully and saw him avoiding people's gazes, beside hers and May's. Every time, when Stain was mentioned, he flinched, trying to make himself as small as possible. She was going to change that. Now that she was his official girlfriend, she felt that it was her duty to support him. She would do it anyway, but now it seemed to be even more important. Besides, she missed his sunny smile. There was also another thing that she was going to do. She would follow her school's motto down to a T. She would go plus ultra and become the best heroine she could. So the situation like the one with Stain would never arise again. She nodded, confirming to herself that she wasn't joking around. Now, it was time for Momo Yayarosa to be a typical teenager girl and search her wardrobes for the outfit for the date, fretting over it more than she needed to. May never was the one to think over things. She just did them and expected the best outcome she could get. Like when she kissed Momo to prove her point, that girl was scared for nothing. She should felt bad for not realizing about her feeling toward her now girlfriend. Really, after reading so much about that dating and love stuff, she should know it by the first sight. Maybe she did, but she hadn't realized? No matter now, she had a smart and beautiful girlfriend atop of brilliant and handsome boyfriend. She felt extremely lucky. But she didn't. If anything, May was angry. Angry at herself. It was probably the first time that she hated being the inventor. While she was happily tinkering with new baby, her loved ones were fighting for their lives against the psychotic killer. Result? Izuku with utterly destroyed state of mind and Momo with fourth close call. What was wrong with her? She felt disgusted with herself. She remembered when her grandpa was still alive. There was one time when she asked him about killing others, because of something that she had long forgotten by now. He told her that despite being a hero, he would do it if it meant saving another person. She didn't understand his words back then. Even now she had hard time wrapping her head over it. May released an irritated groan and scratched her head furiously. All that thinking was going to give her a massive headache. May? Her mom called from downstairs. You want to come and watch the video from your cousin's competition? Coming, she hoped that it would somehow ease her mind. Getting down and sitting between her parents, she watched the video from the archery tournament. Soon she saw a familiar pink-haired girl, her dear cousin, Mia. Was there some weird tradition from her mother's side of family that all girls had names starting with M? She liked that cousin, they had similar personalities and quirks, so it was only natural. She watched the video with vague interest. Her mind still occupied with the thoughts of how heroic her boyfriend and girlfriend were. She felt somewhat saddened that she couldn't support them at all. A somehow ridiculous passed her mind. Be a hero and protect them. It was stupid. She didn't know how to fight. What could she even possibly do? She peeked at the screen and saw Mia pulling on an arrow, which soon was released and hit the center of the target shield. The same case was with other 4 projectiles. May blinked at that. She didn't know that her cousin was such a good archer. She remembered that Mia wanted to become a hero, but when she became discouraged due to some kids from her school. Shame, girl would be a badass hero, shooting down the criminals from long distances, covering for other heroes on the field. She gasped loudly, scarring her parents, not that she cared. May Hatsum just got the best idea in her life. Izuku laid the flowers he bought next to the gravestone. He felt a need to visit Stan. Last time he was here was a while before sports festival, which left a bitter taste in his mouth. Hi, Stan. Sorry for not coming earlier. I was busy with school and such. He took a moment to collect his thoughts. Some things have happened. I actually won the festival, he cracked a smile. And beat the shit out of the blonde menace. He deserved it. He hurt Momo badly. Twice. Licking his lips, Izuku paused for a few moments. I've killed a man, Stan. He was a bad guy who took lives of others, but that still doesn't justify it. But he was going to kill Momo and I just couldn't think about anything else, but using chest piece repulsor, he bit his cheek hard, still feeling regret for what he did. Oh, here's something that's not grim. Momo is my girlfriend now. Mine and May. And before you start comparing me to Tony, no, it's not a harem and I'm not a playboy. It's just that I love them both and they love me and each other, so, yeah. We're together now. A small smile made its way onto lips. He was overjoyed about the development. He didn't understand why they all danced around the subject for so long, but now it was over. He just hoped that he would be a good boyfriend for them. Patting the gravestone, Izuku made his way home. He was glad that his mom wasn't terrified of him after he told her about the stain. He feared that she might be frightened by him, but it was a stupid thought. One that immediately vanished when she swooped in into tight hug, crying loudly about how glad she is that he's safe. She told him that despite doing such a horrible thing, she was proud of him. Proud because he had saved 2 people. That made him feel a bit better. Steeping inside the apartment, he heard a TV. There was some kind of statement made by a woman. While I don't know who did this, I'm glad. I'm glad that hero killer paid for his crimes. My husband was one of the heroes killed by this monster, leaving me and kids behind. So in the name of my family, and many others who lost their loved ones, I want to thank the hero who did this. Thank you for avenging the dead and please, keep guarding us. He stared at the screen, not knowing what to think. Here he was, fighting with his guilt of taking another man's life and being thanked for doing so. It left him with sour taste inside his mouth. Peeking one more time at the TV, he saw a reporter informing people about the damage that Nomus made. Right, those beasts. He was scared just by seeing them through camera feed. He remembered that Nizu told him a bit about those creatures. How could one use another human like that? Touring them into the mindless, killer machines. For what purpose? Suddenly the idea from 2 days ago came back. Making his way to his room, he sat on his chair and tuned off his computer. Alan, he said, cracking his fingers. Yes, sir? Open a new project file. Codename Nimso, he said, smiling softly to himself. It was time for Izuku Midoriya to rock. Shota laid his head on Hisashi's lap, petting the fluffiest cat in their apartment almost absent-mindedly. He thought about Midoriya. He liked the kid, especially after getting him Night Raven. Which he didn't enjoy in slightest. Nope. It was just a good way of transportation and taking down criminals who weren't looking up. Shota wanted to frown deeply, but Hisashi's gentle petting made it really hard. He sighed, hoping that Midoriya would be able to deal with the matter. It would be a shame to lose such a promising hero before his official career begun. I'm back! Narumi shouted, closing door loudly. Welcome back! Hisashi said happily. When she came into the room, she kissed Blonde deeply. Then she bent down to him. "Hey, Shota," she smiled sweetly at him, before leaning down those last centimeters and giving him a kiss. "How's Midoriya?" Woman asked in worry. "Don't know," he replied with a shrug. "Hopefully Yaoyorozu and Hatsum can get him back on his feet." "Oh. That reminds me." Narumi gave them a bright smile. "I found another polyamorous relationship." She sounded really proud of herself. Shota got chills from that. This couldn't end well. And he felt that he was going to be the causality here. Seriously? Who? Hizashi questioned, excited at the news. "Genius boy, Hatsum and Momo," she exclaimed. "And guess what? They're just like us." She bounced on her feet. "No way." "Yes way." She pulled up 3 fingers. "My cute, little apprentice, Momo is similar to me. She's still rough around the edges, but she'll come by." 1 finger went down. "Then there's that Hatsum girl, who's loud and positively crazy about everything like you, Zashi." Another digit was hidden. Then Nezumi pointed at him. "And finally our genius boy. From what Momo told me, he's just like Shota. Minus the whole grumpy part." His mind muted the rest of the conversation that his wife and husband had. This was a disaster. For all cats in the world, who allowed 3 problem children to have relationship between themselves? Wait, girl, who could make almost anything, another girl, a mad scientist, that didn't know that safety rules are in boy, who literally rewrote some of the laws of physics. Taking out his cell phone, he picked the number and called. "Vlad? Are you still looking for a drinking buddy? Shota Aizawa was going to drown himself in vodka." Chapter 35. Momo's mind muted down the commotion in her classroom. She let out a quiet, happy sigh. Date went perfectly in her opinion. She wasn't overdressed, seeing as Izuku and Mei came in jeans and flannel shirts, while she had pink blouse, skirt and black stocking. After meeting up and sharing kisses, the duo dragged her to arcade. She never was in one, so her excitement was even greater. She didn't know how, but somehow she joined the competition that her boyfriend and girlfriend had. She didn't want to let them think that she was some kind of pushover. Their shocked faces, when her pink car passed them, just before the finish line, were priceless. Oh, and apparently she became a queen of the devious game known as DDR, at least according to them. She didn't really understand their problem. Game was easy. Just press arrows at the right moment and done. Maybe those dancing classes that her parents made her go to helped her a bit. After that they walked around the city and just talked about everything and nothing really, stopping briefly at the food court to grab a bite. The only thing dumping their date was Izuku's still fragile state of mind. He still avoided others' gazes. So to counter that, she rubbed a thumb against his hand and gave him a peck on the cheek. It seemed to the trick, easing his worries and making her glad that she had this kind of effect on him. They found a quiet park and sat on the empty bench. She was in the middle, with Mei's head laying on her lap and Izuku putting his head on her shoulder. She petted their soft hairs, making all of them smile gently. She kind of wished that they could stay like that forever, enjoying each other's company and basking in the evening light. Unfortunately, they had to return to their homes. But the consolidation prize came in form of kisses. She bit her lip, remembering the feelings of their mouths against hers. Those sparks, like electricity passing through her system. Those soft hums of pleasure that escaped their throats. She couldn't get enough of it. Maybe in the future she would try some of the things that Midnight told her about. That is, after she was absolutely sure that she wouldn't die from embarrassment. "Yamamo?" Suchan said, pulling her out from her little bubble. You okay there? Momo blinked and sat up. Yes, why you ask? We've tried to get to you for a minute or two. Kyoko-chan stated, looking at her weirdly. Oh, sorry. I had something on my mind. She replied sheepishly. Excuse her, she may be a hero in training, but she was still a teenager. Hey, when Hero Killer attacked, you were there, right? Toru-chan asked, her clothes bouncing with her movement. We've asked Ida, but he won't say a word, so. Can you tell us who killed him? It was an innocence question, one that came from pure curiosity, but it got attention of whole class. Everyone was looking at her, waiting for the reply. Sorry, but I can't tell you. Hiro, who did it, wanted us to keep it quiet. Partly true. Even if Izuku didn't want it, she wouldn't tell anyone. Imagining her boyfriend suffering from the storm of questions wasn't something that sit well with her. Shame. He must be really manly to do it, though. Kirishima-san commented, nodding to himself. She wouldn't describe it like that, but let's go with it. Something about Izuku being manly sounded right to her. Anyway, how was midnight? Achiko-chan asked, shuddering slightly. I hope she wasn't too extreme with you. Momo smiled lightly. No, not at all. Internship with her was surprisingly good. I'm glad that I followed with Izuku's advice. Izuku? Mina-chan said, wiggling her brow and smirking teasingly at her. He's your boyfriend or something? At first there was a small panic and embarrassment, but she quickly squashed them down. Remembering one of the things that midnight taught her, she laid her elbow on the desk and put her head on her palm. Narrowing her eyelids and adapting a small, feral smile, she answered in sultry voice. And what if he is? Jealous? She marveled at the bewildered faces of her friends. None of them knew that she could act like this. Neither did she, until midnight showed her how to do it, but heroine still claimed that she was natural at it. Maybe she was? Somehow it felt good to act this way. Before any questions could be asked, door opened and principal came through them. A small, kind smile present as always on his face. Sit down, students, he commanded politely. After a moment he continued. I'm covering for Aizawa-san for your morning lesson, he will join you later, during your hero training. Nizu-san looked at them. Looks like everyone is here. Kirishima-san raised his hand. Principal, Bakugo is missing. Boy said in worry. Principal nodded at this. About that. Katsuki Bakugo won't be a part of 1A anymore. Murmurs rose at that. He may still have a chance to come back, but that all depends from the potential improvement in his behavior. Momo allowed herself to smile at the news. She was actually glad that Bakugo was removed from hero department. He wasn't a hero material in her eyes. If anything, he was a bully with powerful quirk and giant ego. And he hurt her adorable boyfriend. That rhetorical bucket of cold water served him right. Lesson with present Mike was weird. Man was more happy than usual, engaging them in slightly pointless conversation. That, and she had a strange feeling that from time to time he kept looking at her and smiling gratefully. She didn't know what could be a cause. Then midnight subject came and woman herself. She scared the shit of Momo. Heroine had a strange glow around her and a giant, goofy smile on her face that wouldn't come down no matter what. Yaoyorozu, please come and hand out class quizzes. Woman asked her, showing the stack of papers. Of course, Midnight Sensei, she replied, standing up. Heroine wiggled her finger. That's not how you're supposed to refer to me. No, she wouldn't. Would she? Momo gulped loudly, while all eyes gathered on her. But internship is over, she protested weakly. But your apprenticeship isn't. Came reply in sing-sang voice. That woman was evil, she was sure of it. And the worst part of it? She had to do it, otherwise there would be no end to it. Goodbye her dignity. Yes. Mistress, she said with red face. She tried to ignore the uproar from her classmates. Especially from Mina-chan and Mineta. She wasn't prepared to deal with this. Stupid Midnight and her dominatrix complex or something. Not wanting to answer with any questions from her class, she ran away from the class when bell rung. She was glad that it was time for lunch. Catching the sight of Izuku and Mei, she grabbed them and pulled away from the crowd, toward the support studio. She told them what had happened. Their chuckle at her misery made her slightly mad at them, but kisses and hugs quickly changed that, repairing her mood a bit. Of course it was a short-term solution, seeing as she had to ignore girls' questions and teasing, while changing into the costume. Her revenge on the woman was going to be sweet. Today's training was a rescue race on Field Gamma, a highly industrial area. Momo glanced at her classmates, noting in her head who would do great and who would have trouble with exercise. Shiro-san seemed to be the best bet for a winner. Teen already displayed his ability to maneuver with his quirk. Suddenly a sound of engines reached their ears, making them all look around. The sight they witnessed was peculiar. Aizawa-sensei, wrapped in his yellow sleeping bag, flying through skies thanks to some kind of jetpack with wings. He was almost like a butterfly. A very creepy butterfly that would haunt her in her nightmares. Man landed gracefully next to Stun All Might, wings folding into the jetpack. A hand came out from his bag and rose up his goggles. He gazed at them with usual deadpan expression. After few seconds, he pulled out a juice box and drank it all in one go, releasing a satisfied sigh at the end. After all of this, he blinked at them. What are you all staring at? Aizawa-sensei asked, like nothing weird had just happened. None of them was brave enough to ask any questions. That was a pure gold. Alan commented in awe, making her cover her mouth to not release a laugh. Izuku helped Shinsokuin to stand up, after downing the teen for, was it 20th time now, that he threw boy over his shoulder? Something like that. However, he was glad that his friend reached out to him and asked for a sparring session, saying that he wanted to better himself. How could he say no to Shinsokuin? They were very much alike in case of getting a treatment from society. That, and he was his only male friend so far. Momo also joined them, saying that she wanted to practice some moves that Midnight showed her. Those moves were dirty and he didn't want to be at the receiving end of them. But seeing as there was only 3 of them, they had to rotate between themselves, so everyone could fight a bit. Then there was Mei. He was utterly surprised, when his girlfriend pulled out a bow and arrows, that she made thanks to the 3D printers running all weekend, courtesy of contacting with Alan. He observed her, trying to shot from it at the target shield from a 10 meters. When did she gain an interest in archery? So far there wasn't any good result, but Mei seemed to be strangely motivated, which made him smile. After an hour of training they made a break. Girls went out to get them some drinks. During the wait, Izuku sat there, next to Shinsokuin. He was still thinking about the whole stain incident. Especially Men's last words. Was he really a true hero? He didn't feel like one. Hey! Shinsokuin said, gaining his attention. Teen peeked shyly at him and scratched his head. If there is something you want to talk about. I mean. Teen sighed loudly. We're friend, right? So, I know. Thanks. Izuku replied, smiling lightly. It was nice from the boy to see his discomfort and offer help. Maybe someday in the future, he could tell him what's eating him up, but not now. It was just too fresh. Good, can I ask something? Shinso-kun questioned timidly. You just did, he replied, chuckling slightly. Yeah, so. How is it? I mean using that suit of yours and flying around. Teen sounded really interested in it. He hummed and looked up. It's great, really. Wind is whistling around you. You cut through the air at high speed. Sometimes you feel that there is like nothing in the world except you and that freedom. He answered truthfully. Must be nice. Shinso-kun commented in a dreamy tone. Peeking at the teen and smiling gently, he asked. Would you like to try someday? Before answer could come, girls returned with drinks. Glancing at his friend, Izuku saw that boy was thinking about his proposition. He really wanted to hear a positive reply soon. Peeking at Mei, he couldn't help but feel that there was something strange going on with her. He still could see the excitement that she carried in her every day, but it seemed more contained. He saw that Momo also caught up to that fact. Mei? Are you okay? He asked in concern. She looked up at him and blinked. Yeah. You've been acting a bit weird. Momo commented, frowning lightly. Have I? Their girlfriend replied, tilting her head. Maybe this has to do something with this, she mumbled loudly. This? Shinso-kun voiced their thoughts. Yup. Lately, whenever I use my quirk for longer periods of time, I get that feeling. Like I'm more in the control of my body than usual. And my mind is somehow clearer. Mei explained, pointing at her eyes. That was interesting. His brain already began searching for the possible solutions. It wasn't unheard of that when people used their quirks for a while, that their mental state began to change. Sometimes it was a permanent, sometimes it was temporarily. In girls' case it seemed to be a second option. Could it be that perhaps there is a change in the chemistry inside her body? Momo questioned, looking at him quizzically. He nodded slowly. It's possible, he glanced at Mei, who was roaming with her eyes between them. We could visit Recovery Girl later to confirm that. Girl though for a moment, before nodding at them. What's with the bow? You want to take up Kyudo? Shinso-kun asked, pointing at the weapon. Nope, she grinned widely. It's so I can be a hero. Izuku and Momo looked at their girlfriend with wide eyes. Mei never expressed the want to become one. Sure, her grandpa was one and normally any child said those things when they were small. But a dedicated inventor saying out of blue that she wanted to change profession? You don't want to engineer anymore, he asked, saddened at the possibility. She shook her head furiously. I'm still making babies, she sounded rather offended at his questions. It's just, seeing what happened lately, I was pissed at myself. Her tone became somber. You two were risking your lives and I was away, sitting safely at the lab. I want to change that. But I can't really fight. So after watching my cousin's archery competition, I thought that this may be a way for me to support you too, she pointed at the bow. That and I want to make my grandpa proud of me. A huge grin showed up on her lips. A tear escaped from his eye. He was moved by her declaration. It made him utterly happy to hear that May wanted to risk her life to keep him and their girlfriend safe. If anyone would ever call her a bad person, he would blast them with repulsors. He and Momo swooped the girl in the embrace, which she gladly returned. They kissed her cheeks and she in turn nuzzled closer to them, smiling brightly. This was the moments that Izuku really loved. Besides, it seemed to help with his guilt somewhat. So it was a win-win for him. So are you guys like an item or something? Shinsokuan asked awkwardly, with pink dusting his face. Oh, they didn't tell their friend and made him uncomfortable? Oops. Nizu looked at young Ida and sipped his tea. Teen was sitting as straight as one could and from time to time peeked at him, showing his anxiety. No need to be this tense, he said in a friendly manner. Right, of course, Principal. Boy answered, although there was no change in his posture. How is your brother doing? He questioned curiously. There was a small smile that showed on students' lips. Great, actually. Tomorrow doctor is going to do a first fitting of the prosthetic that Midoriya-san and Hatsum-san made. If everything goes right, then by the end of the week he's going to start a physiotherapy. Nizu was pleased with that information. That's good. Wish him luck from me. He put down his teacup. Now, young Ida, do you know why I wanted to talk with you? No, sir. Teen replied, immediately going back to his straight posture. It's about the hero killer accident, he informed, watching his boy become once again nervous. Relax, from what I've heard from Aizawa-san, you know, that your actions were wrong. Nizu allowed a kind smile to appear on his lips. But I'm still going to propose you something. Would you like to go and see one of the school psychologists? They're ready to help you with any kind of problem that may trouble you. Young Ida opened his mouth to answer, but quickly closed it. Furrowed brows suggested that he was thinking hard about it. I would like that. Boy admitted in grateful voice. I'm pleased to hear this. I'll inform them. Most likely tomorrow will be your first meeting. After Teen left, not before expressing his gratitude, Nizu looked through window. That was another student that needed help, which he would gladly offer. He was still a bit surprised when Hound Dog told him about young Todoroki. Boy reached a specialist himself, saying that he didn't want to end up his sperm donor. It lifted a weight from his shoulders, that Teen realized his problems and wanted to fix them on his own. But Nizu suspected that young Midoriya's words and actions played a huge part in it. Alan, can you tell how was young Bakugo's first day in the Gen Ed? He asked, slightly worried about the matter. After reading the report from Hakamata-san, he decided that enough was enough. Threatening civilians, because Boy was in bad mood, crossed the line by a mile. You want the sugar-coated version or no? AI replied in wonder. Just the general description will be enough. He doubted that he had any strength left towards the student to listen about everything. He wasn't far from becoming little Boy. Alan replied nonchalantly. That bad, huh? Well, if Teen's attitude wouldn't show betterment, then Nizu had expulsion papers almost ready. Shame, young Bakugo could become a great hero with his. Nizu caught that through and shook his head. No matter how amazing or not one's quirk was, there was no excuse to allow them to be scot-free with anything. Especially while aiming to be a hero, not to mention after becoming one. To raise your mood, I've something that you'll be glad to watch. Interested in this, Nizu went to his computer. There he was, a video ready to be played with the title From Caterpillar to Butterfly. His joyous, borderline maniacal laughter filled his office soon after a few seconds of the movie. Chapter 36. May kept looking at the tablet that Izuku gave her, scanning through the wall of text and schemes. The break between lessons were coming to an end and she wasn't even close to being halfway through, yet she couldn't help but marvel at the brilliance of those babies. Of course she saw a few things that could be made better and would voice her thoughts later, but still. Her boyfriend deserved a big, juicy kiss for this. She would gladly deliver it later. Looking at Izuku, she smiled widely. When do we begin? Seriously, she wanted to skip rest of the lessons and go straight to the workshop. He chuckled at her excitement. First we need to check a few things, but I think that today we may get something done. Suddenly he released a deep sigh, frowning deeply. But this may take a while. True, that amount of work with school equipment will take a year. Maybe even longer. That didn't sit well with her. She wanted those babies to be made as soon as possible. Hey, what can't we set up a factory? Company has enough money to afford one, right? Izuku sat there, mumbling under his nose for a few moments. Yeah, we have more than enough. It's just that I'm not sure if we need one right now. Mei shrugged, not taking it as a valuable argument. It's going to be useful eventually, she could bet on it. She read the rest of the file during lessons, not paying attention to what teachers were saying. She was sure that her boyfriend or girlfriend would tell her later about it, those two were such a great students. Back to the glorious babies and gushing over them. She could see a potential problem with that humongous one, especially if Izuku expected it to fly. But she believed in him and his genius. Although they would need to have their own warehouse to contain all of this stuff. She used a tablet to connect with Alan and Holidable. She needed a better bow and arrows. The one she made was only for a while. Not that she make huge progress in learning how to use that thing. She even called Mia to get tips, not wanting to develop some kind of bad habits. Her cousin was ecstatic at the news, which resulted in them spending nearly 2 hours on the phone. And when she told her that she was in relationship. Yeah, Mia was a typical teenager girl. Whatever that was supposed to mean. Mei hoped that she would get good at using the bow soon. Of course she could always switch to guns and grab something like a sniper rifle. But there was something appealing about that weapon that made her enjoy using it tremendously. Plus it was quiet, which she supposed was a good thing. Izuku and Momo said so, making an example of covering them from a distance and not giving out her position. Of course they made a point and told her to learn some hand-to-hand combat, in case that someone got close to her and she needed to defend herself. Which was smart, or at least sounded like that. Still though, bruises on her back and arms were annoying. She felt a tap on her shoulder and saw Izuku with his bag over his shoulder. Lunchtime, he stated, and began to pack her things. Right. Time to see Momo. And get some food. But her girlfriend was more important that evening, no matter what anyone would try to tell her. She took her boyfriend's hand in her own. She saw that he still was troubled by what had happened last week, but he was getting better. And that put a smile on her lips. They found the girl already waiting for them at the table. Shinso was there too. However, before they could sit down, someone stood in their way. Mei scowled at the sight of Blonde Prick, who was glaring daggers at Izuku. That jerk had even audacity to snarl at him. Peeking at her boyfriend, she saw him staring back. If the fight broke out, she was willing to sacrifice favorite chocolate pudding to aid her partner. Fortunately, Rabid Dog moved away from them. Good, she didn't have to waste her tasty treat on this unworthy person. Did he say something? Momo asked, frowning slightly. Nope, he just came to glare and growl. Izuku replied, setting down his lunch. Kirishima-san said that he is more intense than ever. Seems like he's taking the transfer pretty bad. Girl told them. Serves him right. May commented, munching her food. How that jerk got into the hero course at the first time was beyond her. Shinso snorted loudly. Yeah, I've heard how the guy from 1D complained about that Pomeranian. Apparently he threatened all of them with his quirk and almost started class fight, he snickered. Looks like class 1D got a real dick there. Language! Momo shouted, hitting lightly their friend on the shoulder. She heard her boyfriend chuckle and smile. Good, he was really coming back to himself. Hey, Midoriya. Shinso said, massaging his arm. You remember that offer from Monday? He smiled widely. I'm willing to take it up. May rose her eyebrow at this. She peeked at her girlfriend, but she shook her head. Great. Come later to our lab, so we can take measurements. Izuku sounded really excited at that. Wait. Did that mean new baby? Yes, yes, yes. She wanted to make another adorable child with her boyfriend. But first. You know. She pointed her chopsticks at Shinso. You can use our names. We're friends. And it's faster. She saw her boyfriend and girlfriend nod at that and smile kindly at the boy, who looked shocked by this. His eyes roamed between them. What? It was normal, in her mind, to refer to her loved ones and friends like that. Sure. I'd like that, he admitted with a wobbly smile. Great, she pursed her lips. Although Hitoshi is longer than Shinso. She furrowed her brows thinking hard about a better way to call him. Suddenly she snapped her fingers, grinning widely. How about Toshi? Yes, that sounds cute. Please, can we call you like that? Momo pleaded with shining eyes, bouncing adorably in her seat. Toshi just nodded at them, before hiding his red face in his arm. May was glad that he was their friend. Momo ducked under a fist flying into her. Catching the arm she pulled, surprising her opponent, making them lose their balance. She planted a hard knee right into their stomach, causing them to cough. Using a quick palm strike, she pushed her sparring partner back, making them fall. Damn, Yamamoto. When did you become so brutal? Kyoko-chan whined, massaging her stomach. Momo felt slightly bad for causing pain to her friend, but she justified it by saying it was better to suffer now than as a pro hero. Extending her hand towards the girl, she said. Sorry. Midnight trained me really well during internship. Plus Izuku is helping me. Rising up and dusting off her pants, Kyoko-chan sent her curious look. Is he really your boyfriend? I thought that he and Hatsum were a thing. Now, normally when she would reply, she would tell the truth and be done with it. But seeing her classmates' shocked faces whenever she pulled the midnight act, as someone dubbed it nicely, caused her a great joy. Maybe her mistress's feral side rubbed off on her a bit too much. Smiling mysteriously and cupping her cheek, she answered in dreamy tone. Maybe they are. I should go after them, don't you think? Kyoko-chan gazed at her weirdly and took a step back. I think that you're scarring the shit out of me. Momo chuckled slightly at her reaction. Oh, she was having so much fun doing this. That's enough for today. Go change and go home. Aizawa-sensei ordered. Oh, Yayorozu, stay for a minute. She quirked her brow at that, thinking about what her teacher wanted from her. Was it about the last complaint about noise that she had to deal with? After Bakugo left their class, and with him explosions, there was a huge drop in the loudness from her classmates. How is Midoriya? Hiro asked with a hint of worry in his voice. Question surprised her. She didn't know that a man would care about her boyfriend. Slowly getting better, she said with small smile. Aizawa-sensei nodded. Good. It would be a shame to lose someone with a great potential to be a hero. She looked at her teacher in wonder for a moment, before going to change. While doing it, they heard a loud screaming from other side of the wall. It sounded like Mineta, which meant only one disgusting thing. She released a deep breath when Kyoko-chan found a hole in wall, none of them even knew about it, and stabbed perverted boy into the eye. She hoped that it would teach teens something, but no doubt it was a wishful thinking, seeing as she was the constant object of his abuse. Momo made her way towards the infirmary. The results of May's checkup were due to be today. She went over some theories with Izuku. The one that they were almost sure involved a release of hormones that calmed a girl when she used her quirk. Coming into the office, she saw Recovery Girl with some papers, her boyfriend and girlfriend, who high-fived, and Power Loader, who kept opening his mouth like a fish. So, you're saying that all one needed to do was to give her something to shoot at while using her quirk? Hiro asked in weak voice. In a way. She could also use her quirk more and that would do the trick. Heroine replied, sorting through the papers. Power Loader took a deep breath and walked out from the office. After a few moments they heard him screaming loudly Vlad. Turning to the rest of the occupants, she caught the sight of May launching herself at her. Before she could ask a question, her lips were captured by her girlfriend's. She gladly accepted and kissed back. You were right. Girl told her, smiling brightly. After the proper stimulation from a quirk, brain gives command to release hormones to help it deal with the change of the vision. Izuku explained, coming closer and giving her a peck on the lips. Geez, kids today. Go be mushy somewhere else. Recovery Girl told them with a small frown, chasing them off with the wave of her hand. Momo smiled at the news. She would be lying if she said that she didn't feel proud for coming up with correct theory about a quirk. All those books about quirk theory really were useful. Taking the advice, they went to the lab. There she sat on the beanbag with May on her lap, while Izuku tinkered with a sound rifle. He said that he had an idea about modifying it. She was half scared, half fascinated about what this device would do after this. Maybe she could coax her boyfriend into lending it to her for a while. She could threaten Mineta with it, to finally get some peace. It was unbecoming of a future hero, but there was a line. She was aware of the fact that her costume was revealing and left nothing to imagine. That was a sacrifice she was willing to make. But her classmates' behavior was beginning to get onto her nerves. She felt a poke on her cheek. She turned to May, who was frowning a little. What's wrong? You look like something is troubling you, she asked in concern. Releasing a sigh, she leaned into her girlfriend. Mineta is a nuisance. He keeps staring at me more than other girls. Especially when he's behind me, she saw May cluelessly blink at her. Perverted grape. Izuku stated, making girl O in recognition. Can't you I don't know, create a veil from your head that would hide you? Girl proposed, touching her hair. Momo chuckled at the silly idea. That would be impractical. Besides, it would tangle into my hair. There was a sudden crush, which made her snap her gaze towards Izuku. Above some piece of metal was his open hand. Boy himself had a thinking expression, quietly muttering to himself. He turned to them with shining eyes. Actually would it, he said in wonder. She rose her brow, not understanding his question. He moved closer and gently grabbed her fringe. I mean, when you create something bigger with your hands or feet, the area of your nails is also used and there's none missing parts in the item. and since nails in her are built from keratin. She caught up to what he was saying. Now that she thought about it, it made a perfect sense. She never tried it, mostly due to the wording of the doctor, who she saw when she got her quirk. Man kept saying skin. She should think about it earlier. Thank God for her brilliant boyfriend. Taking her hair, she wrapped her palm in them tightly. Using creation, she began to make a matryoshka with Izuku's features. The light of her quirk shone and soon doll stood, almost proudly, atop of her black hair. Moving the object away, she saw that her hair stayed the way they previously were. It worked, she exclaimed happily, but soon frowned lightly. Shame we can use it to make my costume from it. Actually, we can. Her boyfriend told her with a smile. Yeah, there's a third year, whose suit have his hair in it. Something about not ending up naked when using his quirk. We can make you a new costume. May informed her, bouncing on her lap. Without thinking, she pulled the two of them closer and kissed them simultaneously with passion. She leaned back into the beanbag, causing them to lay on her. She was so overjoyed by it. Finally, she could get away from perverted gazes and potential letters, telling her about her inappropriate clothing that could set up a bad example for children. And suddenly a pleasure overtook her body, making her close her eyes and shudder in delight. She couldn't help but give a content sigh. She felt Izuku and May pet her head. She loved the way they touched her hair, reminding her of her parents that did the same when she was a kid. She nuzzled as close as possible, craving for more caressing. Her mind went almost completely blank, but before it could, she vaguely wondered from where that purring came from. Wait, purring? She stood up instantly, covering her mouth with her hands. She turned to her boyfriend and girlfriend with red face and wide eyes. She didn't like the look of interest in their eyes. Momo, did you just purr? Izuku asked in astonishment. No, she squeaked out. She was so embarrassed. You totally did. May stated joyously. Girl caught her arm and pushed her towards them. Come on, one more purr. No. No more purrs, she protested loudly. She was about to stand up again, but her boyfriend's hand touched her, lightly scratching behind her ear. A new wave of pleasure washed over her, making her knees weak. Soon her girlfriend joined, giving her long, gentle strokes, adding more of this blissful feeling. She did her best to fight against it, but her body betrayed her and that accursed sound escaped her throat, making duoa at her. Curse her grandmother with cat quirk and her father for passing those genes to her. She hated it with her whole being. So there she was, helplessly laying on their laps, enjoying their petting and purring like a cat from the pleasure they delivered her. I hate you, she whined weakly, trying to pout at them, but failing miserably. They chuckled at her and smiled brightly. And we love you, kitten, they said in sync. She loved them too. Them and their caressing. Not that she would ever admit it to them. Hey guys, and welcome to the channel. Today I will be doing a what if, which is what if Deku was Iron Man Part 8. I did not make this what if fan fiction. The author of this amazing fan fiction is Mr. Kage, so please support their work. Chapter 37. Izuku watched with a huge smile on his lips as May jumped around a rather tall, white box that was delivered earlier to their lab. He could share her excitement. Today was the day when Puppy would get its new body. They waited for Momo and Toshi to come, both of them wanted to see this. And while his partner already knew how it looked, he was completely unaware of what to expect. He took a moment to think about something that was dwelling in his mind all week. That thought really made him laugh. He was Iron Man, the live version of Tony Stark. Momo was like Natasha Romanoff, a beautiful, intelligent woman who was showing the signs of becoming a master assassin, which made him be more wary about the things he said around her. Not that she would hurt him, but it was better to not make her mad. And May slowly, but surely was becoming the female version of Clinton Barton, sprinkled with more joy and craziness. He shivered at the thought of her being good with a bow. Maybe he could propose to her to use Hawkeye as her code name. His girls were starting to be somewhat dangerous, and that left him with mixed feelings. He pitied anyone who would made them mad. He felt arms wrap around his neck and something soft press against his cheek. Turning slightly, he saw his girlfriend with small smile and shining eyes. Over the course of the week, Izuku observed as Momo became more comfortable and slightly bolder with displaying her affection towards them. Not that he had anything against it. "So, where's the robot?" Toshi asked, quirking his brows. "Here," May exclaimed, pointing at the box. "Huh, a weird fridge," Boy commented dryly. "Guys, don't banter," he pleaded with a shake of his head. "Alan, is all set up?" "Yes, sir." "Oh, and for the record, I'm not going to babysit it," AI replied with a huff. "I'm sure you're going to love having a sibling," Momo said with a chuckle. "It isn't my brother." Powering up the unit and initializing transfer, Alan informed them. There was a soft hum from the inside of the box. Checking the parameters on the tablet, he saw the download of Puppy's system went faster than expected, but there was nothing wrong with it. Then came the calibration, setting on new directives to avail normal movement. Process completed. Gazing at the box, he couldn't help but smile. "Puppy, come to us," he called with joy. The front opened slightly, revealing a silvery white foot and part of a shin. Then it came out, showing its full glory. Izuku marveled at it, taking in the way it looked, and couldn't help but compare it to second version of Iron Legion from Marvel's movie. It was almost the same. Only difference being its color, softly glowing green eyes and a circle inside its chest, where arc reactor was. He reached towards May and crashed his lips into hers, showing his gratitude. She hummed and after separating grinned widely. "I thought about making it similar to your armor." "So you like it?" "Yup," he replied, eyeing Puppy. Machine was gazing around, before it looked directly at him. "Father." Its voice sounded slightly childish, but somehow was soothing. Then it tilted its head to May. "Mother." Girl let out a joyous shriek. "Izuku. It recognizes us." "I must say, the resemblance is unparalleled," Alan teased. "Brother," Puppy said happily. "What? I'm not." "Brother. Listen here." "Brother." "Yes. I'm your brother," AI answered, utterly dejected. The exchange made them laugh. Izuku had a feeling that those kind of situations would happen rather often. "So, what's going to do?" Toshi asked, circling around Puppy. Robot followed his movement with its head. "It'll help you around the workshop, right?" Momo said, playing with his hair. "For now. Maybe in the future we could find a new task for him," he replied. He already had something on his mind, but for now it was time to teach Puppy necessary things. "You know, I'm glad that you're coming here on your own accord, kid." Shoto peeked at the hound dog and nodded lightly. They sat on the comfy chair in Hiro's office. The visit ended, but it was okay with him. At first he came here because of what had happened during sports festival. The beatdown, both physical and verbal, he received from Midoriya really made him think. Was he truly the same as the man who destroyed his family? Normally he would deny it right off the bat, but, after looking at the situation objectively, he saw that boy was right. He was just like the Endeavor. Petty, spiteful, brutal, insecure. Shoto hated it. He hated becoming what he swore to never be. So at the start of New Week, after the festival, he came here to get help. It was hard to open up to the stranger, but Hound Dog was patient with him. Hiro didn't press on, allowing him to go on his own pace, slowly revealing what was eating him from the inside. He decided against interning with Endeavor. Instead he chose to go with Gang Orca. Man turned out to be a great teacher, who despite not having anything to do with fire, gave him good pointers on how to use his left side effectively. He also focused on improving his CQC skills. Besides that, Hiro was rather quiet and humble, which was a nice change of pace for him. The most painful thing that he revealed today was the day that his mother poured a hot water on his face. Now, Shoto wasn't angry at her, he knew that Endeavor caused this through his abuse. But he was greatly saddened by the fact that the person who truly loved him was taken away from him. His only light. Sure, his sister, Fuyumi, tried to fill this spot and he was grateful for that, but it just wasn't the same. His older brother, Natsuo, was always trying to make him laugh with his goofy jokes. And lastly, Tuya. If someone asked him whose his favorite sibling was, he would no doubt say that it was Tuya. He was the oldest of them. Whenever their mother couldn't take care of them, he was put in charge and did good at the job. Tuya cared deeply about him, trying to shield him from Endeavor influence. But soon, after Mom was taken away, his oldest brother disappeared without a trace. Sometimes he wondered if Tuya was still alive. Shoto made a decision that he's going to visit his mother. He hadn't seen her for over a decade now. As Hound Dog put it, it was next step in his therapy. Psychologist had no doubt that meeting with woman would help him tremendously. He would lie if he said that he wasn't scared. Just thinking about it made him want to run as far away as possible. But he had to do it. For his mom and for himself. He would also need to find Hatsum and apologize to her. He wasn't sure if his quirk went haywire when she shocked him, but the fact remained that he could kill the girl. He felt remorseful for it and needed to say that he was sorry. In his class he heard multiple times that Yayarozu hung around Hatsum and Midoriya. There was even that rumor that she was dating them. Not that Shoto cared about things like that. He barely understood a concept behind friendship. Before he even realized, he was in front of his home. Time sure flies when you think about stuff. Coming inside, he made his way toward his room. He heard voice coming from Endeavor's office, which made him quirk a brow. It was unusual for a man to be back this early. It's ready? Good. As fast as possible. Till next time, Prime Minister. Shoto didn't like the happiness in Endeavor's tone. A feeling of dread washed over him. With his rank and money, man secured many political connections. It wasn't that uncommon for politicians to come to their household to have business talk with number 2 hero. And now it involved a prime minister. Shoto didn't like it one bit. Katsuki slammed the door of his room. Stupid old hag pissed him off again. Ever since that rat principal came and had a talk with his wuss dad, things were shittier than ever. He wasn't a bully. He just put those idiots around him into their goddamn place. He was doing them a favor, showing that they weren't nothing more than pebbles or cockroaches. Especially fucking Deku. It was this bastard that took away his glory at Sport Festival. Him and that freaking tin can suit. If it wasn't for those cuffs, Katsuki would destroy shitty nerd. Quirkless freak couldn't even measure to his greatness. Him and those bitches of his. He didn't try to kill that long-haired slut. He was putting her in her place. It wasn't his fault that the freaking window was behind her. She could dodge. But she didn't, because she was weaker than him. Same case with Sports Festival. He beat her down, showing that he was stronger. Next thing on the fucking list of things that pissed him off was the transfer. How could they humiliate him like that? He was a future #1 hero and they degraded him to sitting with those unworthy morons from Gen Ed. He still remembered as one of them made a snarky remark about it, making whole class laugh. Laugh at him. Katsuki just wanted to explode those fuckers' faces. He wasn't some kind of pathetic laughingstock, like Deku was all his life. They would all pay for it later, he would make sure of that. And lastly there was that fucking hero killer. He wasn't mad that he bastard was dead. But what truly pissed him off about it was that he knew who was the hero who did that. He wasn't blind. After finding out a picture of fucker's body, showing that freaking hole in his chest, Katsuki immediately recognized the burns around it. They looked the same as the one he had on his back, courtesy of Quirkless Freak. Even freaking, useless heroine with her healing quirk could do shit about it, making it scar. He couldn't wrap his head around the idea of little, pathetic Deku being called a hero. Nerd wasn't a hero. He was just a wuss with a toy. Having enough of this, Katsuki dropped onto his bed, trying to fall asleep. He turned around constantly, trying to find comfortable position to rest, but those goddamn thoughts were non-stop swirling in his mind. Finally, after who knows how long, he succeeded. He was dreaming, which wasn't normal, but that was okay with him. He was back into the festival, standing proudly on the arena, hearing people cheer for him. Gazing ahead of him, he saw Deku in his fucking toy, cradling that long-haired bitch in his arms. Her face was all swollen and bloody after the beatdown he unleashed upon her. Then shitty nerd put the slut down and stood up. But there was something wrong. The posture and those green eyes, all about this bastard screamed menacing and dangerous. But Katsuki didn't take a step back. If Quirkless Freak wanted to fight, then he would gladly do it, showing who was the true winner. You are nothing more than villain. Deku told him in the voice that could freeze one's blood. Before he could ask a question, what nerd meant by that, there was a sudden flash of light and something scorching hot hit him on his chest, but it didn't make him fall. Peeking down he saw a huge hole right in the center of his chest. Katsuki woke up abruptly, gasping for air. His hand darted to his torso, patting it. There was no hole. He was all sweaty and his bedsheet were wet. He just realized that he, Katsuki Bakugo, was scared and literally pissed himself from fear. Chapter 38. May was excited about today. And it wasn't about it being a weekend, meaning the ability to make babies all day long. No, the reason for her ecstasy was different. Izuku and Momo proposed that it was time to meet with everyone's parents. At first she didn't really get it, but in her head it meant spending more time with the two of them, which always was good. So the plan was made. During Saturday they would see her family, hang out a bit and then go to Izuku's place. On Sunday they would go on a date, ending it at Momo's. Right now she was leading her boyfriend and girlfriend to her home. She lived in a rather peaceful neighborhood that was near a huge mall and commercial area on the suburbs. While walking, she showed them a small park, where she tested some of her first babies. She still didn't understand why she was banned from entering it. It wasn't her fault that one particular baby kept exploding. Her house was a one-story building with a simple shape and garage. There was an attic, that her parents renovated to make rooms for all of them. Unfortunately, there was no garden or some kind of courtyard to test babies, but it was okay now, seeing as she had the UAS facility to do it. Inside was decorated nicely, at least that was what Mom said. Woman was the interior designer, so she had to know. Sitting them in the living room, that held a lot of family pictures on the walls, May called her parents. It was finally the time. First, Dad came. He was tall and had broad shoulders. He had that weird thing for keeping his mustache growing as long as he could, before Mom got mad at him and shaved the whole thing off herself. Then Mom arrived with a tray of snack and teas. The two of them were somewhat similar in body shape. They were small, had large chest and amber eyes. Actually, now that she thought of it, the only thing she got from her dad was the pink color of hair. Genetics were weird. She peeked at her lovers. They were slightly tense, but kept smiling. Glancing at Dad, she saw him making that silly, strict face that never worked. Especially with that ridiculous mustache of his. May, can you introduce your friends to us? Mom asked politely. Grabbing their hands, she grinned widely. Those are Momo and Izuku. My girlfriend and boyfriend. There was a silence, which was strange. In her home, things weren't really quiet. Someone always did something. Dad sighed loudly and looked at her with weird expression. Honey, I'm glad that you're trying to keep our hopes high, but really? Making androids to show us that you won't be alone, he said, somewhat saddened. And that was really weird, seeing as he was a jokester. Mom hit him hard on the shoulder. Dear. Suddenly there was a loud laughter from Dad. Sorry, I just couldn't let this opportunity to pass, he stated, before cackling some more, dragging Mom into it. Are they always like that? Momo whispered, visibly troubled by the situation. Yeah, it's normal here, she replied with a shrug. Well, at least now we know why May is so optimistic about everything. Izuku said quietly with a chuckle. She quirked her brow at that, not knowing what he meant by this. Her girlfriend nodded at his words. Whatever they had on their minds must meant something good, so she just smiled at them. I'm sorry for my husband. Don't mind him. Mom said, smiling apologetically at them. My name is Mieko and this clown over here is Daisher. It's a pleasure to meet you. Momo said, bowing her head lightly. Yes, we're glad to be here. Izuku stated, mirroring the bow. After that, her parents started to ask some questions that, according to internet, were basic on those types of occasion. Things like how they met, how long they were together, some plans for future and so on. Then Mom took out, seemingly from nowhere, an album with baby pictures. What followed after this was nearly an hour of her parents telling stories about her childhood adventures and her boyfriend and girlfriend making an awe at her as a kid. May didn't understood why they were doing it, but seeing her family and her lovers interact like that was a good sign in her mind. Still, I didn't know that you have a brother. Momo said, pointing at the picture of her and older boy tinkering with an engine. I didn't say anything. She was a bit surprised by that fact. Nope. Izuku commented, before taking his cup of tea. While we're at it. Dad begun, a smirk on his lips and glint in the eye. How many babies are you planning to have? Her boyfriend coughed violently, choking on his drink. His face was all red. Peeking at Momo, she saw the girl in similar state, touching her cheeks and mumbling about not being ready. But we already have babies, May said with furrowed brows. She already had babies with Izuku and about to make one with Momo. All of their inventions were their precious, beautiful children. Mom chuckled with an amused smile on her lips. I agree with my husband. Seeing as our son is a lost cause in relations with girls. Then she gazed at her. And what we mean are real babies. From flesh and blood. She felt her face heat up, matching the state her lovers were in. Real babies, they're real kids. Up until now, she never thought about it. Even after reading about it on the internet, she never considered that in the future they would have children on their own. Not only their inventions. For the rest of the day she wondered if her kids would have fluffy, pink hair and green eyes. The visit in handsome household went well in Izuku's humble opinion. Mei's parents were easygoing, bright and caring. He could easily see all those traits in his girlfriend. As for the kids' talk, he was sure that they would connect well on that matter with his mom. But now he was dreading about the meeting with his parent. Knowing mom, it could involve a lot of tears. Like literal gallons of it. Just before entering their flat, he looked at Mei and Momo, giving them uneasy smile. Fair warning. My mom tends to be really emotional. His comment made them quirk their brows with quizzical expressions on their faces. They would have to see for themselves. Opening the doors and letting them coming first, as a gentleman he was, he called. Mom, I'm back. And I brought guests. Guests? You didn't tell me anything about it. He didn't. He wanted it to be surprise. Mom came and stood in the corridor, gazing at them. He saw her eyes light up at his companions. Smiling widely, he took girls' hands and lifted them up. Mom, those are Mei Hatsum and Momo Yayorozu. My girlfriends. At first there was a silence, that meant Mom getting over a shock and wrapping her head around the bomb that he just dropped at her. But after a few seconds tears of joy flowed from her eyes freely. My baby is growing up. Mom exclaimed in joy. What followed was them watching as she fretted over not being dressed for the occasion, not having a prepared meal or cake, their flat not being clean enough and so on. It was somehow amusing to watch. He left them in the living room as he went to prepare drinks and snacks. Coming with the tray, he saw something that would no doubt left him utterly embarrassed. Mom was showing his baby pictures. How? How did she found those albums? He made sure to hide them yesterday to not allow this situation to happen. Did Alan betray him yet again? There was one particular picture that made girls stop. Him as a 3 years old, dressed in all-night onesie with a hood on, smiling brightly at the camera. His girlfriends were somehow enchanted by it. Cute. Momo whispered, her cheeks dusted with pink. Bunny. Mei commented with shining eyes. Putting down the drinks, he snatched the album, much to the chagrin of the girls. He sent Mom an annoyed look. She just smiled at him innocently, most likely enjoying his misery. They sat in silence for a few moments, before Momo said. I can't help but ask. Why aren't you asking us about anything, Midoriya-san? Mom smiled kindly at them. You can call me Inko. As for why? Izuku told me much about you too. He did, they asked in sync. Yes. Almost ever since he started high school, every day when he comes home, he tells me about what the three of you did. Then she gazed at him with slight annoyance. But what he didn't inform me was the fact that you three were dating. I just wanted to surprise you, he replied weakly, scratching his cheek. Hey, Izuku? Where is your dad? Mei asked in curiosity. He frowned a little. His dad was sort of a sour subject for him. He's away. He's working as a delegate between companies in USA and China. Mom explained in slightly somber tone. China? Momo questioned, gazing at Mom. Yes, Hisashi is Chinese, so he knows language well, which proved to be beneficial for getting a promotion. I guess he's rarely at home? Mei questioned, touching his hand. Yeah, last time he was here 2 years ago. Not even for a week, he said with small scowl. It may seem heartless, but he didn't care much for a man who was absent in his life since he was 4. It was more about his mom, who was saddened by the lack of her husband. Now, enough about it. Mom told them, waving her hand. Actually, there is something that I want to ask you. Alarms rung inside his head. He knew that happy, dreamy tone Mom just used. He knew it too well. He needed to save the day and not let her. When can I expect grandchildren? His girlfriend's adopted probably a new shade of red. He groaned loudly, throwing his head back. God really must hate him. Momo was overjoyed. Their date consisted of going to cinema to see a movie that all of them were interested in, and then a walk around the small carnival that came to the Mizutafu. Now they were nearing her home and she could say that she was getting slightly nervous. While she was sure that Izuku was now loaded, her living conditions were the most luxurious among the three of them. Not that the homes of her boyfriend and girlfriend were bad. She admitted in her mind that Mei's parents were just like she imagined them to be. Hatsum family was a lively bunch of people. As for Enko-san, she could see the similarities between the woman and her boyfriend. Not only in their looks, but in the characters. Although now she was sure that Izuku was mixed. He never looked like full-blooded Japanese to her, not that it was a problem for her. She stopped next to the intercom and punched a code to open the gates to her home. Turning around, she witnessed her lovers gazing blankly at the building and its surroundings. What's wrong? She asked, slightly scared of potential answer. Izuku looked at her and gave weak chuckle. Momo, sweetie, I think we need to redefine your word for house, as it's not correct at all. Mei nodded dumbly, still taking the sights. She didn't understood them. Sure, her house was a giant mansion that had a huge courtyard and lovely garden, but it was normal to her. Maybe this had something to do with being filthy rich, as her classmates put it. Dragging them inside and navigating to the living room, they were greeted by her parents. She told them earlier that she would come with guests. And seeing as they wanted to meet Izuku earlier, this was a perfect opportunity to surprise them. It was often said that she was a carbon copy of her mother. She had hard time disagreeing with it. She was as tall as her, had the same figure, even similar voices. Only difference was with their eyes, that she got from her father. As for the father, he was a tall and lean, with some cat features, such as having longer canines and sharper nails. Sometimes even his behavior was the one of that animal. Taking naps during the day and wanting to be pet nonstop. Momo, who are your friends? Mother asked. But there was something strange in her tone. Like she was expecting something. Taking hands of her lovers, she smiled lightly. Mother, father, meet Izuku Midoriya and Mei Hatsum. My boyfriend and girlfriend. Yes. Mother exclaimed joyously, striking a victory pose. Then she turned to her husband, who had a sour expression. Pay up. Her jaw went slack. This was a complete opposite of how her mother behaved. Normally in public, or while having guests, she was a prim woman who didn't have a head in the clouds. At home she dropped the act, showing her affection and telling her that she loved her deeply. But this? Father pulled out a wallet and handed out a rather generous stack of money to Mother, who took it and hid in her pants. Sorry for the scene. My wife is a gambler through and through. When our princess started talking about you two almost every day, she made a bet with me that Momo is polyamorous. Father explained, before grinning widely. Also, nice to see you again, kids. How is the company? Hi. May happily replied. Hello, sir. So far so good. Izuku said with a small nod. She blinked at them. Wait? How do you know each other? I've spent most of my time with them on their internship. Father answered with a shrug. Then he turned towards her boyfriend. You don't seem surprised. Teen chuckled slightly. I had my suspicions. After internship, I checked the Mayushiro site and saw you and your wife on some of the pictures there. Smart boy. Mother commented with smirk. After sitting down on the couch, maids delivered tea and biscuits. Right now Momo had no idea what to expect. She was sure that her parents didn't know Izuku and May, but looks like she was utterly wrong. She was pleased, seeing them talk normally with each other. Fortunately for her, there wasn't any album with her baby pictures or embarrassing stories from her childhood. Although she wished that her parents would stop calling her princess. She was too big for it. Now that we've chatted a bit, we would like to ask you some questions, Izuku-san. Mother said, making her boyfriend tense a bit. Were you the one that saved our daughter from the fall during exercise? Father asked gravely. She was a bit surprised by this. While she herself didn't tell a thing about it, she knew that Principal called them to inform of the unpleasant incident. Now that she thought about it, her parents were pressing any charges against Bakugo, meaning that Nizu-san must have left something to himself. Yes, sir. Izuku answered, sitting straight. We wanted to thank you for that. Mother said with kind smile. That and for serving justice for what happened during festival. There's another question we wanted to ask you. And we don't want to be rude, it's just human curiosity. Father explained, sounding genuine about his intentions. We know that for the rest of your internship you've spent under a hero. Are you, by any chances, planning to become one? Almost instantly she took his hand in hers. May joined her palm soon after it. She remembered that it was something akin to a taboo subject for him. Mostly due to the treatment he gained from society, which always saddened and disturbed her. He smiled at her and their girlfriend, squeezing their hands lightly, before turning to her parents. My mom once said that my first word was hero, he said with small chuckle. Becoming a hero is a dream of mine. And while I do lack a quirk, I have my brain that I've packed with all sorts of information. Someone made me realize that a person doesn't need one to become a hero. That my actions are more important than having a flashy superpower. His tone was serene. I take that you're planning on using that armor of yours to become one. Mother said in knowing voice. Yes, ma'am. She watched as her parents talked for a moment in hushed tones. She changed her position on the couch to allow her and May to hug Izuku. She knew that he still had some doubts about being a hero after what happened with Stain, so that their comfort was needed. He looked grateful for it. Suddenly her parents stopped their talk and turned to them, smiling lightly. We've decided to support you. Mother said, making them raise their eyebrows. What we mean by that is that you have the support of our family and company. For the record, we're not doing it because you're dating our daughter. Father explained further. There was no way that she could hide her surprise and joy for their decision. I don't know what to say. Izuku whispered loudly. Mother smirked slyly, which didn't sit well with Momo. You can start by calling us Mom and Dad. You too, May-san. Her girlfriend nodded happily, no doubt glad that she didn't need to be formal. Her boyfriend went absolutely red on his face, mumbling something under his nose. And her? She though, that after living all those years with her mother she knew the woman well. But apparently she was greatly mistaken. After some more chatting, she accompanied her lovers to the train station. She wasn't exactly ready to kiss the two for the goodbye in front of her parents just yet. But she was glad that they liked Izuku and Mei. The thought about them being against her relationship utterly terrified her. When she came back, father called her to come to the TV. He said that there was an announcement about the new hero law. This was a bit unusual. There weren't many changes to the existing hero laws, and a new one being made was really surprising. Nonetheless, as a future heroine, she needed to know them all. So she went to the living room and listened to the speaker. But quickly her and her parents' faces fell. Momo felt some tears escape her eyes. The news shattered her, but she feared about what it would do to her loved one. Chapter 39. This is fucking bullshit. Nizu couldn't agree more with Aizawa-san's statement. He himself wanted to scream out to the world the injustice that had happened right under their noses. He even checked if it wasn't against the human rights, to look for solution. Isn't there some kind of the loophole? Yagi-san asked hopefully. He sighed loudly, looking at his paws. Unfortunately no. The quirkless hero ban law, while simple in its content, is foolproof. No person without a quirk can do any job related to heroics, be it patrol or investigation. The room fell in the eerie silence. Everyone tried to digest the information to the best of their ability. Not that they could, even 3 days later after the announcement. Can't you do something, All Might? As a number one hero, you do have some political leverage, Aizawa-san suggested, massaging his forehead. Yagi-san shook his head. Against the nearly 100% government approval? Doubt it. Hiro clasped his hands together and peeked at Nizu. How is young Midoriya dealing with it? Bad, terrible, horrible. I don't think that there's a word to describe it, he said, greatly saddened. If Yaoyorozu is any indication, then Midoriya must be 1,000 times worse. Aizawa-san told them, falling lifelessly on the couch. I had PE with 1D today. Bakugo seemed strangely satisfied by the events, he added with disgust. It was at the moments like those that Nizu wished to never have a quirk and just be a simple animal. Momo couldn't really focus on the lesson. Her mind was occupied by what was going on with her beloved Izuku. He was there, but at the same time wasn't. From Mei, she knew that he did nothing during classes. 0 notes, 0 answers, nothing. He didn't talk, even to them he barely ushered a greeting. During lunch breaks he just slowly dragged himself to launching station, sat against the wall and stared lifelessly at his armors. There wasn't even a twitch of a muscle. He just sat there until the school was over and went home. She and Mei tried to do something, anything really, just to make him more alive. But he didn't react to their actions. The most they got was an empty stare and hollow smile. It was so wrong. It broke their hearts. But she couldn't blame him. The government basically trampled and ripped to shreds his dream. Something he worked all his life for. What was worse, when the interviews with some heroes were made, they admitted that it was a good move that would further guarantee the safety of people. She couldn't believe their words. She felt her own desire to be a hero slowly fade away, disgust filling her. What truly got her ire was the reaction of her classmates. While some voiced their concerns about the law, many, shamelessly in her opinion, said that it was for the good. Someone even called quirkless people a liability on the field. Did they forgot who made most of their equipment? Did they truly didn't care for the injustice that was happening around them? From time to time she sent a somewhat hateful glance at Todoroki. It was his father's, this bastard's fault. Man didn't hide his involvement on the matter, proudly stating that he voiced his fears to the politicians and kindly asked them to set up a new law to protect part of citizens of Japan. What a load of utter bullshit. Boy himself was very quiet and avoided commenting about the matter. He looked like he was deep in his thoughts, but Momo didn't really cared for what was inside his mind. She, alongside her parents, checked that outrageous law, trying to find any sliver of hope. They didn't. She even called her uncle, who was part of the government. He didn't have a solution either, but at least she was pleased that he was on the side that opposed this tasteless joke. What made her crack a tiny smile was the reaction she saw at the forums in USA, those that were dedicated to Izuku and him being an Iron Man. She remembered how she, her lovers and Toshi made a video showing her boyfriend suiting up and taking a small flight, then updated it on the internet. Just to please the fans. People there voiced their uproar against the situation in Japan. To show their support, they planned to organize a massive protest right in front of Japanese embassy. She wasn't sure how nearly 500,000 people would fit there, but she cheered on them. If she didn't have more important matters to worry about, she would most likely go there herself. When the bell rung, she left the classroom and made her way to the support department building. She hoped that today she and Mei could bring their Izuku back to them. Mei stood next to the workbench. Before her lay the parts of the baby. It was simple, really. Just take those pieces and assemble them correctly. Nothing difficult. Except now all she wanted to do was to trash the lab, just to get all those freaking emotions out of her chest. But that would mean she would have to damage her babies. Their babies. But what was the sense of it all, if Izuku wasn't here? Past those days, she stood there in the entrance to the launching station, gazing at him. Unable to do anything. She felt so pathetic. She should be there for him, but seeing him so broken, so not Izuku, she didn't know how to proceed. From the looks of it, Momo didn't know either. Mei? Her girlfriend called, coming into the workshop. Is Izuku still there? She shook her head. He went home earlier. Great, even her voice sounded pathetic. Girl fidgeted slightly, biting her lips. Furrowed brows suggested that she was thinking really hard. Have you tried? What? She shouted, startling Momo. We've tried talking, hugging, proposing activities, but he's always silent. Tears flowed down her face. She closed the distance between them and hugged her girlfriend tightly. Sorry. She whispered, her voice cracking at the end. I shouldn't scream at you. It's just, I don't know what to do anymore. They moved on to the beanbags, embracing each other. Momo joined her in weeping. Both allowed their hearts to let out their distress. This is unfair, she stated in barely audible voice. I know. Girl replied quietly, combing through her hair. Suddenly she stood up, dragging her up. Her face out of nowhere had determined expression. Come on. We're going to Izuku's. She didn't question this. After quickly changing to her school uniform, they walked to the station and caught the train. The ride was quiet, but they didn't need to exchange words to form a plan. It was pretty vague, but for Mei it was good enough. Help their boyfriend, even if it meant not leaving his room for a year. Inko opened door for them. Woman looked exhausted and eyes were puffy, which didn't sit well with Mei. She liked Izuku's mom. Inko smiled sadly at them. He's in his room, she told them, ushering them inside. They nodded at her. And while she wasn't good with reading between lines, as people called it, she understood the secret message. Please, help my son. No worries, Mama Doria, she thought. Entering into the room, they were met with nearly absolute darkness, save for the light of the monitor. Izuku sat on the chair and watched a video of All Might. Allow me to say those words to you. You, young man, can become a hero. A splendid one at that, no doubt. So carry on with your dreams and change them into a reality. Hiro said in a proud and friendly manner. May blinked at this. It seemed pretty personal, like this had happened to her boyfriend. She peeked at Momo, who also was interested in video. Izuku? Her girlfriend asked in concern. He didn't move much, nor give the sign of acknowledge to their presence. She opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out. He believed in me. Boy stated in raspy voice, that was barely hearable. He, Stan, Mom, Principal. He turned to them, showing the wrong, hollow smile that she wanted to wipe out from his face. It didn't suit him at all. And you too. You all believed in me. Sorry. Her body moved its own. She tackled him, sprawling them onto his bed, chair falling onto the floor. New wave of tears escaped from her closed eyelids. She felt Momo join them, her hiccups echoing in the room. Why? Why did he want to apologize to them? It wasn't his fault that those idiots in government didn't want him to protect Japan. How blind could they be to not see just how great of the hero he could be? But they screwed it all up. His dream, her resolve to be a hero, Momo's spirit to become one. Suddenly she sat up and rubbed eyes aggressively, getting rid of the tears. Her face had fierce expression. Screw them, she stated, maybe a tad too loudly. Screw them. If they don't want you to be a hero, then neither me or Momo will be. She gazed at them. Izuku was utterly bewildered by her words. As for their girlfriend, she rose up and nodded at her. I agree with May. Screw them. Girl said with a huff. If Japan doesn't want us, then we move away. USA, China, Germany, Great Britain. Anywhere in the world. Just together. She nodded vigorously at her statement. Momo was right. Anywhere in the world, as long as they were together. Because to her only that mattered. Their boyfriend gawked at them, his mouth moving like the one of the fish. Are you sure? I don't want you to force. She put the finger on his lips, silencing his ridiculous speech. We're not forcing ourselves, you big dummy. Yes, Izuku. We do it because we want to. Girl said in loving tone. There were tears in his eyes. He grabbed them and pushed down, mashing all their lips together. It was a messy kiss, filled with passion and gratefulness. In her mind, this was the best kiss they ever had. I love you, he whispered, combing through their hairs. Me too. Momo replied, purring lightly. Me three. May said cheerfully, nuzzling as close to them as she could. He was an idiot. Correction. He was a fucking moron. Izuku was so angry at himself. That atrocious law got to him, harder than he imagined. And while he was wallowing in self-pity, he didn't see just what he was doing to those that cared for him. Sure, he had right to be mad and express it how he wanted. But to make his precious mother and girlfriends cry because they couldn't get to him? He was pissed at himself. May and Momo were right. Screw them. World was a big place and they could go anywhere to be a heroes. Those idiots may have banned him from being one in his motherland, but that didn't mean he still couldn't turn his dream true. After getting over their emotional high, and the make-out session that somehow took place, they all agreed on the plan. Seeing as USA, while having slightly different hero laws, was more accepting towards people, they set their sights at it. So after graduating from UA, Momo wouldn't take a part in hero course ending exam. All of them would take SNHQT, aiming to utterly destroy it. While that stupid law didn't allow him to be a hero in Japan, it never said anything about becoming a hero here. He let out a chuckle that could be described as evil or malicious. He would make Japanese government and people who supported this change pay for it. Alan, here's what we're going to do. Chapter 40. Tsukasa Tariki was a man who knew how to rise to the top. And with that knowledge he became a Prime Minister of Japan. He was a prideful man, one that didn't hesitate to show his power and influence. He managed to get selected twice for this position, because of it. Of course politics were dirty, everyone knew that. He learned how to play this game, becoming a player, not a pawn. He made deals that benefited him, offered his help, or he could gain something. He could say that without a doubt, he was one of the biggest fishes in Japan. If not the biggest. So when Endeavor called him, offering a juicy deal, he immediately took it. Who would be stupid enough to not use the possibility to gain armored soldiers and heroes? He was sure to exploit the genius of that little kid to the end. This is a fucking mess. Tsukasa screamed into his phone. 3 weeks. 3 weeks ago he pushed that law Endeavor wanted. To break that Midoriya's spirit. Kid wanted to be a hero using the suit he wanted. So listening to number 2 hero, they took away this possibility from him. Agents that were put to observe Midoriya reported that during first few days, he was utterly destroyed. Which was a fantastic news. They planned to come to him, offering him a contract to sell that armor, using his heroic heart, or some other bullshit, against the kid. It's not my fault. Endeavor replied with huff. I don't care. This brat revoked the fucking license for those reactors. We're losing trillions because of this. Tsukasa threw the papers of his desk. Now that son of a bitch, Minister of Energy, wants my head for it. Calm down. It's not a tragedy. Right. It's worse. Have you heard the news? Miyashiro Industries and Marvel Industries are doing a fusion and are planning to move to freaking USA. One of the most powerful companies in Japan. If they leave, our economy is going to shit. And at the top of it? Massive protests from quirkless and people with minor quirks. So do something to prevent that. I'll try to think of the way to get the suit and reactor from this brat. With that the call ended. Tsukasa fell on his chair, releasing a long, frustrated sigh. He would needed to get this train back on track. He couldn't go down to history as a prime minister who ruined his country. Sir, his aide said through intercom. You need to see this. Turn on TV on any news channel. He grabbed a remote and turned on the television. Selecting his favorite news station channel, he saw All Might in the suit, standing before the gate of UA, flanked by Principal and some hobo. Thank you all for coming today. As you are aware, I want to make a statement regarding the new law. Hiro took a moment to let his words sink in. I will keep it brief. I'm disgusted by this law. To think that such a horrendous thing would take place in Japan. And, although it pains me to say it, from now on I will not do my hero job in my homeland. I hadn't spent my life fighting injustice to allow things like that happen. This isn't the society I want to protect. This is all. Thank you for coming and listening to me. TV was broken by the remote thrown at it. Izuku watched the press conference that took place not even a minute ago. At first he was flabbergasted. When All Might came to him about a week ago, saying we, quirkless, need to stick together, he didn't understand what hero meant. He didn't even try to wrap his head around the information of Yagi-san being like him. But now, after watching the show, he joined his girlfriends in Toshi in laughing about it, while rolling around the training room. That was a pure gold. May said, wiping out the tears. No kidding. I'm not sure if that flaming bastard is overjoyed or pissed off by this. His friend stated, still cackling. We should check the reports for fires then. Momo added, giggling loudly. Izuku took few deep breaths before looking at the teen. You still want to go with us? Toshi glanced at him and smirked. Of course. Who knows before they add new law that says people with villainous quirk are to go to prison or some other shit. Language! Momo exclaimed, hitting the boy on his shoulder. Suddenly the door to the gym opened. Coming through them was no one other than Shoto Todoroki. He kept his gaze low, but slowly walked towards them, dragging his feet against the floor. The expression on his face was hard to read. Almost immediately they stood up. May hid behind him and their girlfriend. He and the girl watched teen warily. What do you want here? Toshi asked, growling slightly at the end. Boy stopped and peeked at them. Then happened something that he never thought would happen. Todoroki got on his knees and bowed in Dejiza position. He glanced at Momo, who was as surprised as he. He would never expect Son of Endeavor to lower himself like that. I came to apologize. Teen said, not moving a centimeter. To you, May Hatsum, for putting your life in danger during sports festival. And for not helping with your rescue, while having the power to do so. He paused for a moment. And to you, Izuku Midoriya. While I didn't know what my bastard father wanted to do, I wanted you to know that I don't have to do anything with it. Ha? You want us to? Hitoshi. Izuku said strongly, pausing his friend. Stand up, Todoroki. When Teen did it, he looked right into the boy's eyes. Remorse, disgust, sincerity, anger, sadness. They all swarmed and passed constantly through the features of the hero student. He turned to May, who was peeking with uneasiness at the teen. Do you forgive him? Girl kept looking for a few moments, before nodding quickly. He released a soft sigh. Well, I don't hold a grudge against you, if she doesn't. So for now, we're cool. Todoroki nodded, a ghost of a smile dancing on his lips. Turning around, boy trekked towards the exit. Honestly, he was surprised by that. He didn't expect Teen to come to them and apologize so officially. Maybe, just maybe, there was still hope for the boy. Hey, Todoroki, he called, making Teen stop. Smiling lightly, he said. If you ever need a support item, me and May can make you a baby. Teen rose his brow and nodded dumbly, before leaving them. That went well. Toshi stated dryly with a huff. You think he's okay now? I think he gets the benefit of the doubt for now. Momo said, pursing her lip. That he got. Izuku mused that maybe in the future they could befriend the teen if he kept his thoughts on the right track. Todoroki looked like he could use a friend. Momo stayed behind in changing room on purpose. She wanted to surprise her classmates with the new costume that her boyfriend and girlfriend made for her. It was mostly maze work, seeing as Izuku upgraded the Creati glasses, now more akin to visor. She looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but marvel at the suit. While it still left nothing to image about her figure, now she was covered from the praying eyes of perverted jerks and paparazzi. It was a full-body jumpsuit that tightly hung to her body. It had 3 layers. First one was a normal material, very pleasant to touch. Next were Kevlar, the one manufactured with the use of quirks to give it desired properties that would protect her from some strikes and weapons, and lastly a special layer that would keep the hairs, sewed into the costume, from the atmospheric conditions. Even in the hardened soles on her feet were hairs. It was in the shade of red with black lines running at her sides. There was also a special belt, something she hoped to use in today's hero training. She didn't know just how many hours she spent looking for a person that could make her hair grow. Fortunately, she had found a woman with such quirk. Ironically, she was a hairdresser. After getting in touch with her and paying for a service, she came and did a job. Momo felt like a Rapunzel when this was happening. Damn, girl. What's with the new look? Mina-chan asked, making all eyes turn to her. Just felt like changing few things, she replied nonchalantly with a small shrug. She caught sight of Suchan hitting Mineta right on his head. Serves him right. But how will you use your quirk now? Ochako-chan questioned, making a circle around her. She just smiled mysteriously at them. Woman needed to have her secrets. Maybe Midnight was really rubbing up on her, due to those extra sparring sessions her mistress made her attend to. Thought for later. As expected, there was a huge mayhem of questions to All Might, due to his yesterday's statement. I stand by my words. Unless there is some kind of catastrophe, I won't do hero job in Japan. Maybe this will teach people something, he stated with conviction. Exercise was simple today. Go into the building, secure the hostage, and don't get caught by the villain team. It was standard and rather boring, but it was a training, so she didn't complain. Her partner was a Shoji-san. While she wouldn't call him a close friend, Boy was quiet and polite to others, offering help when needed, which made him a nice person to be around. For enemies, they had Kirishima-san and Kaminari-san. They could be problematic, especially Blonde Teen, after getting support items from her lovers. But it wasn't anything she couldn't deal with. The building turned out to be a lone warehouse. She looked for an entrance, but windows were too small for Shoji-san to go through. Do you have any ideas, Yayarozu-san? Teen asked, keeping one of his dupli arms with ear to the wall. Gazing at the main entrance, she smirked. Do you think you can break the door open for us? A mouth grinned and Boy himself nodded. Changing his quirk back to arm, he pulled his entire right side back and with a grunt he bashed his fists against the entrance, making doors literally fly out of their hinges. Quickly going inside, they saw that magazine was pretty barren, only some crates here and there. Right in the center was a group of tied-up LMD right in the center of the warehouse. A surprised villains looking at them. That's one way to knock. Kaminari-san commented dumbly. Kirishima-san rushed forward at them, his arms already morphed due to his quirk. Tentacle met him halfway through, grabbing Teen and throwing him away. He gave her a short nod, before running after his enemy. She leveled her gaze at her opponent. She saw him pointing his shooter at her, while smirking. Love the new look, he said, trying to flirt with her. Grinning slightly, she touched her belt and pulled it out, revealing a red-black whip, made from rubber. She cracked it against a floor, making Kaminari-san wince at the sound. Thanks. Charge Bolt shoot out a pointer at her. It was fast, but not fast enough. Using her whip, she hit it in midair, making it fall on the ground with a dull thud. She sprinted at him. While she didn't want to be rude, she had to admit, that boy was. He had hard time with thinking. Especially under a pressure, much like she had earlier. Right to her assumptions, Teen panicked, and shoot out 2 more projectiles that she easily dodged, making sure she didn't accidentally line up for a potential discharge. Now she nearly entered a dangerous territory, that was a close combat. While Kaminari-san wasn't that bad at fighting, he wasn't expert either. But now he could easily jump at her and activate his quirk, taking her out from the exercise. And that was what she waited for. When Boy lunged at her, she jumped to the side and hit him with her weapon, gaining a pained yell from him. Using creation, she made a flashbang, already throwing it at him. Preparing for his quirk, she made a sheet out of resistance material, just enough to cover herself. Flashbang went off, then she heard a crackling of electricity going around her. Making use out of her opponent's temporary blindness, she tackled him, covering completely with sheet. Creating a small canister with a sleeping gas that may use during festival and a mask, she opened container, taking out Kaminari-san from the exercise. Standing up, she glanced at her partner, only to witness him having Kirishima-san in sleeping hold. Villain trashed against the tentacle's grasp, but soon his struggle stopped. Hero team wins. All Might exclaimed loudly, making her cringe a bit. Good job, Shoji-san, she said, walking to the teen. Thank you, Yayorozu-san. I saw a bit of your fight. You became a fierce opponent, he answered, throwing Kirishima-san over his shoulder. She smiled at the praise. All that training with Izuku, Mei, Toshi and her mistress was finally showing of the results. But she couldn't just be complacent with her achievements. She needed to push further. Come on, Yamamoto. Mina-chan whined loudly, looking at her with pleading eyes. How do you do it? You don't show any skin, but still use your quirk? Momo stopped at the exit of their classroom. She was all but assaulted with that question. An idea popped out inside her head, one that would satisfy her more feral side. Turning around with raised brow, she asked innocently. You really want to know? All of the remaining classmates nodded vigorously at her. It's... She paused, dragging it as long as she could. She fought back a sly smirk that was trying to make its way on her lips. A secret, she ended joyously and walked out. The uproar from her friends was a music to her ears, one that she enjoyed greatly. Who would have, though, that messing around with people could be so fun? Just before she left the main building, she heard a loud roar of joy that cracked the windows and made her wish that her eardrums didn't burst. I'm going to be a daddy. Peeking around the corner, she saw a bizarre scene. Mike-sensei laid on the floor, his mouth kept shut with Aizawa-sensei's scarf. Man himself was glaring daggers at the hero, while his face could decide between staying in its usual bored expression and having a giant grin on it. Next to them stood her mistress with face redder than lobster's shell and hand on her stomach. Suddenly all their gazes snapped at her, making Trio blush heavily. I will go, she said, quickly making her way towards her boyfriend and girlfriend lab. Nizu glanced at the first-year hero teachers. All of them agreed with the reasoning for the change of the ending semester exam. It was truly needed, seeing as villains became more active lately. The USJ and run with Stain proved that students would have a difficult future. So they would use exams as a measurement stick, trying to find any gaps in their teaching and correct it. What about Bakugo? Snipe asked with uneasy voice. While the kid somehow calmed down, he's still a bother in class. Hound Dog said to me that there was some progress in his therapy. For now, we will observe him further and decide later about his participation in the exam, he stated, gaining nods from the teachers. Now, let's proceed with pairing the students. Hey guys and welcome to the channel. Today I will be doing a what if, which is what if Deku was Iron Man Part 9. I did not make this what if fan fiction. The author of this amazing fan fiction is Mr. Kage, so please support their work. Chapter 41. Melissa, along with thousands other people, chanted out the slogans, showing her anger towards Japanese government. Her throat was raw and mouth dry, but she kept going, rage fueling her actions. She, as many others, had a simple black t-shirt with the Iron Man's helmet on the front, while on the back were words "Quirkless Hero" in bright green color. She came here for a week from my island, to join the protest that was going for little over a month now. When she watched the sports festival and saw that boy, who was barely 2 years younger, and his armor, she was astonished. Her attention was completely focused on him, standing up against people with pretty powerful quirks. At first she assumed that he had some kind of intelligence quirk. But then he called that he's quirkless, making her jaw drop on the floor. After the festival she joined many forums about him and his armor. She didn't know that it was based on old American comics. She indulged herself in many conversations and speculations about just how exactly this suit functioned, showing off her knowledge. Then Izuku Midoriya himself joined one of the forums. Needlessly to say that he received a warm welcome. In one of his posts, he hid a message saying that he's going to become a hero. Her respect for the teen rose even more. But with it came a self-disgust. She was ashamed in herself. As a fellow quirkless person, she understood the pain he had to go through. Even if in USA things looked more bright for quirkless than in Japan. Especially now. But unlike him, she gave up on her dream of becoming hero. Boy showed that one could be both inventor and hero. She wanted to meet Izuku Midoriya, but she feared that she wouldn't be able to look straight into his eyes, due to her guilt. While there was no doubt that she had calmed down with explosions, mayhatsome would always be mayhatsome, meaning accidents would still happen. Such as the on the last Saturday. She was experimenting with some chemicals, trying to come up with a suitable mix. Izuku suggested that she could make custom arrowheads that would do all sort of stuff. This was a very good idea. She expected nothing less from her brilliant boyfriend. So while trying out different formulas for her explosive arrow, she did a small miscalculation, which resulted in huge combustion. It wasn't so bad, none of the equipment suffered, only walls were blackened, making them need to repaint it sometime in the future. Puppy, as an adorable child he was, shielded her from the explosion. Well, mostly. Now, May wasn't the typical teenager girl, whatever that meant, but seeing her dreadlocks singed and broken, she knew that she needed haircut. But she refused to run around bald, so she asked Momo to contact that lady with hair growing quirk to help her. While woman kept working on her, just before she was about to make new dreadlocks, her girlfriend touched her hair and complimented it. Seeing as the girl enjoyed playing with her hair, which also caused her a great amount of joy, she decided to leave them at the shoulder length. She kept her usual side bangs, but the rest she put into the one, slightly messy bun, so they wouldn't tickle her neck. She would lie if she said that she didn't worry about Izuku's opinion. Momo assured her that he would love it, just like she did. Maybe this was that typical teenager girl act? You're beautiful, her boyfriend said, cupping her cheek before the lessons. No need to be afraid then. So as you know, final exams for the semester are coming. For the written portion you'll just have to study and hope that stress won't eat you. As for practical part, well, it's rather simple. You'll be expected to build or repair something. Maybe both. So be prepared. Power Loader informed them at the start of the homeroom. Oh, Midoriya and Hatsum, after lunch come to the principal office. He wants something from you too. May turned to Izuku with raised brows. Do you know for what? Her boyfriend shrugged. Most likely something for Hero's course exam. That made sense. They proved that they were reliable with that scanner's modification at the beginning of the year, so no doubt, Principal wanted them to make some cute baby. Being in close relation with man, way he was an animal, would no doubt prove useful in the future. So what do you say? Principal asked, smiling kindly. After hearing out the tasks, he was greatly interested in them. Izuku peeked at May, who nodded, grinning widely. Both are doable. Although I have a proposition for the second request. But I would have to check it first. Understandable. Now, young Hatsum, you can go. I still need young Midoriya for something. Okay. I'll be in the workshop. See you later, she said, peeking him on the lips and leaving the room. So, he asked, curious in what Principal wanted from him. We're going to have a video conversation with someone. Actually, it would be more like you're going to have one. I'll only stay here to witness it, seeing as you're my student. Nizu replied, tapping on his tablet and putting it on the stand on the table. Now, that was something unusual. It sounded as something really important, judging by the way that Principal kept playing with his paws to calm his nerves. Peeking at the screen, he saw that there was no name, just a number. Soon the person on the other side answered, and Izuku couldn't help but scowl. Good afternoon, Izuku Midoriya. Prime Minister said politely with little, kind smile. Sir, he replied, nodding lightly. Personally, he just wanted to end the call and go to the lab. But that would mean potential troubles. Scratch that, he already had problems with government. It's nice to finally meet such a fine, young man. I must say that your performance during Sports Festival was breathtaking. Man's voice was pleasant and with a hint of awe. He wasn't sure if it was fake or not. Thank you, sir, he held back a snort. Now, you may wonder, why am I calling you? It's about a new law and my reaction to it, he stated with edge in his tone. He wasn't stupid to not realize what man wanted. If you want to propose some kind of deal, then allow me to spare your time. The answer is no. Politician let out a short, uneasy laugh. Now. Let's not be hasty. I understand that you may be a bit bitter over it, but believe me. It's for the good of you and people like you. Like me? You mean quirkless? Powerless? Remains of the past, he greatly enjoyed seeing man's face fell. Let's do some math here. Adopting his thinking position and looking up, he took a second to remember the data. While for the world percentage number of quirklessness is 20, for Japan it's about 3. So a little more than 1,200,000. But most of the quirkless population comes from previous generations. Around 80%, if I'm not mistaken. That gives roughly 250,000, who are truly under the protections of this law. It was really hard not to smirk at the baffled expression of Minister. For me it sounds like discrimination. I assure you, Midoriya-san, that everything is perfectly legal. Man's voice lacked that cheerful tone from the beginning. Izuku snorted. Sure as he narrowed his eyes and leaned forward. You won't get my arc reactors or my suit. This is my property. And don't even try to steal them. Or I'm going to make Japan regret it, he said gravely, daring the man to challenge him. Is that a treat, Midoriya-san? Prime Minister asked angrily. A sly smirk showed on his lips. No. That's a promise. You know, that I could easily charge you for threatening country? Politician stated in triumphant tone. You do that and my lawyer will take care of it in less than a day, he countered nonchalantly. Minister snorted. And who's your, oh so great, lawyer? My mom, Inko Midoriya. She's also known as the devil's advocate. Izuku admitted happily, grinning brightly. He really enjoyed how Man's face whitened. He ended a call and fell back on the couch. Great. He basically declared war against the most important person in his homeland. He released a long, tired sigh and rubbed his eyes. He wanted to just go find May and cuddle with her on the beanbags. Then wait for Momo to join them, making it even better. That sounded relaxing, and relax was what he greatly needed now. That went well, Nizu stated joyously. Opening an eye, he peeked at the principal, who was grinning widely. No doubt tremendously amused by the situation. You think? Because I feel like I need to grab the nearest plane to USA. Izuku let out a humorless chuckle. What a mess, he stood up and flashed a smile at Nizu. I'll go now. Good day, Nizu. You too, young Midoriya. Leaving the office, he made his way towards the workshop. He was thinking about the talk with Minister. If push came to shove, he would have to unfortunately leave Japan. He didn't want to play some stupid game of hide and seek or tag. Maybe he could take that offer from my island and go to their academy? May would no doubt follow him. Momo, yeah, she would also go. All three of them promised to stick together, no matter what. He just hoped he wouldn't be a bad boyfriend for them if things kept being so grim. What were you reading during study period, Yamamo? Kyoko-chan asked, falling into the step with her. She smiled lightly. American Hero Law. Why would you read it? The girl questioned in interest. It may come useful if I decide to move there. While Kyoko-chan pretty much was her best friend, after May became her girlfriend, she doubted that the teen would understand her reasons. No one in the class knew that she was dating baby-making duo. And for now she wanted it to stay this way. Not bad idea. Things aren't looking great in Japan right now, the girl said, scowling a bit. See you tomorrow. She was pleasantly surprised by Kyoko-chan's comment. She remembered that the girl, while not entirely okay with new law, admitted that it was for the best. Like most of the class. The only ones outright saying that it wasn't fair were Ida-san, Tsuchan, Kota-san, Shoji-san, Kirishima-san and Tokoyami-san. And today Todoroki joined on their side, most likely taking part in class conversation for the first time. Even if it was only to tell 2 sentences. She sighed silently to herself. She hoped that maybe someday they all would see just how messed up this quirkless hero ban was. When she came to the lab, she saw that Izuku was in his school uniform, kissing May for the goodbye. Oh, Momo, he said, turning to her. Your parents called me. They want to meet and check some papers. Right, the fusion of their companies. It was a pretty big deal, considering that her parents agreed with great joy when her boyfriend proposed this and relocation to USA. Miyoshiro opened new branch in America a few years ago. It was doing somewhat okay, the biggest obstacle being the powerful competition from Norstein Corporation, which dominated the market. Kissing her girlfriend for goodbye, she accompanied Izuku on the way to her home. Due to being an heiress to the Miyoshiro Industries, she had to know how to run a business. She couldn't allow her great-grandfather legacy to be taken away from the family. With her knowledge, she became a somewhat of the aid for her boyfriend, who surprisingly had no idea how to run a big company. He admitted that he left most of managing to Alan, who did many online courses on the matter. What she didn't understood was why he called her a mix between Pepper Potts and Black Widow. Who were those people? She would ask him later. She barely contained her scream in the train when he told her about his talk with Prime Minister. She was part impressed by him standing up to the man, which earned him a big kiss. She was also partly mad at him for doing this and wanted to hit him for the stunt. Following her mistress' teaching, she settled for both. She could only hope that they wouldn't have to flee from Japan in the middle of the night. Turns out there was a guest in her house. It wasn't that uncommon for business partners to come and discuss things. But she didn't expect the Norman Stain to visit. Norman Stain, the owner of Norstein Corporation. His company, while taking part in many markets area, was mostly known for dealing with militaries. They were the #1 supplier for U.S. Army. Man himself was called the Merchant of Death. He was fairly tall, in his mid-40s, with only a few gray hair here and there. There was that strange aura around him, like he would be your greatest friend, but wouldn't hesitate to sell you if it meant money. He spotted them, stood up and walked to them, all while smiling friendly. "Ah, if it isn't the heiress to the Miyashiro fortune," Man said in rather fluent Japanese. He took her hand and kissed it lightly. Then he turned to Izuku, extending his arm. "And Izuku Midoriya, the living Tony Stark. I must say that I'm a big fan of old Marvel comics." "Nice to meet you, sir," her boyfriend replied, shaking the hand. Stain-san pulled out a business card and presented it to the teen. "This is my number. If you want to strike some deals, especially about that suit of yours, then please call." Man nodded to her parents and left their residence, walking like he owned the place. "Momo? Do me a favor and make me a lighter. I want to burn this thing," Izuku stated in disgust, keeping the card as far from him as possible. She chuckled at this. She herself felt abhorrence towards the man. She knew that the boy would never sell his invention and turn it into the killing machine. Would a flamethrower do the work? He flashed her a smile. Even better. Now, we can talk about how to destroy this piece of paper and that chair later," Mother told them, amused by the situation. "Of course, Kayako-san," her boyfriend said, putting the card on the mentioned furniture. There was a gasp from Mother, who appeared to be hurt by something. "You wound me, Izuku. I told you how to refer to me." She shook her head. She was glad that her parents accepted her lovers and saw them as their own. But couldn't they wait with this kind of teasing until they were at least engaged? Which she very wanted to be, not that she wouldn't admit out loud right now or any time in the near future. Stupid teenager girl thoughts and fantasies. "Sorry, Mom," Teen said, blushing lightly. "That's my boy," Mother stated happily. Momo still couldn't wrap her head around it, and she decided that it was the high time to just save her headaches and stop doing it. Chapter 42. Nizu kept watching a truck rolling slowly towards the massive warehouse near Support Department building. By his count it was a fifth one today. And it was barely noon. During last month, ever since young Midoriya funded the building that was made with Cemento's help, the workers from Miyashiro Industries basically came here at dawn and went to their homes at dusk. As for deliveries, those were made non-stop. When one walked near the magazine, they could clearly hear the sounds of heavy machinery in use. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't dying out of curiosity. He wanted to know what was built there. But young Midoriya kept his mouth shut, not even uttering a single word about the project. Teen just smiled mysteriously with that glint in his eyes and said, "You're going to love this." Knowing his student, he would. He just hoped it would be soon. Nizu released a saddened sigh. It was shame that the boy was preparing to leave. If things didn't change, then young Midoriya would leave Japan before the end of the school year. Which was a very optimistic scenario. And with the teen, young Hatsum and Yayarozu. So many talented kids. All because of the greed and pettiness of the people. Ever since All Might's declaration a little over a week ago, Japan pretty much drowned in the rise of criminal activity. Honestly, he couldn't help but think that it was actually well deserved. Although it wasn't a direct result, government pretty much brought it upon itself. And all for an armored suit. Alan, what are the statuses of my mails? Nizu asked, turning to the monitor. Both were received and are waiting to be pushed further. They sure work slow in the United Nations. AI informed with a huff. Considering that they're focusing to help China and Taiwan with those still ongoing revolts, it's not that surprising, he admitted with sigh. Do you want me to send a reminder? Please do, he really wanted the matters to be solved as quickly as possible. Out of curiosity. Why did you wrote that second request? It seems like a pretty bold idea. Alan asked, pulling out the file on the screen. Nizu smiled lightly and hopped down from his chair. He went to the windows and observed the scenery before him. It was a beautiful day, sun was high and shone bright, skies were clear, with only a small cloud here and there. It was serene and made his mind at ease. To make something good out of this whole mess, he replied with conviction. When Momo came to the workshop, she couldn't help but frown deeply. Once again Izuku wasn't here. For the past few weeks he was busy running back and forth between the lab and that warehouse. All she knew it was that he was doing some kind of inspections there, controlling the progress of the project. From time to time he took Mei with him and they both stayed there till late hours. Of course they didn't tell her anything, saying that it was a huge surprise. Because of this their time together greatly diminished and that put her in dreary mood. Training sessions with Mistress helped a bit to get her mind off the subject, but the feeling of emptiness remained. Now that she thought about it, even Toshi trained with her every other day. Apparently he was also helping her lovers on the project. How? She had absolutely no idea. But that still didn't change a fact, that she missed her lovers greatly. But today was her lucky day. Mei was here, working on the holotuple. She didn't see what it was, but that could wait. Her girlfriend had earbuds on, listening to the music and humming silently. A smirk crept on her lips. She made her way towards the girl and leaned a bit, just behind Mei's head. She licked her lips. She was going to enjoy this. Nearing in, she blew a hot air right into her girlfriend's ear. The effect was immediate. The girl jumped slightly, letting out a high-pitched shriek, and turned around with baffled face and rosy cheeks. Taking out the headphones, Mei smiled brightly. Momo! I didn't know you were here. Her girlfriend said in joy. I just came in, she informed, straightening up. She took a step forward, trapping the girl between her and holotuple. Peeking over, she saw that the image on device disappeared. No doubt Alan's work. Well, she would sate her hunger in another way. Putting her hand on the Mei's side, she slowly pulled it up, her fingers tracking the curves of girl's body. Her eyes gazed right into her girlfriend's amber orbs, that were focused entirely on her. She caught Mei's chin between her thumb and index, tilting the head up. She could feel the hot breath on her features. That only caused her excitement to raise even more. Hovering right above her girlfriend's lips, she waited for her move. When she did, Momo turned her face to the side, making the girl miss, earning a cute whine. She chuckled to herself, enjoying the discomfort of her lover. Lowering her face down, she brushed her lips against Mei's, but once again didn't allow a kiss to happen. Torturing her girlfriend for a few more moments like that, she extracted more and more of those adorable sounds. Deciding to grant her partner's wish, she kissed the lower lip, sucking on it slightly. Then she caught it between her teeth and pulled up, making May raise on her toes to not break the contact. Just then she released it. She glanced down, observing her girlfriend's adorable, red face. The girl was breathing heavily, her chest rubbing against Momo's stomach, which in turn added more fuel to her desire. You know, May. Ever since you and Izuku started disappearing to that warehouse to work on your babies there, I became lonely. Very, very lonely. Her voice was low and sultry. Sorry. Her girlfriend whispered, trying to lean for another kiss. She stopped her advance with her finger and let out a giggle that sounded a bit sinister. Oh. I'll make you sorry. Just before she could play a bit more with her cute lover, she felt something brush against her ear, causing her to jump a bit. A hot stream of air hit her neck, making her release a small moan. A hand petted her hair and she fought back an urge to purr. Aren't you bold, Momo? She heard Izuku whisper to her in husky tone. When did he came? She tried to answer, but a kiss with a little suck on her neck make her release a silent gasp. This wasn't supposed to happen. She was supposed to mess a bit with May to calm down her urges and fill in the loneliness. But now she was the one that was messed. Since when did her boyfriend had that in him? She tried to think of something to turn the tables around, but with him petting her hair, making her legs grow weak and her need of some form of physical contact, she succumbed into him ministrations. It only became even better when her girlfriend pulled herself together and begun planting kisses on her neck and jaw. Their hands roamed on her body, sometimes stopping on one place to give a squeeze. All of that turned her on even more, her moans and purrs proving just how much she enjoyed it. And because of this, when someone knocked on the door, she almost screamed in fury for them to go away. Really? Why did people disturb her moment of great joy? She wanted to ask Izuku to ignore it, but he just peeked her on the cheek and went to the entrance. She stood next to May, wishing that it wouldn't take too long. When door opened, her classmate, Ida-san, came in. Following him was a man, who was slightly older, but resembled the boy greatly. He also had some kind of mechanism around his legs and hips, that hissed lowly with every move. Good afternoon, Midoriya-san. Hatsum-san. The teen said, bowing slightly. Hello. Her boyfriend replayed with a hint of surprise. I hope we're not disturbing you. The boy added, looking at them. No, it's fine, she replied, trying not to sound upset. They were, but she would let that slide, for now. So you're the kids who build that prosthesis for me? Man said in grateful and odd tone. Nice to meet you. I'm Tensei Ida, Tenya's older brother. So that was ingenium? She could feel a nice, pleasant aura radiating from him. One that was very suiting for a hero. Man seemed to be polite and kind, he also lacked that booming way of talking that her classmate possessed. No problem, really. We're happy to help. Izuku replied, waving his hand in front of him. Man bowed awkwardly, due to the mechanism. Thanks to you, I'm able to walk. So please, allow me to show mine and my family's gratitude. If in the future you'd find yourself in the need of helping hand, you can count on Ida family. Straightening up, he smiled a bit. She couldn't help but smile. It was a very good gesture and sign. Considering all that happened lately, things like that mattered greatly for her and her lovers. It remained them that not all people were rotten. Out of nowhere, Puppy showed up in the doorway, carrying a paper in his palm. Robot stopped for a moment, gazing at everyone. Then it came forward, stopping right before the Ida brothers. When it rose at hand, Momo expected it to give a handshake. But a Hawaiian peace sign was shown to them. Her jaw went slack, Ingenium and Izuku were bewildered, and from the looks of it, her classmate's soul left his body. Suddenly a cold chill run shook her body. Turning her head to the side, she witnessed May with anger marring her features and something dark in her eyes. It was the first time she saw her like that. The girl crossed her arms under her bust and harumphed. "Puppy, where did you learn that?" she asked in innocent voice, that only empowered the feeling of dread she gave off. Her foot was tapping impatiently. Robot tilted its head a bit. "This bad?" "Very." Her girlfriend almost hissed it out. "So? Who showed you this?" Boys 1B Puppy admitted, gazing at its hand. May released a deep, frustrated sigh. The girl went to the corner of the lab, taking her bow and quiver from the shelf, before making her way out of the workshop. "I'll be back. Punishment needs to be served. No one will corrupt a sweet child of mine," she stated gravely. They stood in silence, all of them utterly stupefied by the scene that just played. Save for the robot, which just kept looking at its palm. Ingenium coughed awkwardly into his hand, an uneasy smile on his lips. That was something. In her mind, she absolutely agreed. She considered making a small prayer for those poor fools that were about to be hunted down by her girlfriend, but she guessed that it served them right. Himiko giggled loudly, dodging yet another wide swipe made by Tamura. Honestly, she couldn't get enough of messing around with that guy. He was just so easy to tease. "Don't you have something better to do, Toga?" Dobby's bored voice came from the booth. "Nope," she cheerfully admitted. "This is like the only attraction this place has." She heard some grumble coming from the leader of the league, but she couldn't understand him. To be honest, this, oh so great, League of Villains was a pretty big disappointment for her. How could they even call themselves a league was beyond her. And don't get her started on the villain part. Tamura just kept rumbling about how he wanted to destroy society, kill All Might, how powerful and supreme this sensei guy was, and so on. All while throwing out some weird, gaming comparisons. He really should get a life. Kurogiri did absolutely nothing except for wiping the glass all day and calming down that sorry excuse of the leader. But he was a sweet, free taxi ride, so that was a big plus. Dobby just kept chilling in the booth, watching the news about that new law and problems it made. But she caught up to the fact that every time Endeavor was mentioned, a wave of negative emotions passed his face. She wanted to know the story behind it. Rest of the guys were peculiar in their own way. A showman. Stain's lover. Guy who run away from the psychiatric ward. And some kind of homicide maniac. She tried to find a way to kill her boredom, but there was literally nothing that could spike her interest. That was until she saw a corkboard behind a bar with the pictures of people. There was no particular order in there, all seemingly randomly pinned down. Scanning over the faces, she saw some pro heroes, Stain, with red X over it, and some of the kids from the sports festival. Her eyes widened at the sight of one person here. She needed to know it. "Hey! Who's this?" she asked, pointing at the picture. "This is Izuku Midoriya," Kurogiri replied, still drying off the same glass. "A fucking cheat character. He's got items from higher floors. He's the one who put a hole in Hero Killer's chest," Tamura said, scratching his neck furiously. "Why is he on the board?" she questioned innocently. "He's a potential threat to us. Depending on how the events turn out, we may need to kill him," Kurogiri informed her. Oh. Can I do the killing part? She asked, bouncing up and down. A blush and a dreamy smile showed on her face. He'd look great covered in red. You're sick, Dobby commented in disgust. Giggling loudly, she exited the bar through back door. She kept her cheerful facade for a few more moments, before it fell. Her eyes narrowed, scanning through the alley between buildings. Confirming that not even a stray cat was here, she fished out a simple flip phone. She had a call to make. Chapter 43. Whoa! Yamamoto, your house is so huge. Mina-chan commented, marveling at the decorations around the entrance. She chuckled at the reaction of her friends. All of them were astonished, taking sights of her home. Which was absolutely understandable. Most of them lived in houses familiar to Mei's or in flats like Izuku. It began with her saying yes to help Kyoko-chan to study for the finals. But then more people came to her and asked for tutoring. She was excited at the possibility of inviting her friends to her and help them prepare. Not only it served as a perfect opportunity to hang around her classmates, but it was also something, what a class president should do. Not to mention a hero in training. So, where are going from here? Kaminari-san asked, still awed at her family fortune. Oh, we're still waiting for someone. They should be here. She didn't get to finish as something slammed into her, almost making her lose the balance. Looking down, she saw Mei, smiling brightly at her, laying her head on her chest, while girls' hands were around her midsection. Hi! Her girlfriend said happily. Chuckling to herself, she lowered her neck to deliver a smooch on Mei's lips. This caused girl's smile to widen even more. Glancing up, she saw Izuku coming in, an amused smirk on his lips. He was carrying 2 bags, his and their girlfriends. He walked closer to them, giving her half embrace and a small, sweet kiss. She really liked those. Sorry, I've tried to stop her, but she just couldn't contain herself, he stated, throwing a look at Mei. Don't worry. Nothing happened, she assured him, cupping his cheek. Ah, if those aren't my future daughter and son-in-law. Mother called, walking down from the stair in the business suit. Hi, Yamama. Mei called, waving enthusiastically. Good morning, Kaya. Izuku begun, but stopped himself, seeing Mother's stern face. Good morning, Mom, he corrected himself quickly. There. Was it so hard? Mother chuckled and pinched her boyfriend on the cheek. I'm going out. Have fun with your study session. Then she peeked to the side and smirked. You may want to do something with them, she sounded really amused. Suddenly she remembered that they weren't alone. Blushing lightly, she turned to her classmates, whose jaws went slack. In addition to that, Mina-chan kept pointing at them and tried to formulate any sentence. You 3 are dating? She finally exclaimed. Yeah. What's wrong about it? Her girlfriend asked, absolutely clueless about the situation. Yamamoto never told us about it. Kyoko-chan informed, still not completely out of her bewilderment. I wanted to keep it to myself for the time being, she admitted with small amount of guilt. Despite all the training she did with Mistress, she still somehow couldn't say to her class that she was in relationship. Maybe it had something to do with all that teasing she so greatly enjoyed. So, why are you 2 here? Do you also have problems with school material? Shiro-san asked, trying to change the subject. Actually, only Mei has troubles. Izuku was here to help me tutor you all. Momo explained. Hey. The girl pouted at her. I'm not that bad. I'm 7th in our class, she stated proudly. Mei, our class has 10 students. their boyfriend said in deadpan voice, looking at their girlfriend with hollow gaze. The girl's face fell and she blinked at them. Oh. Oh, indeed, she snickered silently at May's expression. She looked like an adorable puppy that was sad, because it did something wrong and got an earful from its owner. She kissed her forehead to get her mood back up. Anyway, we should get started. They moved to the study hall, an enormous room filled with tall bookcases. They began from the subject that gave them all the least trouble, which was English. To her surprise, Izuku was extremely fluent with this language, having no trace of Japanese accent whatsoever. She would ask him later about it. She was very pleased when she saw Mei, Mina-chan and Kaminari-san focusing on the lectures. All of them had problems with keeping their attentions for longer periods of time on something they thought as boring. Especially her girlfriend. So during short interval between lectures, she asked her about it. Izuku said that, if I do good on the exams, he will allow me to completely design new armor. The girl said in excitement. So basically she was bribed. Not that Momo had any problem with it. It was a great way to motivate their girlfriend. But still, she couldn't help but pout and gaze madly at the boy. Yes, he questioned her in strained voice. I also want to design your armor, she grunted out, making him chuckle. You can make next one. Hearing those words and seeing that brilliant smile of his, she couldn't stay angry at him. When their time for math and physics came, she let Izuku take the reins. He truly shone in those subjects. He broke down material to the simpler bits and patiently explained it. When someone asked a question, which was rather rare, he answered to the best of his ability. Even she started taking notes from his lectures. I think we should end for today, she announced. Sun was slowly beginning to set down, so it was a high time to stop. I'm beat. Shiro-san said, massaging his temples. Yeah, no kidding, man. I feel like my brain fried. Kaminari-san admitted with long sigh. You sure you weren't using your quirk? Kyoko-chan asked, snickering to herself. A mumbling reached her ears. Peeking at her boyfriend, she saw him in his thinking position, spewing out words under his nose faster than one could comprehend. She could almost hear the cogs turning in his head. Kaminari-san? How exactly do you use your quirk? He finally asked, gaining attention of the whole group. Ha? With that support item, you two built for me, I'm using small discharges. Otherwise I'm putting out one huge wave. The teen explained, looking dumbly. But that always leads me to shortcutting my brain, he added with weak chuckle. Izuku hummed and tapped his chin for a second. Have you ever tried to contain your electricity in one point? Like for example your fist? This way, you could have still used your quirk in CQC without the risk of frying out your brain. That also made her think. Her boyfriend wasn't the only one who was interested in quirks. Maybe you could also use it in a form of shroud around your body? No one would really come to you without getting hit by the electric shock. Wouldn't that also lead to him having some kind of electromagnetic field around his body? May asked, searching through her physics notebook. The three of them indulged themselves in the conversation about her classmates' quirk and possible applications of it. She had so much fun bouncing off ideas with them. Okay. Enough nerding out. You three are making my brain melt. Mina-chan whined loudly. That got them to stop, turning to the group and chuckling awkwardly. Once again she had forgotten about her friends. Wow. I've never thought about that all. I'll give it a shot later at home. Kaminari-san stated, giving them a grin and thumb up. Yayorozu-san, what are we studying tomorrow? Ojiro-san asked. I believe that the only subject left is hero law, she replied, after going through the list of classes in her mind. Oh, May, and I won't be joining you. We've something to do in the school. Izuku informed her with apologetic smile. She frowned a little. She actually hoped to spend the whole weekend with them. Why would you guys join us? It's hero law. Kyoko-chan questioned with raised brows. Because, we're also going to be a heroes. May exclaimed happily, hugging her and their boyfriend. She gazed at her classmates and saw their bewildered expressions. But what got her ire were the looks they directed at Izuku. Like they were doubting him and his ability to be one. And she knew that the teen would be a great hero. But she said nothing. She just kept peeking at her friends, daring them to say something. Midoriya-san, sorry for asking, but you do know that there's the quirkless hero ban law, right? Ojiro-san asked in weak voice. She took a sharp breath, putting together a word beat down in her mind. But before she could say anything, her boyfriend rose his hand and smiled kindly at her. Then he turned to her classmates with a wicked smirk on his lips. Who said, we're going to be heroes in this god-forsaken country? He scoffed at them. Glancing at May, she saw the girl nodding with a glint in her eye and huge grin on her face. She herself smirked, her eyes narrowing. Seeing her friend's baffled expression was a very great way to end the studying session. May hissed in pain when a rubber bullet hit her, but forced herself to move before a drone could fire another one. Hiding behind a tree, she took an arrow from her quiver and equalized her breath. Putting the projectile against the bowstring and pulling it lightly, she peeked from her hideout. Drone, however, roughly 5 meters above the ground, swaying lightly from side to side, making a target shield on its top harder to hit. It was about 8 meters from her position. Steeling her nerves and taking one deep breath, she jumped out, rising her bow and zooming in with her quirk simultaneously. She only needed a second to pass before she released an arrow. Projectile tore through the air and embedded itself right in the center of the shield. Drone lowered itself and landed on the ground, signaling that it was destroyed. Releasing a deep sigh and wiping out a sweat from her forehead, she looked around. So far her current limit of drones that she could fight efficiently was 4. She would add more after getting comfortable with the current number. When Izuku and Momo presented her with this idea about a month and a half ago, she was rather skeptical that it would be helpful. Back then she could barely hit the center of the shield. But now, she could understand why it was beneficial to her. With this type of training, she needed to be constantly aware of her surroundings, keep moving, to be harder target for her opponents and learn to aim under a pressure. This was very useful. But goddammit, those rubber bullets freaking hurt. Once again her body would be bruised. She knew that it was better to suffer now than later, but still. Ouch. Going back to the launching station, she saw her boyfriend tinkering with an armor. Deciding that she did a good job taking out the drones for the whole hour straight, she wanted a reward. And what could be better than spending time with her beloved? Most likely it would be spending time with him and their girlfriend, but she didn't complain much. Putting her gear next to the wall, she walked to him and all but collapsed on his back with loud groan. He chuckled a bit and peeked over his shoulder. How was the practice? I'm sore, she whined, nuzzling against his neck. And I want a reward. Reward? He asked in an amused voice. Turning around, he grabbed her around the waist and gazed at her lovingly. What kind of reward do you have in mind? That hug is a good start, she admitted, getting as close as possible. She felt him kiss the top of her head, which made her smile. She liked when he did that. Tilting her head, she kissed him on the jaw. Izuku lowered his face and captured her lips in the sweet kiss. He always gave her those at the beginning of make-out sessions. Wasting no time, she threw her hands around his head, entangling her fingers in his hair, trying to bring him as close to her as possible. Suddenly a ping from the tablet came. Whenever that happened, her boyfriend had to go to the warehouse to inspect the work progress. She looked at him and pouted. She didn't want him to go yet. He gazed at her and smiled. "This can wait a minute or two," he said, before kissing her once again. Now, that was what she wanted to hear. The written part was simple in her mind. There wasn't anything that she didn't study and her answers were 100% correct. She prided herself in the intelligence department. After the last exam, Mina-chan and Kaminari-san rushed to her desk, thanking her for the help. She was glad that they were confident in their results. Now was the practical part. From what her class heard from Kendo-san, it was similar to the entrance exam for normal students. In her mind, fighting robots wasn't all that challenging at all. Unless there was some kind of additional objective for them to acquire. Like keeping the damage under a certain level. "You, students, are going to fight us," Principal happily informed them. She did not expect that. Fighting teachers, pro heroes, with decade or two of experience over them. Suddenly an exam became a rather hard to pass. Almost impossible. But she would tackle it and push through. She couldn't fail. Another great surprise was the presence of Bakugo here. From what she gathered from the announcement Kirishima-san made, Teen got a chance to go back to the hero course. Apparently his behavior improved and Nizu-sensei agreed to add him. But seeing that scowl on the boy's face and the look he gave to everyone around, she was doubtful about it. From her perspective, he was just the way he was. Going over the pairings between students and matchups, she quickly caught up to what was going on here. They were put against the teacher they had the biggest disadvantage to. Like she and Todoroki, who were against Aizawa-sensei. His quirk not only nullified theirs, but man also possessed a night raven, which gave him an air superiority over them. This would end up badly, if they didn't come up with a good strategy. The only ones left were Bakugo, who didn't have a pair, and All Might, who was in his business suit. Peeking at the Pomeranian, she saw him looking at the hero with weird, excited expression on his features. Number 1 hero apparently saw this too and chuckled slightly. "Before you jump into the conclusions, young Bakugo, I'm not your opponent. Today I'm serving only as an overseer and helping hand to the recovery girl." Firecracker clicked his tongue, scowl returning on his face. "Then if not you, then who I'm going to pummel into the ground?" Blonde asked in anger. Right on the cue, they all heard a sound of the rockets. A very familiar sound to her. Snapping her head up, she saw Izuku diving from the skies at them. Before he could crash, he flipped gracefully in the air and activated his repulsors to slow his descend. He landed in the crouch, between them and teachers. Rising up, he turned his head towards the Pomeranian. "Hi, Kaken." Chapter 44. Bewilderment. Curiosity. Upset. Momo wasn't sure on which of this all she wanted to settle, seeing Izuku here. Why was he here in the first place? She knew that her lovers had a hand in hero course exam, but they never told her exactly what it was. Which was pretty understandable. If they said something to her, she would have an advantage and could prepare. She wanted to voice her thoughts, but a huge, deafening explosion stopped her. Turning to the Pomeranian, she saw his palms smoking, a giant, animalistic scowl on his face, while he was glaring daggers at her boyfriend. This would end up badly, she was sure of that. "The fuck are you doing here, Deku?" Firecracker screamed, taking a step forward. The small explosions danced on his hands. She saw most of her class wincing at the volume. They got used to not having blonde in their classroom rather quickly. I can answer that, Principal said joyously, stepping next to Izuku. This is your opponent, young Bakugo. Young Midoriya agreed with helping us to judge the progress of your therapy. Nizu-sensei paused for a second, letting his words sink in. While others pass their exam by fighting of the teacher or escaping, you on the other hand will be evaluated by the US. Your match will be the last one. She briefly wondered about the criteria of passing the exam for Bakugo, who was gritting his teeth tightly. She gazed at her boyfriend, as if she was searching for an answer. But something else hit her. This wasn't Mark II. This armor was more streamlined around the shoulders and armor on the chest was layered differently. The glass shielding arc reactor and repulsor had a triangular shape, which faced downwards. There was also a slight change in the design of the plates on the stomach area. Besides that, there was more black on the suit. Momo lowered her eyelids and stretched her lips into tiny smile. Izuku, she asked him in the sweet tone. She caught a small wince from him. Good to know that she had that effect on him. Why wasn't I told anything about the new armor? She ignored the snicker from Midnight, who was no doubt proud of her. The teen laughed awkwardly and scratched his helmet, where the cheek was supposed to be. Surprise, he stated weakly. She shook her head in amusement. She could imagine that silly smile he had on his face, while gazing at her with uneasiness. She would extract all the things he didn't told her later. Everyone, please get ready. Board on your buses. Nizu-sensei stated, cutting off any potential conversation. Izuku nodded at her, before taking into the air, vanishing from her sight after passing the observatory center. They would have to talk after the exam. She peeked at Todoroki, who was waiting for her patiently. She saw that Aizawa-sensei flew in the direction of their exam area. Good, that left them with some time to strategize. Any thoughts, Yaoyorozu? The teen asked, after the ride begun. It's clear that we're at the great disadvantage here. Not only our quirks are going to be off the table, but Sensei can easily search for us and attack from the air. She frowned deeply. Honestly, they couldn't get a tougher opponent. I think we should go for the escape. The boy simply stated. This gained her surprise. She never thought that Todoroki would be willing to run away. He was rather prideful in his fighting abilities, but it wasn't that odd with a quirk as powerful as his. Don't you want to defeat Aizawa-sensei? She couldn't help but ask. The teen was quiet for a few moments, gazing at his left palm. I don't want to become a hero who's only using a brute force to solve his problems. She smiled lightly to herself. Looks like Izuku's words really made the boy think about himself and who he wants to be. Her boyfriend really had that effect on people to bring out the best from them. Hello, Momo? Are you there? Mei's voice sounded in her earpiece. Yes. What it is, she answered. She didn't really expect the call. We just wanted to wish you good luck, Izuku said cheerfully. And sorry for not informing you about it earlier. It's okay. I understand. Go and blast through this exam. The girl exclaimed happily, making her chuckle. Catching sight of Todoroki, who was gazing at her with lost expression, she pointed at her headset. Izuku and Mei are cheering for us, she informed. Suddenly an idea struck her. She would need to kiss her girlfriend later. Smirking towards her partner, she said confidently. I've got an idea on how to beat Aizawa-sensei. When Shota proposed that he would take on Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, He was expecting some kind of direct combat or small skirmishes. Mostly from the boy, who really lacked in the teamwork department. Although this changed a bit lately. The teen became slightly more open towards his classmates. Those sessions with Hound Dog were really paying off. But now, after nearly 8 minutes of flying around the exam area, he still didn't caught the sight of either of them. They were still somewhere in this mock suburbs. But the question remained as to where exactly. Barely after the exam begun, he flew toward the entrance. He had some troubles with controlling Night Raven due to those weights Midoriya and Handsome made, but it was manageable. He was trying to catch the two off guard, but all he met was the giant, black smokescreen. Being wary of the potential trap, he shoot out his capture weapon and swung it across the cloud. True to his suspicions, students were gone. And so he began searching around, trying to catch any sight of them. He kept close to the exit gate. If they would come after him this way, then he would take them out instantly. Of course, they didn't, which was a good approach. Most likely it was Yaoyorozu's plan. That girl really had a good strategic mind. And now, thanks to his beloved wife, she could fight. Dirty. If he got a hit to his balls, Narumi would pay handsomely for it. Something at the corner of his vision caught his eye. Swiftly stopping in the air, he faced to the side and saw a small patch of ice. Obviously it was left by Todoroki. It wasn't right. Ice was in the general direction of the gate, but it was still too far away for the teen to make it in one go, before Shota would complete the lap around the area. Was the boy a decoy, trying to drag him away from escape gate for Yaoyorozu to pass? Or did they lay some kind of trap for him? It really didn't sit well with him. Suddenly he heard a low whistle behind him. Dodging on instinct, his gaze followed after the object. Which turned out to be a great mistake, because a projectile was a freaking firework. It exploded with a loud bang and bright light filled his vision. Before his eyesight returned, more of those annoyances were fired at him. He quickly decided to lower his altitude, wanting to get as far away from the fireworks as possible. Somehow he managed to land on some rooftop without hurting himself. Lifting up his goggles, he rubbed his eyes, trying to return his vision to normal. He cursed at himself. Stupid, natural human reactions. Gazing towards the gate, he saw two figures with white sheets over them. Were they trying to protect themselves from his quirks? While it made sense, this also meant that they pretty much were blind at his actions. A grave mistake on the battlefield. He rushed at them, catching up in a matter of seconds. Shooting out his capture gear, he grabbed the hold onto them and pulled sharply. Only to reveal two dummies held by crouching Todoroki. Now! The teen screamed. Turning around in slight shock, he saw Yaoyorozu on the rooftop with a goddamn rocket launcher pointed at him. The girl had a feral grin that reminded him too much about his wife. A net was shoot at him. He wouldn't be able to dodge completely. It was too close to him and projectile was too fast. Twisting his body, he managed to only get his right wing caught. Unfortunately, this caused him to lose the control. Add to it the power carried by the net, and what he got was a painful slam against the house wall that made him groan loudly. He landed completely and discarded his jetpack. It would be useless now. He glued his gaze at Todoroki and activated his quirk, not wanting to get frozen. To his pleasant surprise, Boy ran at him and engaged in combat, not giving him a moment to recover from his crash. Kid improved a bit, Shota would give him that. Ducking under a punch, he slammed his elbow into the teen's stomach, making Todoroki lose his breath. He caught Boy's arm and threw the student over his shoulder, downing his opponent immediately. A quick steps reached his ears. Bending his body, he narrowly avoided a strike from the metal staff. Throwing out a blink kick behind him, he heard a pained grunt. He felt something cold creep onto his leg. Crap! He got distracted and left his gaze from Todoroki. He quickly corrected his mistake and looked right at the bai, stopping the quirk. His shoe was frozen, but that wouldn't be a big problem. Slamming his fist on Teen's face, breaking the nose, he jumped to the side. He looked at his students. They rose up, taking the fighting stances. Yaoyorozu gave her staff to the boy and took out her belt. Of fucking course Narumi taught that girl how to use a whip. Just his luck. Yaoyorozu started the attack by using her weapon. He answered by shooting out his capture gear, making their tool entangle with each other. What surprised him was that the girl began pulling him. In the meantime, Todoroki ran at him, clumsily swinging the staff at him. Easily sidestepping it, but keeping both students in his sight, he kicked the boy with his frozen leg. He wanted to follow with his fist, but Yaoyorozu tugged harder, messing up with his balance. When the teen tried to attack again, Shota juked under the sweep and delivered a strong uppercut to Todoroki's solar plexus, making the boy gasp for the air. Downing him, and planting his leg on the teen's stomach, he peeked at the girl. "You're just wasting time. You can't beat me like that," he stated gravely. He didn't like that smirk on Yaoyorozu's face. It was the one he disliked the most, that basically said, "I know something that you don't." That plus pain. Lots of it. He felt a small pinch on his torso and then he opened his mouth in the silent scream. A stun gun. A freaking stun gun, held by Todoroki. He was proud of them, he really was. But goddammit, he hated that device. His body had fallen on the ground writhing as electricity coursed through it, making him unable to do anything. He felt something tighten around his wrist. Teen Yaoyorozu and Todoroki have passed the exam. Alan's voice carried through the speakers. "Sorry for that, sensei," the girl said, bowing lightly. "Don't be. You did what you have to do in order to win," he replied in his monotone voice. A small smile stretched his lips. Those kids really did a great job. He admitted that he got a bit careless. Those dummies most likely were the reason for his loss. Still though, one question lingered in his mind. How did you disappear at the start of the exam? He still couldn't wrap his head around it. "We've used a manhole near the entrance," Todoroki stated, applying the gauze to his nose that Yaoyorozu created. "After that we've been watching your patrol route for a few minutes and decided our next steps," the girl informed kindly. Shota hummed to himself. "Where did you get the idea with fireworks?" He tried to not sound too angry about it. Yaoyorozu chuckled to herself. "I might have borrowed it from my girlfriend." He sighed loudly. Of course, problem children helping themselves around. But still, if what Nizu told him about the group was true, then he would let that slide. Those kids would become a great heroes. He just knew it. Chapter 45. Katsuki kept doing some exercises for the last 15 minutes. Not much to tire himself out, but enough to work out a good amount of sweat. He was going to literally blast his way through this stupid exam in record time and get back his destined place in the hero course. He didn't belong to those 5th grade characters from Gen Ed. He was a future #1 hero. He'd lost enough time as it was. All he needed to do was to just beat down fucking Deku. It would serve as a good occasion to put the quirkless loser back in the line. He gritted his teeth. It was this shitty nerd fault that he had to undergo those useless therapy with the dog breath. Ever since that stupid dream, Katsuki felt like something wasn't right. He knew what it was, but he never admitted it. Saying that he was scared of Deku would be ridiculous. He wasn't scared of that bastard. Nor that fucking toy. He would blast that thing into smithereens and beat the shit out of fucking nerd. Dog Breath kept preaching to him about voicing his thoughts and emotions, not keeping everything inside and such. There were also those advices about being a hero, the proper behavior and other garbage things. He wasn't one bit interested in that, all that mattered was being strong. All Might was strong and everyone respected him, so there was no doubt that once he took his rightful place as number one, he would get the same treatment. So he decided to play along, seeing this as the only chance to the hero course. It only pissed him off more. Deciding that it was enough, Katsuki walked to the exit of his preparation room and stopped right before the doors. He glanced at the table, where the note from the rat principal was. It was his directives for the exam. He scoffed at it. He didn't need it. All that mattered was showing that he was at the top of the food chain and Deku was below bottom. The most natural thing in his mind. Momo looked around the observation room, taking sights of her classmates' faces. Those who had passed had a gleeful expressions, cheering loudly and talking between themselves about it. Not counting Todoroki, who opted to lean against the wall and quietly chat with Ochako-chan. Well, chat was a bit too much, seeing as the girl made most of the talking. But those who failed looked like a huge rain cloud hung above their heads. She felt bad for them, knowing that they would have to get remedial classes and not go to the training camp. Except for Mineta, he absolutely deserved it for all the perverting he'd done. It's time for Bakugo now, right? Shiro-san asked loudly. Oh yeah. Kirishima-san replied, immediately cheering up. No doubt he's going to pass. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at the statement. She didn't know what Blonde's exam involved, but there was no way that it would be easy. I'm not sure. Midoriya is his opponent. Ochako-chan said in doubtful voice. Yeah. And he had beaten down Bakugo during sports festival. Sato-san added, making most of them think. Come on, guys. There's no way that Bakugo is going to lose. He has his costume now and those stupidly overpowered gauntlets. Besides, isn't that Midoriya guy quirkless? What he can do without the suit? Mineta told them so, sure of himself. Momo tightened her fist. When on Monday her relationship became known to whole class, little pervert howled how the hottest chick was taken right under his nose. She did her best ignoring it. But this? There was no way that she would allow her beloved Izuku to be treated like this. You're wrong. Kaminari-san said strongly. That shocked her and some of the class. The two had rather good relationship and tended to perv together from time to time. Midoriya may be quirkless, but this doesn't mean a thing. He helped us study for the written exams and, alongside with Yaoyorozu and Hatsum, gave me new ways to use my quirk. The boy turned to her and flashed a smile. Besides, most of our equipment comes from him. Jiro's sound gun, Ashido's acid launchers, Ojiro's tail armor, just to name few. If anything, I believe that Midoriya will beat Bakugo again. Midoriya is already twice the hero some of us will ever be. Todoroki added with a trace of acknowledgement in his tone. Class delved into discussion about the matter, but Momo couldn't help but smile. She sent both teens grateful looks, thanking them for standing in the defense of her boyfriend. Doors opened with a hiss and teachers walked in, with Principal writing on the All Might's shoulder. They all stood next to the control panel. Now, dear students. Let's stay quiet and watch this. It may serve you all as a great learning material. Nizu-sensei said cheerfully. The feed from cameras came alive on the monitor, showing the huge replica of some business and commercial district. The most noticeable thing, that made the biggest difference between this and others' exams, was the presence of LMDs walking around the streets. Robots were dressed in cloths, behaving like normal people during the workday. On one camera they all saw Bakugo entering the area, already running down the street, with a small support from his quirk, and looking around, searching for his opponent. On other video they could see Izuku, standing atop the tallest building without his helmet. The object in question was held by Mei. Her girlfriend was wearing her costume, which consisted from a pair of black, combat boots, tight pair of pants and a sleeveless shirt, both black with some pink stripes along the sides. On the girl's back was Baoan quiver. Mei-chan? Why is she there? Mina-chan asked loudly. Momo also wanted to get answer for this question. As far as she knew, only her boyfriend was taking part in this. But of course she could only guess at this point. She heard Principal chuckle at them and peeked at him, only to witness a small smirk with a glint in the eye. All will be revealed in due time, Nizu-sensei said mysteriously. Looking back at the monitor, she saw Mei kiss the helmet, where Izuku's lips should be, and throw it off the roof. Their boyfriend smiled lightly and jumped off, catching the object and flying towards the location where Bakugo was. Momo wouldn't admit it out loud, but she also wished to be there to kiss the helmet. When he was first presented with the idea, Izuku was very, very, very interested in it. It was kind of ironic in his mind, him playing the part in the decision of allowing the blonde menace to be returned to hero course. He knew what the most decisive factor in it would be, but he was more than 100% sure of the outcome. Following the plan laid by Nizu, he flew to the area where Pomeranian was and landed on the building. He stood there quietly and waited. Next stage would begin any second now, and it all started with, "Found you, fucking nerd." That was faster than he expected. Gazing down, Izuku saw Firecracker on the street, who panted lightly from all the running he did. Blonde was glaring at him, a deep scowl as always present. Small explosions danced on the boy's palms, not being one bit intimidating to him. "I'll give you two choices. Get down here and let me beat up your useless ass. Or I'm going up there and then I'll beat up your useless ass." The temptation really was there. To answer and mess around with Pomeranian, just to anger him even more than he already was. But sadly Nizu instructed him to avoid any kind of conversation. However, when he looked closer at Bakugo, he could actually see that giving no reply was pissing the blonde off even more. Was this also planned by the principal? He should ask later. Time's up. Firecracker used his quirk and was literally rocketing toward Izuku. Unfortunately, until Principal gave him the green light that he needed to fight back, the only thing he could do for now was dodging. Which was rather easy, just a quick blast from repulsors in his feet and off he went into the air, Pomeranian passing just a little bit under his boots. Flying away and turning over, to keep his eye on Bakugo, he saw the teen maneuver midair and speeding at him yet again. While this was happening, Izuku caught the sight of LMDs gathered around them and observed the fight, just like every day, normal people would do, when the skirmish between heroes and villains took place. Now that he thought about it, things like that shouldn't really be allowed. The risk of getting caught in the crossfire always existed, especially if someone's quirk was dangerous or affected the wide area, was there and could lead to the injury. "Young Midoriya, shoot down young Bakugo and make the crowd run," Nizu commanded him. Raising an eyebrow, he complied. Taking an aim, he fired the small blast, making Firecracker lose some altitude, but not enough to down him completely. Deciding to literally take the matter into his own hands, Izuku flew at the blonde. Tilting his head to avoid an explosion, he punched Pomeranian straight into the face. And just to make sure, a shot followed, making Bakugo hit the ground painfully. The teen was surrounded by robots in the small circle. Firecracker slowly rose up and spat a blood. Blonde rubbed off the remains of the liquid from his chin and growled loudly. Just before Pomeranian could launch himself up yet again, he fired out a few blasts to scare LMDs off. Following their program, androids began to run away as fast as their machinery allowed them. Some of them hit Bakugo on their way, angering the boy even more. One of the robots was shoved by others and ran right into the menace. "Get the fuck out of my way!" Firecracker growled, catching the LMD and throwing it off him. Android collided with the street lamp and got its head cracked in the process. Since the beginning of the encounter, all of them watched Bakugo trying to advance and get a hit on Izuku. For Momo it reminded a game of tag, but the only problem she could see here was that the Pomeranian didn't possess enough maneuverability in the air to catch her boyfriend. Standing rather close to teachers, she could hear them murmur, commenting the fight as it went. They seemed extremely displeased with how Blonde handled the situation with civilians watching the scene. Which he didn't at all. It was almost like he didn't even acknowledge their existence. She furrowed her brows, trying to piece it together. The scenario here was as close to the real-life situation as it could get. Well, almost. The fact that Izuku didn't fight back until Principal allowed him with a specific command made her think more about the real purpose of this exam. "What the hell?" Mina-chan shouted, vocalizing everyone's thoughts. All of her classmates were bewildered by what Bakugo just did. How could one throw the civilian like that? It was absolutely ridiculous. In her mind, it was the total opposite of how heroes should behave. Peeking at the teachers, she saw that they also were severely displeased by this. Aizawa-sensei crouched next to Nizu-sensei and whispered something, making the principal nod with pensive expression on his face. Nizu-sensei clicked on the communicator. "Young Midoriya, you can engage young Bakugo however you see it fit." His voice was grave and somewhat saddened. "Roger that. Can I use reinforcements?" Izuku asked, while flying off from the powerful explosion. His suit was charred around its torso and helmet. "Yes." Momo raised her brow at this. What did her boyfriend mean by this? She saw Mei earlier, so most likely the girl was part of it. But to her it sounded like there was more to it. "Hawkeye, move to the Sector C4 and make yourself a new nest. Wait for the opportunity to strike. Negotiator, you're up." Negotiator? Momo tilted her head. She heard it somewhere before. One time, when she walked to the lab, she caught her lovers talking about the project with this codename. Of course, they were really tight-lipped about it. Honestly, it started to tickle her off. She would make them talk and spill all of their secret builds. She was going to put down her mistress teaching into the good use. Wait. There are 3 of them? Kirishima-san asked loudly and turned to the teachers. It's not fair. Aizawa-sensei snorted and gazed at them. Life isn't fair. Get rid of the delusions that the villains will play by the rules. Despite his slouched posture, there was an edgy in his voice. Life of the pro hero is a dangerous one. All of you will have to face the challenge of being overwhelmed by the numbers or power, or both. All Might added, looking at them. Once again their teachers were right. Thinking that evildoers won't play dirty was childish. Momo grimaced. The thoughts of potential treats that she would have to no doubt face during her career started occupying her mind. She could only hope that she would be able to face them. Izuku kept his velocity rather low, because of 2 reasons. 1, he needed Bakugo to keep up with him. 2, he had to preserve his arc reactor. Nizu gave him a restriction of how much power he could use. Something about it being the challenge for him. Already he was down to 26% out of his starting 35. He really hoped that he didn't lose all of it before the end. Lifting the armor with just his muscles would be rather hard. Correction, it wouldn't be possible at all. Finally, after flying from almost the other end of the area, he had found the marked spot. Peeking at the map in the corner of his HUD, he saw that his teammates were at their positions. Good, time to get on with the show. Twisting in the air, he fired a repulsor blast. It barely missed, but the Pomeranian stopped nonetheless. The teen still kept his body a few meters above the ground with his explosions, but was wary enough to not rush in. Had enough of this flying around, you fucking nerd? Firecracker shouted, while panting lightly. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Bakugo was sweating like crazy. And while it was a good thing, because Blonde would slowly dehydrate himself, it also meant that he had more ammunition to fire at him. Glancing around, he searched for anything that would help him. He smirked and marked an object on the side of the road. Right under his opponent. Whenever you're ready, negotiator, he said in smug tone. Lifting his hand, the plates around his wrist opened and from them the shocking disc shot out. It missed, due to Bakugo's jerk to the left, but it didn't matter. It was distraction anyway. Pomeranian speed at him, thanks to the huge blast of the teen's quirk, roaring loudly and extending his palm at him. A giant explosion engulfed him, shaking his suit and throwing him back a few meters. Damn, he wasn't prepared for that. Just before Firecracker could follow with another hit, a thick wire entangled around his foot and brought him down. A purple-colored glove punched shocked Bakugo right on the face and sent the teen to the ground with a bounce. Not being the one to let the chance get away from him, Izuku quickly aimed at the hydrant and released a much more powerful repulsor blast, ripping the metal open and unleashing a torrent of water straight at the Pomeranian. Now the explosive sweat was completely neutralized and Blonde's body cooled down a bit. He looked at his teammate and smirked. The negotiator armor mark I was a lot more bulkier than his own, especially around the torso. It was necessary, due to the second arc reactor, more powerful cooling system and a gadget in there. In the back of the shins were additional thrusters, to help lift it up. On arms were especially designed add-ons that held a 3-meter-long wires, that were used as a whips. Those cables could run an electrical current to shock the target. There was also the plating, that slightly covered the fingers. Over right shoulder was installed a gun, that used the rubber bullets as its primary ammunition. The suit's main color was royal purple with secondary being silver and with some black here and there. Negotiator turned to him, the glowing, electric purple eyes gazing at him. Thought you're never going to call. Toshi said with fake hurt tone. Izuku chuckled to himself. He still remembered how his friend was screaming when he got his test flight in full armor. He wasn't sure if it was from the excitement or from the fear. But not, after nearly a month of the lessons the boy could fly almost as good as him. Sorry. You know, how Nizu loves the drama and such, he replied with a shrug. The fuck? You're so pathetic, Deku. You can't beat me on your own, so you called your buddy. Bakugo screamed at them. His hair stuck to his wet forehead. There was a bit of blood running from his temple, but nothing too serious. He watched the blonde stand up on shaky legs, supporting himself with street lamp. The teen spat out some water from his mouth and caught his breath, before glaring daggers at them. Izuku was about to fly down at their opponent, but an alert came. His arc reactor was down to 20%. He clicked his tongue in displeasure. Looks like he and Mei would still need to work on the new power modules. Go and rest. Toshi said to him, landing on the ground. You need to preserve the battery as much as you can. Besides, I want to really test this thing. He could see the excited grin on his friend's face in his mind. He also wanted to see what Negotiator's suit could do. Even if some of the gadgets were banned by the principal, the armor still had more than enough power to overwhelm its enemy. Taking the advice, Izuku sat on the rooftop of the nearby building. A short break would do him well. And his girlfriend was close enough to cover their teammate if things were to go south. Nizu kept his gaze close to the monitor and observed the exam. He did his best to hide his disappointment. Before the test began, he went to the young Bakugo's preparation room. The untouched note made him saddened. He wasn't that sure about the boy's participation in the exam. Hound Dog reported the betterment in the sessions, that the student begun to open up a bit more. Of course there still was that loud and brash attitude, but it could be written off as the teens thing. However, he still had some doubts in his mind. He and the teachers agreed to allow for young Bakugo to take the test, to see how he changed. Turns out he didn't. The crude language remained, although it was the smallest of the concerns. One of the directives was to threat the exercise as the patrol, until he caught the sight of his opponent. But Boy rushed in, using his quirk to speed up the process. It could be written off as the extensive quirk usage without the reason, which normally could get his license suspended for a while. Then the encounter with young Midoriya. It couldn't go worse in his mind. Jumping head in, without the slightest concern about the LMDs, that played the role of the civilians, was the absolute no-no. And throwing the person like that and telling them to get out of their way? That was one of the fastest ways to lose one's pro-hero license. The wild goose chase proved to lead to a damage of a few buildings, especially when young Bakugo unleashed powerful explosions to take down the suited teen. All of them left only a scorching marks on the armor and made young Midoriya lose his balance, but otherwise it did nothing. Then Negotiator came in. That made him smile. When his business partner came to him with young Shinso, who agreed to take part in the exam, Nizu was more than excited to see how it would go. Of course he had to see the suit before the test and set the rules for it. Some of the gadgets needed to be banned, because they would end the exam instantly. For example, the modified sound rifle, that was hidden under the thick chest armor, was a big no-no. Same with some ammunition for the gun. Other than that, he set the suit's starting power capacity for 60%. He peeked at young Yaoyorozu, who watched the exchange between the teens with even greater interest than her classmates. You seem rather surprised by the development. I mean by young Shinso having the suit, he addressed the girl. A small frown with a pout marred her features. They didn't tell me much about it, she admitted with a huff. Nizu chuckled at this. Looks like young Midoriya will have a problem in his paradise. Turning back to the screen, he watched the fight between the Negotiator and young Bakugo. Without his nitroglycerin-like sweat, the teen was powerless against the armor. Although it showed that the problem student had a good instincts, skillfully dodging the whips that left the marks against the pavement. That was until the gun didn't come into the play. A small rain of rubber bullets hit the boy all over his body, downing him instantly. Not giving the teen to stand up properly, young Shinso rushed in, with a small boost from repulsors, and grabbed young Bakugo by his face. With the use of build-up momentum and suit's enchanted power, the student was thrown at the shop, crashing the windows and demolishing inside, stopping only by hitting the counter. Young Shinso, please be mindful with your strength, Nizu said to the communicator. He didn't want to get his student accidentally killed. Also, young Midoriya, please prepare the final act. What's that? Young Uraraka asked, voicing the 1A's thoughts. He chuckled to himself, trying not to make it too ominous. You will see. He was really proud of this idea as it would serve as the best test to judge the blonde teen. Going back to watching, Nizu saw young Midoriya fly away. As for the negotiator, he walked into the building, no doubt to occupy young Bakugo until Iron Man returned. Suddenly there was a blinding light, followed by the sound similar to thunderclap and a massive amount of black smoke. When the feed cleared, all of them saw young Shinso impaled deeply in the wall of the building on the opposite side of the street. The whole front of his armor was charred and the arc reactor's light bickered, turning off after a few seconds. Young Bakugo trekked out from the inside of the shop, a gray smoke coming out from his right gauntlet. A vicious smirk adored the teen's face. Right, it slipped Nizu's mind that the boy had those storage tanks in his costume. That explosion was truly powerful and made him worried about the student from Gen Ed. Examinee rose up his left arm and aimed it at his downed opponent. A finger grasped a pin. He was about to scream into the communicator to stop the teen from doing it, but something hit the gauntlet, breaking it at its bottom, spilling its content on the street. A camera feed changed, showing young Hatsum swinging down from the rooftop with the use of a grappling hook and some durable cable coming from the bow. The girl charged right into the young Bakugo, surprising him with a kick to the face, which made the teen stumble. The archer released the wire and rolled on the ground. Now, that's what he called an exciting development. When he heard, from the lamenting powerloader, that the girl picked up the archery and set her sights onto the heroics, he was thrilled by the possibility of his student becoming one of the greatest long-range hero. Add that to her set of interesting arrowheads and you get a powerful supporting and information-gathering heroine. Young Hatsum didn't really waste time and begun her assault with the swing to the young Bakugo's side. The girl's bow must have been made from some hard and durable material, judging from the boy's pained grimace. Hawkeye, while not the best in hand-to-hand combat, was rather quick on her feet. Using hit-and-run tactic, she kept hitting her opponent and avoiding the swings from the teen. When a small explosions happened, showing that the student's quirk was back into the fray, young Hatsum didn't escape it quite well. Getting hit square in the chest, the girl was downed, falling onto the ground. On the side screen, he caught the sight of young Midoriya flying back, carrying with him the piece for the final act. Fuck them all. That was the only thing that was in Katsuki's mind, and it could easily apply all the meanings it possessed. Fuck that quirkless bastard and his armor for playing around with him like that. Making him chase the stupid nerd all around the city and refusing to put out the fight. If Deku didn't hit back, then it wasn't as satisfying as he wanted it to be. Fuck that side character in another suit. A little pussy with some weak-ass quirk, not being able to do a damn against him. So what if he got shot by those annoying bullets? So what if he got thrown into the building? All he needed was a one use of his stored-up sweat and job's done. Fuck that pink-haired bitch. Destroying his gauntlet, before he could blow up the big toy and kicking him in the face, while swinging down as some bloody monkey. Slut had some nerves to hit him with that freaking bow. But again, his quirk showed just how much superior he was. A small explosion and boom. Bitch eats the dirt. Now to find the fucking nerd and... A sound of the rockets reached his ears. Snapping his head up, he saw the bastard flying to him with one of those annoying droids that tended to get in his way. You've come to surrender, Deku, he screamed and activated his quirk, making small explosions. Quirkless Freak landed a few meters away and placed his hand against the stupid robot's head. No. Shitty nerd said strongly. This only irritated Katsuki more. I've come to offer you something. He snorted and narrowed his eyes. The fuck you have to offer? Not that he was interested in it. Surrender and you will save this and many other civilians. Continue fighting and I'm going to blow this city up. Deku told him with grave tone. That made him pause. Little bastard threatened him. And since when those fucking things counted as civilians? They were nuisances that made things harder. Wait. This was the exam, and no doubt this rat principal had his say in this. And now he had to face the situation where he had to save the day. Just like All Might did every time. All Might was strong. Katsuki was also strong. And he was the future #1 hero. That meant only one thing. Putting his hands behind him, he rocketed at the nerd. Extending his palm and feeling the sweat gather on it, he readied the explosion. He was going to be a goddamn hero, proving that he was the strongest. A horn rung across the arena, following by the announcement. Katsuki Bakugo failed the practical exam. Chapter 46. While there was no doubt that there were some pretty complicated things, physics had some rather simple laws. Take Newton's second law. If the force applied to the object isn't balanced by some other force, then that object starts moving and accelerates. In theory, it could go to the infinity, if nothing stopped it. Same could be said about some actions. Once started, nothing could stop them from reaching its end point. Which is exactly why Izuku was caught in giant explosion, due to Pomeranian's quirk, despite the bullhorn going off. It was a powerful one, throwing him off a few meters, making him painfully hit his back against the asphalt. Even with shock absorbers in the suit, he just knew that in the few hours he would get bruises. Also, he felt a bit dizzy. Great, a slight concussion. Just what he wanted. Still though, he couldn't help but wonder if it was Bakugo's plan all along, or was the blonde menace just too shocked by the announcement. In any case, the hostage was blown into the bits. If it was a human. Izuku didn't want to imagine the amount of gore that would be spilled onto the ground. And him. Mostly him. Young Midoriya, are you alright? Nizu's voice rung in his helmet, stopping gruesome thoughts. Yeah. Never better, he answered with a groan. Glad to hear it. Gather your teammates, you three can go to your workshop and suit down. Thank you for the help with the exam. The principal joyously informed him. Standing up with a grunt, he peeked at others. Mei was picking herself up and massaging her shoulder with dissatisfied expression. Toshi's armor was still depowered, but there was no sign of any movement from the boy. Most likely the explosion putted him out cold. Hopefully he wouldn't have to drag his friend to the nurse office. As for Pomeranian, he stood frozen at the center of the street, gaping at his palm with head hung down. The disbelief marred his features. Izuku huffed a bit. Bakugo had only himself to congratulate for this result. There was a big list of things he could do differently in the exam to pass. Or life in general. But it wasn't his problem. It never was. Still, he couldn't help but feel just a hint of sympathy for his old bully. His dreams and hopes just shattered. A feeling he knew too well. Izuku counted that someone would be able to aid the boy, with at least setting him up straight. Usually it felt nice, when you were right. You felt that your thought, effort, knowledge and instincts were rewarded by your correct choice. That gave you confidence and boosted your ego slightly. But right not Shota didn't want to be right. It was logical conclusion, to which he got after few almost sleepless nights, huge amount of caffeine he pumped into his veins in cuddling with his lovers and their cats. He was sure as hell that Bakugo was going to fail. Not because the boy didn't have the power to win. He had more than enough. Teen's hot-headedness wasn't an issue either. Student was a quick thinker in battle situations. What lost Bakugo was the flaw that couldn't be fixed easily, if it could be at all. The boy didn't possess the heroic spirit, as all might put it. It was one of this moment, when Shota had to agree with Big Oaf. Without the right mindset, one couldn't become a hero. Not with that special scenario made for troublesome students that Nizu came up with after Endeavor. As far as he knew, only a few passed it just barely. Those who didn't never again set their sights at heroics ever again. Or so the rumors said. Glancing at the student, who still was in his costume, most likely for the last time, he couldn't help but feel a tingle of guilt. If the problem was discussed with the principal and other teachers earlier and appropriate aid could be given before, then maybe they could help the boy. But it was all in the past now. Stupid feelings. You already know the result, young Bakugo, so I'm moving towards more important information. Nizu begun with strict voice. Due to your failure you won't return to the 1A. Furthermore you cannot join Hero Department anymore, you shall remain in the general education. During the rest of your years here, the school will try to help with your behavior. If you still wish to become a hero, it has to be done through the SNHQT. Principal paused for a moment to allow his words to sink in. Please leave your costume in the locker. Shota watched how Bakugo didn't even flinch at the speech. The boy just stood there with his head hung low, not even daring to peek at any of them. It was just like his spirit had left his body. Young Bakugo, All Might said, stepping towards the student. Let me offer you a piece of advice. To succeed as the hero, you need to find your heroic heart. Strength alone is meaningless without the right cause. Symbol of Peace wanted to pat the boy on the shoulder, but Bakugo moved away, dragging his feet lifelessly against the floor. Suddenly Shota's mind halted abruptly and his eyes widened. The problematic student never backed down from a challenge, claiming that he's going to be next number one. At first he thought it was only a fixation about the title and recognition it gave. But now? As almost all children in current generation, Bakugo must have seen All Might as the absolute best, as some kind of measuring stick. Combine it with the boy's power is the only thing that matters, ideology and those kind of cynical words of Symbol of Peace. Shota couldn't help but smack his forehead. This was the worst case scenario. Shota? Are you all right? Hizashi asked in concern. Giving out a huge, tired sigh, he answered. I think we've just screwed up kids' mentality and future. Right now, all they could do is hope that Bakugo won't do anything rash. May glanced at Toshi, who kept a bag with ice behind his head as close as he could. After Izuku gave them a lift back to the launching station and got the suit down from their friend, they waited for the boy to become conscious again. Her boyfriend contacted Recovery Girl, but school nurse just said to give it time and prepare an ice pack. She just shrugged it off, she was an inventor, not a doctor. A door opened and Momo walked in, changed in her school clothes. The girl offered them a bright smile and sat between her and Izuku. How are you feeling? Her girlfriend asked, glancing at their friend. Like I've been hit by a truck. Toshi answered with a groan. When he moved his neck, they all heard something crack in there. That firepower was no joke. May nodded at that. To blow away something as heavy as negotiator suit, one really needed to pack a lot of effort in it. Fortunately it's over now. So we can relax and focus on something other. Momo said, leaning a bit into her. She immediately grabbed the girl's hand and squeezed lightly. At this point it became some sort of the habit for her to always do it, whenever she was near her lovers and wanted a physical contact with them. Every time they appreciated it, by giving her a kiss, rubbing thumbs against her palm or petting her hair. This of course left her utterly overjoyed. Guys, what are your plans for next week? Izuku asked them with a hint of concern in his voice. Till the beginning of the training camp I'm free. Momo informed shortly. Totally free. She confirmed. Sleeping. Toshi added with all seriousness he could muster right now. Her boyfriend frowned lightly and got into his thinking position. She wondered what could get him so worked over this. Maybe he got some plans. Wait, was it time to leave Japan for good? Crap, she didn't really polish her English as much as she should. Glorious baby making and spending time with her boyfriend and girlfriend got too much in the way. She would get around it. Somehow. Inventing a baby that would automatically teach her all languages in the world. Yes, that was a way. I've got an invitation to Island. They want me to give a lecture about cold fusion and some advanced robotics. Izuku told them and bit his lips. From winning the sports festival I've already got a free ticket and can get one person with me. Island. That Island. The baby-making paradise on Earth? The place with the most brilliant minds, spending all days thinking, inventing and making babies? And her boyfriend was going them to exchange the knowledge. She wanted to go. She needed to go. But he could only take one of them. Seeing as she and Momo were his girlfriends, they'd the priority before Toshi. Sorry, good friend. Now was the question about who exactly Izuku wanted to bring. Were they going to have a fight over it? Gosh, she hoped no. She couldn't even imagine them having a spat. If it was necessary, she would step aside and let her girlfriend go. She preferred it over arguing with her lovers. Let me guess, you don't know who you should offer a place? Momo asked, gaining a nod from their boyfriend. Fortunately for you, I've got a solution for the problem. The girl said reassuringly, with blinding smile. Miyashiro got 3 tickets and my parents decided to give them to us. And seeing as you already can go and can take someone, how about we do this? You bring Toshi with you and I take May. A lifesaver. A goddamn lifesaver. She didn't want to think what they would do without her. Did I tell you that I love you? Izuku asked in jocular manner. Momo chuckled at that. If my memory serves me right, you did. But I enjoy hearing it. The girl relied and leaned closer to their boyfriend to receive a kiss. Great, now she wanted kisses too. And I just love how you assumed that I want to go. Toshi said in his usual, tired tone. Do you? She asked with quirked brow. She hoped yes, having the boy with them would make things so much more fun. Oh, he could be some sort of assistant to help them present their babies. Got nothing better to do really. He answered with shrug. And what are you going to do with the free spot? Maybe ask someone in the class? I'm sure there would be some people who are interested. Izuku proposed, while playing with their girlfriend's hair. You could make a competition and have them fight for it. Toshi added with a chuckle. She watched a sly smirk and dangerous glint in eye appear on Momo's face. She was both excited and terrified of her lover. Now, that sounds like a terrific idea. The girl told them. May slightly feared for the students from 1A. She really hoped that she wouldn't lose any loyal clients due to her girlfriend devices. I don't want to go. It's okay. It's going to be alright. I don't want to go. I don't to go. Hey, it's okay. Please, I don't want to go. Izuku watched the scene as Momo tried to pry away a whining May away from him. All while trying his best to not start laughing in the middle of the shopping center. If they only knew just what a great parody they had done from that heartbreaking scene from Infinity War. He still remembers how he and his mom almost flooded the whole apartment, thanks to the amount of tears they were pouring. May, please. You need to buy a dress for the party during iExpo. Momo pleaded with a sigh. I don't need it. Their girlfriend answered in whimper. Before he could do something, Momo leaned in and whispered something that made May stop. The girl straightened up, looked between them and smiled brightly. Bye, Izuku. I'm going to buy a dress, she all but shouted. Stealing a quick kiss, she ran away towards the closest shop with formal wear. What did you do? He asked his girlfriend with quizzical expression. He knew just how against this walkout the girl was. Momo chuckled mysteriously and gave him a peck. Woman needs to have her secrets, dear. We'll catch you later, she said, while walking away, the girls from her class following her. I honestly don't have any idea how can you keep up with them. It seems as such a drag. Toshi's monotone voice cut right at, before his mind could process, what have just happened. With a small shrug, he turned around from the girls. Momo wanted to make a surprise for him and not show him their dresses. Love, I guess. Yeah, sure. The boy replied skeptically. Do we really have to buy the suits? I hate formal wear. You know, dress code and such. Izuku said, while looking around for a shop. Still. Do we really have to get the tight-fitting ones? Can't we just use the mobile something? Toshi kept asking, despite already having that talk over them. Mobile Armor Mounting Platform. MAMP for short, he supplied. The name wasn't that hard to remember. Nope. We can't transport them in normal plane. And there's too much paperwork to send them to Island. And before you ask, no. Urania still needs to undergo general checkup. And when it's going to happen? The boy asked hopefully. Not until after we get back from Island, he replied happily. His friend's displeased noises making it even sweeter. Izuku just hoped that nothing crazy would happen during their visit on iExpo. Chapter 47. Certainly that could be very problematic, if you're right, Aizawa-san. Nizu said, gazing into his cup of tea with a deep frown on his face. Eraserhead came to him, after 2 days of probably a very deep thinking, and told him his concerns about young Bakugo. If their student really saw All Might as some kind of measuring stick, then Hiro's words would no doubt prove to be a fatal blow to the boy's mentality. All they could do was to monitor the teen at school and ask his parents for help. Nizu already felt an incoming headache. Out of curiosity, what was one reaction to young Bakugo's failure? Aizawa-san hummed, while looking through window. Mostly relief. He's not the most liked individual after he almost killed Yayarosa 2 times. Only Kirishima was saddened by it. Not like they could blame them for it. Are they close? Young Kirishima and young Bakugo. Maybe here was some way to rescue blonde student from the potential fall into the darkness. Hard to tell. Kirishima tried to be buddy-buddy with Bakugo, but other mostly shrugged it off with usual threats. Aizawa-san replied with sigh. I see. Nizu nodded at it. He still could contact the boy and ask if he would be interested in assisting them. Yet he still had that eerie feeling in his gut. Just like the last time. Izuku peeked from the chessboard to gaze at what others were doing. Momo was sitting on the armchair and reading some romance manga that she took with her. May was snuggled against their girlfriend, snoring cutely in her sleep. The girl almost dropped dead on the airport. From what they'd gathered, she was too excited to rest for the night and ended up staying up till morning hours. Toshi was still lazily scrolling through the information about his new suit on the tablet. Jiro-san, who had won Momo's competition, on which he still had no clue what was about, listened to music from her phone, with the use of her quirk, and kept gazing through the window. "Father, your move," Puppy told him, snapping back his attention to the board. Quickly scanning through it, he saw what changed. Izuku bit back the sigh. Puppy was still an utter amateur in this. Alan took the game very quickly and became somewhat unbeatable opponent for him. Well, while they both were programs, they very different in their approach to their functioning. Taking a pawn, he moved it across the field. "Checkmate," he announced. "Oh," Puppy said, while hanging its head low in defeat. Izuku glanced at his friend. "Toshi, want to play?" he asked hopefully. He could really use a good game of chess, like the one Stan gave him. The teen looked at him dryly and rose an eyebrow. "To get my ass handed to me?" "Language," Momo reprimanded, while turning the page. From her tone he judged that she was too caught up in her lecture to sound angry. Or was just giving up on reforming their friend's foul mouth. "Yes, boss's girlfriend," Toshi replied in deadpan manner. Jiro-san snorted at the exchange. "You guys are really something else." Izuku rose his eyebrow at this. "What do you mean by it?" "Conversation would be a nice substitute for the game." The girl pointed at him. A genius millionaire, who changed the rules of physics and made a dope suit, she turned to his girlfriends. An ultra-sexy chick, from loaded family, with big brain and awesome quirk. A ball of energy, who's scarring the living shit out of her teacher and can shoot you from miles away. Finally she gazed at Toshi. And guy, who's as tired with living as Aizawa sensei is, that got another dope suit. She gave him the look. "You're like some kind of team that's going to beat us all in heroics. Kyoko-chan, you know this is not a competition," Momo said with a chuckle. "Yeah, besides, he was the one who proposed to make an armor for me," Toshi told them, while pointing at him. "Only because you wanted to know how it's to fly. It was the easiest way," Izuku replied with a shrug. Not that he minded doing it. He had his own Roni now, so it was a win in his book. "That reminds me. Toshi, why did you decide to call yourself negotiator?" Momo asked in wonder, while petting Mei's hair. Izuku's head dropped a bit when he remembered the reason. When he heard it, he just kept staring blankly at the boy, while his girlfriend rolled on the floor, laughing loudly. He said that he finds it amusing to swoop down from the skies, armed to the teeth, and say that he came to talk, he said in dry tone. "Yup," their friend admitted lazily, without a trace of shame or embarrassment. If anything, he sounded somewhat proud. He caught the sight of his lover, doing exactly what he had done, while Jiro-san barked a laugh. "That proves what I've just said," the girl told them victoriously. "Guys, check it out, we can see the island." Mei called at them. Her face was all but glued to the window. He gazed at Momo in shock. "When did she woke up?" he asked, while getting up. "I have no idea," she replied, utterly bewildered. "She's a gearhead, I bet she could sniff out a gadget from miles away," Toshi told them in his usual tired manner, while peeking out from his window. "Couldn't say that one better," Jiro-san admitted with a smirk. His mind tuned out any potential exchange as his eyes gazed at Island. The artificial island had a giant barrier around it, shielding it from any waves. In it were seemingly 4 different cities, with 3 of them touching the walls and 4th in the center of triangle that was made due to the green belts connecting the outer ones. There were also a huge bodies of water with some beaches in there. He couldn't really see it, but he knew that all building followed the same trend of being made out of steel and glass, which gave it some kind of clean, futuristic look. Island was a technological paradise that no nation had control over. Over 10,000 scientists, from almost every part of the world, lived here, and with them their families. All of those people dedicated their life to the research of quirks and inventing support items for heroes. Of course, there were also some gadgets that were done for public usage, but those were fewer in the numbers. What was also a kind of heartwarming for him were the multiple mails he had received from people that lived there. He didn't know how they got his address, but he really appreciated their backing and encouragement due to the situation in Japan. There were also groups that proposed him a position in their research teams or some kind of deal. He didn't straight up refuse them, but politely asked for a time to consider it. After landing, and brief wonder when Momo and Jiro-san changed into their costumes, they stepped into the belts that carried them towards security check. All of them had to get a special, electronic passports. To get those, they had to present that they had no criminal record. Their background was thoughtfully scanned to ensure that none of them were any possible threat to Island. No wonder that this place prided itself for having the security comparable to Tartarus. He needed to make a special pass for Puppy to accompany them, but it wasn't any harder than clicking through some forms. Or rather having Alan do it, seeing as he was too busy with checking the work progress on Urania and Nimso. He peeked at his android, who stood a few meters behind him, carrying a green suitcase and purple carry-on baggage. A small smirk formed on his lips. He couldn't wait to use those for the special end for his lecture. It was his girlfriend's idea to make a show. At first he was rather against it, but the two vixens coaxed him to do it. Damn them and their sweet lips. Coming out from the security check-in airport, they saw a beautiful plaza with lots of green and some interesting sculptures on it. There was a massive crowd there, but he could easily spot some heroes from Japan, who walked around the crowd, as well as heroes from other countries. Their costumes were a dead giveaway. Before they could move from the entrance, they witnessed an very interesting scene. All Might all but swarmed by the group of fans, mostly women, who gave out his autographs on various items, or body parts. All while a familiar-looking teen in costume was standing at the side and grinned dumbly at it. Izuku recognized him after a few seconds. He saw him after the stain incident in the hospital. After he was better, he remembered that was Mirio Togata, one of the big three, the top students from Hero Course in UA, and one for all successor. For the last one he easily linked the facts himself. Sir Night-Eye was All Might's only sidekick, before the man opened his own office, and Togata-senpai was interned there. I think we shouldn't get involved in this, Toshi commented, while pointing at the scene. He couldn't agree more with it. Now, if only they could find a way to get away from it quietly. And here are mine young students. His neck snapped to the side to see All Might standing before them in some triumphant pose with his face covered in lipstick smudges. Honestly, he just wanted to run away at this point. Judging from the faces of his companions, they would follow him. Unfortunately, he doubted that they could outrun number one hero. All Might, volume down, please, he said, while pointing at his ears. He still didn't want to get his hearing damaged by some obnoxious noises. Like Symbol of Peace screaming, for example. Actually, that sounded kind of hypocritical with May as his girlfriend. Oh, right. Sorry for it. The hero told them meekly. Wait, then did he got rid of this lipstick? Another mystery that would forever remain unresolved and be swallowed by universe for the eternity. I didn't know that more students from our school would come. Togata-senpai said, suddenly popping out from behind All Might. Heya, greenhorns. Let's have a blast here together. The boy shouted with enthusiasm and gave them thumb up along with toothy grin. What's with that Tintin guy? Jiro-san asked quietly in slightly strained tone. No idea. Toshi replied with shrug, most likely not wanting to bother himself with thinking about it. Before they could do anything, yet another strange situation occurred. A blonde girl about their age moved towards them with some kind of strange-looking pogo stick and all but threw herself at All Might, who caught her and began spinning them in circles. All while the two of them laughed and exchanged greetings. Izuku shook his head with fond smile. Of course Sachi would be his niece. Oh right. Those are my students. Symbol of Peace shouted and pointed at them with his palm. I believe I saw each and every one of you during sports festival. The girl told them, before bowing lightly. It's nice to meet you. I'm Melissa Shield, the daughter of David Shield. Izuku cut in, gaining a shocked reaction from everyone, but mostly from the teen in question. You know her? May questioned, while peeking at Shield-san. Her father is pretty famous inventor. He made all of All Might's costumes and many support items for heroes in America. Momo informed their girlfriend, who nodded at explanation. She's also rather well known herself. Winning several science competition in USA and getting a prize at the World Support Item Design Competition last year, he added, before smirking. She's also one of the most dedicated Iron Man's fans. You can find her at every forum involving the armor. I'm right, Melly the inventor? At first the girl kept straight face, but as quickly turned into a deep shade of red. He embarrassed her with that last bit, didn't he? For his defense, he was kind of excited to meet one of his fans. Especially the one who joined every discussion about his armor and was giving every possible explanation for how it functioned and what it could do. From his musing pulled him the overjoyed voice of Mei and Shield-san, who were geeking out around very confused puppy. The poor robot was looking around, trying to find any possible exit for itself. It gazed at him, almost begging to rescue it from being in the center of interest. Even if there was any way for him to help it, he doubted he could do it. His beloved gearhead girlfriend tended to go overboard to show the greatness of their inventions. He caught the girl looking at the case and the bag. Oh, he couldn't get the surprise spoiled so soon. Maybe we should get going? Melissa, could you take me to David? All Might asked, successfully rescuing his child from the clutches of two overzealous inventors. Thank you, number 3 favorite hero. Right. Actually, Papa also wanted to meet Midoriya-san before today's party. So maybe we can all go and after that I'd guide you all around iExpo? Shield-san proposed cheerfully. That would be wonderful. Thank you very much for it. Momo replied with small bow. Then happened something that would occupy his mind for the rest of his stay on Island. The pogo stick shrunk, changing its shape to cylindrical object that could easily fit in the palm of the hand. Nanomachines. That or some kind of quirk. But he could bet all of his money and suits that nanites were used here. He heard some rumors about the success in making them, but never had a chance to verify it. This was marvelous. When quirks first showed up, all of the technological progress halted for nearly 80 years. After that, when first heroes came into play, it begun again, but scientists focused on inventing support items, leaving the rest of the technological branches in the shadow. Of course, there were still people who didn't give up on them and tried to research in those forgotten fields. Unfortunately, usually there wasn't much progress. Governments of almost every country worldwide poured their money into support business. Fortunately, he hoped that his, and soon also Momo's parents, company would break this trend and create something for society. Arc reactor was a good start, already showing the power of the clean energy. Shame that Japan wouldn't be getting any. His mind, while still being absolutely occupied by the fact that nanites were a thing and many possibilities of their potential usage, caught up to the fact that Island was really beautiful place. It was colorful, clean, and apparently had many attractions for tourists. He saw that Momo was asking Shield-san about something in hushed tone, while peeking at him. Did he imagine the blush on her face? Wait, how in the first place he could even see a blush through the red-tinted plastic? When they got to the one of the many laboratory buildings, he was all but swarmed by scientists. They gave him business cards, told them their names and from what research teams they were from, asked him about his inventions and so on. It all would be fine, if not only for two things. 1. They were squeezing him, taking away a precious oxygen. 2. His girlfriends were all but glaring at all the women around him, while emitting the bloodlust that would put Stain into shame. Even All Might was sweating bullets. His girls were scary. And so was suffocation by his fans. Excuse me, could you please step away from Midoriya-san? We're in hurry for important meeting. You can hold out with your questions until his lecture. Toshi called, while squeezing himself between him and the scientists. All of the inventors gazed at him sheepishly and excused themselves back to work. Really? The nerve of some people. But apparently his friend was both his roadie, but also his happy. Nice. Thanks for that, Toshi. I thought they were going to kill me. Izuku said and breathed deeply. Oxygen never tasted so good before. He looked at his friend, who apparently became his self-declared bodyguard. But why did you call me Midoriya-san? Ha? I needed to make you look like some kind of Mr. Big Shot. Otherwise, they wouldn't leave us alone. His friend replied lazily. Also, I was saving you from your girlfriends. Who knows what they would do to you? And who would pay me for my services later? A giant grin stretched Boy's lips. What? Since when he was paying Toshi? Not that he didn't have money to do it. He could probably give him enough for his family to not worry about finances for generations. Continuing their trek, while being heavily guarded by his lovers, who grabbed his hands and didn't let go, they arrived at the room filled up with carton boxes and a simple furnishing, like cupboards and a drafting table. Everything was clean and white, which certainly gave it the more futuristic look. Papa! We're here! Shield-san called joyously. From the side a door opened and through them came two men. One was rather short, chubby and middle-aged, the other. David Shield. If Izuku was asked to pick a person who would be great to be an actor for the role of Tony Stark, he would without a shade of doubt pick this man. Both were geniuses who wanted to help people with their inventions, had that kind of aura around them that just screamed genius, and were very good looking. All Might all but rushed and enclosed the man in tight hug. The scene was touching. Yet he still caught up to the fact that number one hero was slightly supporting himself over his friend's body. Time limit must have struck the symbol of peace. If he remembered correctly, it was something around 2.5 hours. It's nice to meet you in person, Izuku Midoriya. The man said, offering a handshake. You too, Professor Shield. Your work was a great inspiration for me, he replied, while squeezing the palm. The inventor smiled a bit. Please call me David. Professor Shield makes me feel like I'm some kind of old man. In that case, you can call me Izuku. Wow, already on first-name basis with one of the most brilliant scientists on Earth. I won't hold you up for long. I'm going to attend your lecture later after that, as I'm immensely interested in your work, but for now. David reached behind him and pulled a notebook and a pen. Could you give me an autograph? The man said with a sheepish look. His mind went blank for a second. Shouldn't that be the other way around? Besides, why would the world-class support inventor want his signature? A first-year high school boy. What did he do? Oh, right, rewrite a bit of physics law, create the cleanest source of energy and build a high-tech suit. He did that. He did what he was asked for, while offering a bit strained smile. He didn't expect this. And why was Shield-san glaring daggers at her dad? He wisely decided that he didn't want to get involved in this more than necessary. Thank you for that. Now why don't you enjoy the iExpo attractions, while me and Toshinori talk for a while? David proposed to them. Certainly we will. Come on, greenhorns. Let's see what this place has for us. Togata-senpai called and literally walked through the doors. Looks like the teen also caught up to the fact that All Might was running empty, but it was to be expected from his successor. Giving a small bow, Izuku and rest left the building, following the lead of Shield-san, who began telling them about the things they could find during their stay. It all sounded interesting. Honestly, he couldn't wait to see all of the marvelous things that Island had to present to them. Expectations. It was the word used to represent someone's belief that something will happen or that someone should achieve something. Himiko held none expectations for League of Villains. When she first heard of them, she was indifferent, chalking them all as a group of wannabe villains who were throwing some kind of child tantrum, like their oh-so-great leader did last time when that Wolfram guy showed up. Another loser. Yet still, despite the fact that she wasn't expecting anything from them, she had a hard time hiding her disappointment. They literally did nothing except for sitting, drinking and staring at the walls or TV. What in the freaking hell? How those guys wanted to kill All Might or change the society, if they lazed around all day? Well, they had a plan. A very stupid plan in her humble opinion, which of course she kept to herself. A raid at the training camp of UA kids. And while Tamura rambled about how glorious it would go, she felt like bashing her head against the table. Did that, she supposed she could call him a man, did he even know of consequences of such move? Did he even stop for a moment and thought what kind of disaster it would be, after they kidnap a kid? Or was it just another whim, while counting that sensei would save his sorry arse? Why was this missions given to her? Ah, yes, it was some kind of her final test. And her master expected her to succeed. Which of course she would. There was no way that she would let this man down. Not after everything he did for her. Still thought, she needed to get out from here or else her head was going to explode from all of this nothingness. I'm heading out, she cheerfully shouted. I suddenly want to find some hot chick and see if she can look any hotter in red. We don't need to know your sick plans, you weirdo. Dabi replied with groan, which only encouraged her crazed giggle. She really worked well on that one. Exiting from the building, while still skipping from leg to leg and humming a song to herself, she thought about what she should do. Karaoke sounded nice, she hadn't had fun in a while. A food would be nice too. She would kill for some good Chinese cuisine. A night out in Chinatown it was. Hopefully no one was going to disturb her unwinding. Otherwise the consequences of such action would be. No, that went against her master teaching. Still, what master didn't see, he wouldn't know. Most likely. Probably. God damn her beloved master and his all-knowing ability. Chapter 48. Paradise. She was in the paradise. And she was still alive. Maybe there was some kind of technological afterlife? It didn't matter now. She was going to use this trip to the fullest and learn a lot from inventions here on Island, to make her babies even better. Oh, there was also that plan Momo came up with. Something about making Izuku fall in love with them again and even more. She didn't really get it, their boyfriend was already in love with them, but her girlfriend was more knowledgeable when it came to being in relationships, wasn't she? Besides, how could they accomplish by knocking his socks off? Melissa, because calling the girl by her surname was a bit annoying to her for some unexplained reason, took them to the pavilion filled to the brim with high-tech goodies. During their walk, the team kept pointing at all sorts of different buildings with questionable shapes. She wasn't an architect, so she just nodded at it without much thought. But now was her time to shine. May glanced at Izuku and saw exactly what she wanted. A competitive, greedy glint in his eyes and a pumped-up aura around him. Her boyfriend also peeked at her and nodded in understanding. Great, now that he was on board, the glorious baby-making could be done even more efficiently than by herself. They started off with a weird, rectangular helmet. Apparently it could give up to 36 different feeds. Victory, Suit's helmet could give more and in different modes. Step up your game, Island's inventors. Next was a plane or something looking like it. Besides flying, it can also go underwater. Melissa informed them. They already had a similar build. Could they make it waterproof? Maybe, but that wouldn't cut it. They needed to make it even more awesome. Oh, making it able to go into space. Yes, that was the way. Another thing that ticked her off immensely, she could chalk up as an act of stealing. A suit that was able to withstand the pressure at 7 kilometers underwater. Okay, kids' gloves were coming off. She and Izuku would make an armor that would go deeper. Like 30 kilometers. Wait, was ocean that deep? Maybe? Even if it wasn't, she would still do it. They had the patents for kick-ass suits. There was even more babies, but those seemed less exciting. Besides, she was still trying to figure out how to make such an armor. Plus, she was a bit in foul mood, because they hadn't made that kind of suit. Something nice and slightly wet pressed against her temple, breaking her out from sulking. Looking to the side, she saw Momo smiling at her reassuringly. And just like that, all negativity left her. Was that so-called the power of love? All of this is really impressive, Kyoka said, gazing around the hall. Oh, just wait till they get back to Japan. If she thought this was impressive, what would she call Urania or Nimso? She couldn't wait to show the world those marvelous babies. Most of this was creating using Papa's patents. He's one of the most recognizable scientists here, Melissa told them in prideful manner. The professor is really awesome then. The vault guy replied, taking a look at a red orb and nodding to himself. I'm kind of afraid to see what Izuku and Mei would have on their accounts when they're his age, Toshi commented, while gazing at her and her boyfriend. How was she supposed to know? Maybe they would get super famous by terraforming Mars. Nah, that was too small for them. Oh, space travel and warp gates. Yeah, that sounded like something more in their department. Everyone, would you like to go to the cafe and rest a little? Melissa asked them kindly. That sounds wonderful, Momo answered for their group. She couldn't agree more. Cafe meant napkins. Napkins meant being able to make blueprints. Because why wait till getting back to Japan, when she already could start making plans here? Shame there wasn't any holidable here or something similar. This baby really got the work cut from them. Izuku played with his tablet a little, waiting for his drink. He was more than in the mood to make new version of his armor. That deep-sea suit from exposition was like a thorn in his side. Actually, maybe an over-armor would be better? This way he store it and deploy it for all his suits, not just a particular one. If you think too hard about it, A vein will pop in your head or something," Toshi said, gazing at his work lazily. He let out a snort. If something like this was going to happen, then it would be a long time ago. "You're a damn workaholic, Izuku. You know it, right?" His friend pushed farther, making him stop. "So, you're suggesting for me to stop and do what exactly?" he questioned, not seeing a sense in the logic here. "Why would I know?" Toshi replied with a shrug. A laugh from Togata-senpai reached him. Turning to the teen, he saw a giant grin on his face. "You guys are really amusing. The light of your friendship is really strong and amazing." "Ah, youth," the teen informed them, giving up a thumb up. He peeked at Toshi, who did the same at him. They blinked at each other and returned their sight at their upper classmate. In this short exchange, they agreed about one very important thing. Togata-senpai was way too weird to hold a normal conversation with. Gazing at girls' table, he saw Momo, Jiro-san and Melissa holding some small conversation. The girl insisted on being called by her name, after May started doing it. As for his other girlfriend, she was scribbling on a napkin with a pen, which no doubt their lover had to make for her. She seemed to be super focused on whatever she was making. He was more than sure that he would have to hear her talking about it for hours, only to get too wrapped up around the idea and start throwing his thoughts about it. "Here's your drink," someone said, putting a glass in front of him. "Wait a second." He knew that voice. Turning to the side, he saw Kaminari-kun dressed in waiter outfit. "Hey! How did you got here?" he asked, trying to start a conversation with the boy. The teen was likable and seemed funny to be around. Momo told him about how he stood up for him when their classmates said some things about him. They needed staff for iExpo, so me, Mineta and Kirishima filled the applications. The pay isn't bad and during our breaks we can go and see what's around. Kaminari-kun replied with a grin. "Work hard, I guess." "Still though, Izuku is paying better," Toshi said and took a sip from his cup. Once again, since when he was paying his friend for anything? Or was this just some kind of joke that he didn't get? Kaminari forgot about one important thing. Mineta said, popping out of nowhere and taking a victorious pose. "We're here to get tons of ladies as the students from UA Hero course." He blinked at it, feeling completely lost. What did one had to do with another? "No, Izuku, stop thinking about it, this would only make matter worse." "What's with this, perverted, little kid?" Togata-senpai asked in unreadable tone, pointing his finger at drooling midget. "Sorry for him, he's just like that," Kaminari-kun told them, bowing lightly. "Must have fallen on his head or something," Toshi commented. And while it was rude, he had hard time disagreeing. Suddenly a huge gust of wind rushed past them, swooping two students from their feet. "What are you doing? You came here to work, not goof around," Ida-kun shouted at them. The teen was wearing his costume without a helmet. "Ida? You also got an invitation?" Jiro-san asked loudly. "Yes. My family got us some tickets. Unfortunately, my parents were busy with agency's matters and my brother is still undergoing a rehabilitation. So I came in their place to represent our family," the boy explained, waving his hands around in robot-like manner. "How is your brother doing?" Momo questioned in curiosity. A small smile made his way on teen's lips. Gazing at him and nodding, he replied, "Very good actually. He can now walk normally. Doctor said that he may be able to jog a little in a month or two." "That's good to hear. Ingenium was really a great hero to have around. I hope that he gets better and better. Togata-senpai told them with blinding smile on his lips. Thank you for those kind words, Izuku said, bowing deeply to their senior. Those were some good news indeed. The prosthetics were about to be released on the market. No doubt they would make a huge boom, giving many paralyzed people a chance to function again normally. This would be a great start to make society better. Guys, gimme a hand at the back. We need to unload the delivery for tomorrow's opening. A voice from the cafe's entrance called. In the door was Kirishima-san, dressed in the same waiter outfit as his classmates. When the boy saw them all, he gave them a wave and smiled a little. Although Izuku saw that, the teen peeked at him awkwardly. If he remembered correctly, he and Bakugo were buddies or something akin to it. At least that was what Momo told him. Did he had a grudge against him? No, it didn't seem like it. If he got occasion, he would ask for a talk. Didn't know you guys were coming to Expo, Kirishima-san said in surprise. If you want to hit something fun, then I suggest Villain Attack. A few guests talked about it. The boy recommended. That would be perfect attraction for hero students. You basically have to destroy robots in the arena. The faster you do it, the better is your placement in the leaderboard. Melissa explained to them. It may be worth looking into. Jiro-san commented, playing with her earphone jack. We should go there next as a group, Togata-senpai suggested, flexing his fist. This would be a perfect occasion to see the teen's original quirk and one for all in action. He was actually more interested in the other one. Just because he didn't accept this overwhelming power, didn't mean he wasn't curious about it. This particular quirk grew stronger with each person, slowly stockpiling energy over time. That meant Togata-senpai was bound to be more powerful than All Might was. And while it was good to have such ally on their side, he had some concern about it. He would address those after going back home. Izuku, we're going, Momo announced, standing right next to him with sulking Mei at her side. Mei, what's wrong? He asked, rising up and gazing at his girlfriend in worry. I didn't get to finish my blueprint, she informed him with adorable pout. A short chuckle escaped from his throat. His girl was really something else. Leaning a bit, he gave her a swift kiss on her lips, which seemed to brighten her up. You can do it later. I can help you with it, if you want, he kindly proposed. I can too. I think that after all those hours in your lab, I picked up a thing or two about designing, Momo added with eyes shining from excitement. Seems like she too caught a virus for inventing. Mei gave them big, juicy kisses and grinned widely at them. You guys are the best, she shouted joyously. Looking ahead of them, he saw their group ready to leave. Although Togata-senpai was gazing at them cluelessly and Melissa with huge blush on her face, he and his girls let out a chuckle. He and Momo, because they knew that they made those two lost and uncomfortable. Mei did just to follow their example. To Melissa and Fallout Boy. Those three are an item. Deal with it, Toshi explained in deadpan manner, while pointing at them with his thumb over his shoulder. Ah, youth is such powerful, Togata-senpai shouted into the skies, making them all sweat drop. They couldn't read that guy at all. Nizu gazed around Sir Nightie's office. He knew that All Might was popular and had an outstanding amount of merchandise, but seeing it all neatly packed inside one room was something else. Taking up his cup of tea and sipping a little, he looked at the hero, who was peeking through the window at the busy streets of the city. A seemingly motionless and stoic face didn't move even a millimeter. Is something troubling you? Nizu kindly asked. Sir turned to him and rose his cup, but refrained from drinking from it. No. I was just in deep thoughts. The man replied in monotone voice that perfectly hid any emotions. When you called, you said that you want to talk about something important. A smirk passed his features. Even with this tone, he could still sniff out that tiny hint of curiosity. Fondling his paws nicely on his lap, Nizu looked straight into Nightie's eyes. I know that you've used your quirk on young Midoriya during the visit in hospital. Since then I was really intrigued about it, because it was enough to break your stoic facade, he announced in great excitement. Let one not be fooled. He tried to think about it on his own. However, after racking his brain day after day for even a clue, he came in empty-handed. Sir, who was about to take a sip from his cup, stopped his movement and instead put it down. Settling his elbows on the desk and joined his hand together. Leaning his head a bit forward and supporting his upper lip against his palms, Night-Eye gazed straight ahead. A small frown marred his features. Nizu waited patiently for the man to begin. He wasn't in rush, seeing as he cleaned up his schedule for the rest of the day. Usually when I use foresight, I see an event from the future. I can witness where that person is and what is doing. Sir explained slowly. Am I safe to assume that it wasn't the case with young Midoriya? Nizu questioned, feeling his excitement rising every second. The man nodded lazily. I saw our world completely shrouded in darkness. A raging battle in the middle of the barren, flaming land that was once a city full of life. Suddenly a blinding light splits the sky in two. In this light I saw Izuku Midoriya in his suit and at his sides darkened figures of his comrades. Night-Eye told him, yet his voice was a bit shaky. Nizu gaped at the man before him, his mind processing the information. As far as he knew, Sir's visions were always precise. Even if he couldn't tell the date of it, in case of the events that were far away from them, they always became the reality. From this he got two things. 1. Something truly terrible was awaiting for them in the future. And 2. Young Midoriya would be the key player for their survival and victory. A cold chill shook his body and his stomach sunk a bit. Nizu of course was an atheist, but he sure would start praying every night to every deity there is, asking for their help. Izuku vaguely noted that arena was about the size of the UA stadium used for sports festival. In the middle of it was something similar to Mountain Arena in USJ, although he caught the sight of simple river running through it. Glancing around he saw quite a few people enjoying the show that heroes, who were taking part in the activity, put for them. He had to give it to them, that they had some impressive moves, like seasoned veterans should possess. Yet the current leader's time barely passed 30 seconds mark. Taking a closer look at the enemies in villain attack, he saw the robots of various colors and similar shapes. They were about as big as 3-pointers UA used. Still though. Father. Puppy called him, still gazing at the arena. Those robots are like dummy. Useless and stupid. A snicker escaped from his mouth. His child was thinking exactly the same what he was. He briefly remembered a moment when he came to the lab and saw Puppy putting a white, spiky, paper hat with the word dunce on it. Apparently Ed and Alan were in agreement about May's creation not being their sibling. Something lightly hit his side. Turning to his right, he saw Toshi pointing at Arena with his head. Oh, right, it was Togata-senpai's turn. The teen was standing at the starting point. At first everything seemed normal, but it all changed in next second. A white lightning began appearing along the boy's body, making cracking sound around him. There was a lot of them, constantly shrouding the student due to their intensively. So that was one for all. He knew about Togata-senpai's original quirk, after all it was thanks to his file, that Momo's costume was upgrade to what it is nowadays. The teen's first quirk was tricky due to it functioning. And now having one for all atop of it. Right when the announcer called a start, Togata-senpai dashed straight ahead, showcasing his unbelievable speed. Instead of jumping, the teen sunk into the mountain, only to pop out not even a second later, taking down one of the robots with vicious uppercut. "Holy crap, he's good," Toshi commented in slight awe in his voice. Language. Momo and Izuku said in perfect sync. Although he sensed that his girlfriend was slowly giving up on reforming their friend, he had to agree with the boy. Togata-senpai was good. Scratch that, he was amazing. The teen made it look like he had no trouble with utilizing both quirks at once, however Izuku suspected that it put quite a mental and physical strain on him. End time. We have a new leader with a truly great score. 10 seconds. Announcer shouted into her microphone, making the crowd cheer loudly at the display the boy gave them. Togata-senpai kept waving to everyone at the arena as he was coming to the exit. However, instead of actually going in, the teen stepped into the wall, sinking into it, only to jump out of the floor next to them. Ta-da! That's how you do it, greenhorns. The teen told them, taking a victorious pose, similar to All Might's. Not bad, Tin-Tin. Jiro-san commented, gazing at the field with destroyed robots. I agree with my classmate. The display of your abilities was truly befitting of UA student. Izuku added, waving his hand around. What's with the lighting thought? Though you can only pop in and out from the things. Toshi asked with Lei's voice. Izuku quirked his brow at it and turned to Togata-senpai. He wondered about what kind of excuse his senior and number one hero prepared. Or maybe Sir did it for them? Oh, that? I started sometime after sports festival. Doctor said that it had to do something with my quirk dealing with more constant usage of it. The boy said with ever-smiling face. That was it? He blinked dumbly at the teen, but refrained from face-palming. Only All Might could think of something so utterly inane. Suddenly a gust of freezing wind blew at them and a giant, crystal mass of ice sprung to life, encasing whole mountain in it. Snapping his gaze down there, he saw Todoroki-san rising from his knee and stretching out his right arm. Glancing at Mei, he saw her tensing a bit at the sight of Glacier. Looks like she still had to deal with her trauma, despite forgiving the boy. Stepping next to his girlfriend, he took her hand and squeezed it, while sending a reassuring smile. From the other side, Momo did the same. This seemed to calm down their easily excited lover, who relaxed and snuggled as close to them as possible, with an adorable smile on her lips. I'll go and see Todoroki-kun. Maybe he wished to join us in our exploration of I-Expo. Izuku announced, before speeding off. I must say that you, UA students, are really amazing. You must have worked hard to get to this level. Melissa told them in awe, clearly not used to such shows. Of course. We're all aiming to become a hero. Togata-senpai commented loudly. Would you guys mind waiting a bit longer? I want to try it too. Momo asked them, already making her way down to the arena. However, Izuku caught up to something. While the smile on her face was kind and graceful, the glint in her eyes made him very wary of what was about to come. They waited a moment, before his girlfriend stepped onto the arena. A light of creation already shining from her whole front. When announcer was mid-shout to start the activity, from the girl's torso showed up a tripod and after it. Gatling gun with a belt of bullets coming from her belly. A rain of bullets showered at the mountain, chipping away the rock and piercing right through the robots' carcasses. After nearly 20 seconds of constant fire, Momo stopped her assault, leaving the field with satisfied smile on her lips and small skip in her step. What? Melissa asked in weak voice, clearly stupefied at the show. And I thought that May was insane. Toshi said with audible gulp. You can say that again. Jiro-san added, gazing dumbly at the smoking remains of the robots. Mama is crazy. Puppy told them while shuddering. He had hard time disagreeing with their words. Peeking at May, he saw that the girl was as lost as he. And the obnoxious, full-belly laughter from Togata-senpai didn't help this situation one bit. Ah, that felt great. It's a fantastic stress releaser. Momo said, showing seeming out of nowhere behind him and their girlfriend. The girl leaned down, stealing a kiss from them. Where to next? She asked in cute and innocent manner, as if she just didn't destroy the arena with one of the most feared guns. Fortunately for them, next attractions weren't as scarily exciting as Villain Attack was. From all the games they hit on, his most favorite one was a quick-paced game of chess against supposedly very advanced AI. He had to agree that while it gave him clearly more challenge than Puppy, it was nowhere near Alan's level of play. It wasn't really surprising to him that May won the shooting game, placing first in the ranking with a huge disparity of points between her and second place. The girl even was cocky enough to say that she handicapped her concurrents by not using her quirk fully. This of course put a giant smile on his and Momo's faces. If their lover was already this good without her Hawkeye mode as she called it, they were excited to see what she can do with it. But there was one thing that put a mischievous smirk on his lips. He caught the sight of Toshi clearly checking out their dear guide, Melissa. From the looks of it, Momo also saw this, but signaled him to keep it quiet for now. Right, first they would gather blackmail material, then torture their friend with it to no end. Returning to the cafe, they saw their schoolmates completely whipped after the day of hard work. And today was just a pre-open. He wondered how busy it would be when Island opened tomorrow for everyone. Out of sheer curiosity he would swing by and see when his lecture ended. Glancing at the guys, he saw them thanking Melissa. Ah, right, the girl had a few free passes for tonight's reception party and decided to give it to them. A very nice gesture from her. Seeing as we're all going to the party, why not attend as a group? Momo proposed, standing before them with a hand on her hip. That's a fantastic idea, Yaorozu-san. As expected from our class president. Izuku commented, continuing his robot act. Where and when do you suggest? Todoroki-san asked quietly. The boy was really slowly making progress to become more social. How about a western entrance at 7 o'clock? The girl asked, gaining a nod from them. Midoriya-san? Melissa said, grasping his attention. Could you come with me to my lab? I'd like to show you my invention and ask about your opinion. The girl made it sound rather important. I will go too. May exclaimed with bright sparks in her eyes. No, May. We need to get ready for the party. Momo said sternly, catching their girlfriend and dragging her away, despite a loud protest. Izuku, don't take long, okay? Don't worry, I'll make sure that he arrives on time. Toshi commented, giving the mock salute. Before his lovers left them, Momo turned around and gave him the look that once again flared up his danger sense. He knew that gaze and expression too well. It was like she was some sort of pride lioness and he was a juicy piece of meat. He wasn't sure if he should pat himself on the shoulder or punch hard in the face for suggesting to her to study under midnight. Following Melissa, they wandered into the famous academy. The school was one of the most prestigious one in the world, being a huge concurrency for UA's Gen Ed and support course, despite being open for about 5 years by now. The girl took them to her own lab. It was much smaller compared to his and May's. In the middle was a drafting table with some things on it. On its sides were a computer desk with flat-screened monitor and a small assembly machine. There were also shelves holding books, family's photos, and Melissa's trophies from many competitions. I'm sorry for the mess. I don't have guests that often, she said sheepishly, before opening another door that revealed a storage room. Nah, it's pretty clean here for me. You should see their lab, after May messes up. Toshi commented, giving out chuckle. Was he trying to score some brownie points? I should feel a bit offended by it, but I have hard time disagreeing. Izuku admitted, remembering the state of their workshop after the explosive arrow mishap. Cleaning it took them almost 3 days, which mostly was due to a paint job they had to do. You're a first year and already have your own lab? Here, we have to wait till our 3rd year to get one. The girl said with a hint of sadness in her voice. She emerged from the storage with a small black box. Opening it and taking its content out, she showed them a red, metal wristband with a dark blue button in the middle of it. Which one of you would like to test it? I assure that it's completely harmless. Melissa told them, gazing a bit uncertain between them. Toshi rolled up his right sleeve and extended his arm to the girl. I'm already his assistant for the lecture, so why not? The girl smiled kindly and put the gadget on the boy's wrist. Please push the button in the middle. His friend nodded and did exactly like instructed. The device gave out a bright blue light and began to shapeshift, growing on Toshi's forearm, covering it fully and taking a bit on his fingers. When the glow faded, it revealed to be something similar to boxing tape in red color with a bit of dark blue material showing through spaces between wraps. Over the knuckles was an oval-shaped piece also in dark blue color. The boy gazed at it with awe and moved his arm around, showing that gadget didn't restrain him in any way. I've built it after watching Uncle Mike's videos, showcasing his strength. It can withstand the full force of his power up to 3 times. Melissa explained to them with a bit of pride in her tone. Which he guessed was pretty well deserved. Such a device was extraordinary. He had yet to measure how much power All Might's punch could pack, but he was sure it was quite a lot, if those could change atmospheric pressure and produce rain. How something so big could come out from such a small wristband? Toshi asked, still playing around with the device. Nanomachines, am I right? Izuku questioned with confidence. If there was a god, please let it be nanites. Melissa gave out a small laugh and smiled brightly. You're quite correct, Midoriya-san. Thanks to Papa's connection with the team, who dedicated their research to them, I could get my hand on some. If this stuff is so convenient, then why isn't it used more? The boy asked with quirked eyebrows. The girl scowled a little, before her face returned to neutral expression. There are a few issues. For starters, they don't have much subsidy to make fast progress in their research. The process of producing nanomachines is long and very costly. The more durable construction is desired, the more problematic it is to keep it stable. For example, my pogo stick needs maintenance every 2 to 3 months, depending on how often I use it. Melissa explained them with a loud sigh at the end. There went his hopes and dreams on getting suits similar to Mark L in the near future. At the very least the technology already existed, but needed a little help. Maybe after some talks with his in-laws from Momo's side, he could get their company to invest in it or make a partnership contract? Gosh, he wanted that armor so bad. Midoriya-san? Can I ask you something? Melissa's timid voice pulled him out from his musing. Nodding quickly, the girl swallowed hard and gazed anywhere but at him. To tell you the truth, I'm also quirkless, she announced, fully grasping his and Toshi's attention. It was obvious that she was revealing something very personal. something that he knew too well. When I was younger, I had dreamed about being a hero, but when I heard the diagnosis, I gave up. A small hiccup escaped from her throat. To cope with it, I turned my sight to science, thinking that I could become someone like Papa. A hero for heroes. I thought that it was enough for me. That I should be content with it. First tears streamed down from her eyes. Yet when I saw you in your suit, when I heard that you made arc reactor that was powering up your whole region, I felt ashamed of myself. I didn't thought about using technology to be a hero like you. I was so broken by it. Melissa looked at him with her red, puffy eyes and shaky, broken smile. Do you think that despite everything, I can still be a hero? A sharp pang struck his heart. A flood of memories from his childhood hit him like a tidal wave. He too asked this question to his mom, a day before going to comic book shop. Of course the answer was truly soul-crashing. After meeting Stan and dedicating to becoming a real-life Iron Man, things were better. Although it still took him a few years to learn how to deal with constant abuse and mockery from other kids. Smiling lightly, but putting as much feeling as he could in it, he answered in soft, serene voice. Of course you can. All you have to do is try and never back down. Izuku is right. Toshi said, putting the gadget into a box. When your heart longs for something, you need to be stubborn and do not give in. You can be quirkless or have a villainous quirk, but it doesn't mean that you can't be a hero. A huge grin showed on his lips. If anything, it gives you even bigger motivation to prove everyone, whoever doubted you wrong. Yourself included. Izuku chuckled at the rare display of his friend's spirit. That fiery speech was really something else. What he said. Melissa sniffed and lifted up her glasses to wipe off the tears. Thank you for that. I really needed it, she said in wobbly voice. Taking a few deep breaths and straightening her back, she gazed at them with a huge, graceful smile on her lips. Izuku counted it as another great achievement in his hero career. He saved another broken person and most likely gave world a great heroine. He couldn't wait to see her join him, his girlfriends and friend on the field of heroics. You two should head to the hotel and get ready for the party. Sorry for keeping you this long, Midoriya-san, Shinso-san. Melissa announced, bowing to them. No problem really. We're glad we could help you. Izuku said, making Toshi nod at it. Plus you can call us by our names. It's only fair when we refer to you by yours. The girl gazed at them with relief and joy. Of course. I'll see you at the party, Izuku, Hitoshi, she called happily, when they neared the exit. He was glad for everything that had just happened. He gained another friend in more blackmail material against his friend. He certainly didn't miss the deep, red blush on the boy's cheeks when Melissa said his name. Hey guys and welcome to the channel. Today I will be doing a what if, which is what if Deku was Iron Man Part 10. I did not make this what if fan fiction, the author of this amazing fan fiction is Mr. Kage, so please support their work. Chapter 49. Izuku checked the hour on his phone again. Despite still having a bit of time before the meetup, he and Toshi were already here, along with boys from 1A and Togata Senpai. He guessed it was only natural for girls to take a bit longer. His mom told him a few times that women do it to ensure they look perfect. All he had to do was to take a shower, change into his formal clothes, consisting from a simple black suit and tie with light green dress shirt, and battle with his curls. Although he didn't need to do it for today, he still chose to use some gum, making him a tad more presentable. He really liked his curly hair. Mom and his girlfriends played with them just right, never tugging them too much or anything like that, giving him the unpleasant experience. But he couldn't help but envy Toshi, who just slicked his locks back and was done with it. He went through a struggle of brushing them to straighten as much as possible and then applying a gum. After almost 20 minutes of fighting, he finally managed to get that most of it stuck to his right side, creating sort of a fringe, with a few bangs left on the left. It looked good, at least he hoped so. "Why did you bring Puppy?" Toshi asked quietly, eyeing the android, which stood a few steps away from them. Peeking at his friend, who for his formal wear chose black suit with light lavender shirt and purple tie, he once again couldn't help but be envious of easiness he had with dealing with his hair. "You know it tends to get restless and sad when it's left alone," he replied with a small shrug. The memory of just how overjoyed the robot was when it saw them after its first night in the lab replied in his mind. Alan made it more bearable for Puppy, but the program still thrived for human contact. "Yeah, still can't get just how machine can feel, but whatever. Do you think it was smart for it to bring our cases?" His friend questioned, pointing with his head at the objects in Puppy's hands. Izuku hummed to himself and gazed at his child. Almost as it read his mind, the android tightened his grasps on the handles, signaling that it won't disappoint him. "I'm sure it's going to be fine. Maybe it will give us a few more people for tomorrow's lecture," he answered nonchalantly. A giggle reached his ears. A perverted one. Glancing to the side, he saw that Mineta was releasing those annoying noises, while constantly moving his fingers as if he was trying to feel something in the air. Next to him, Kaminari-kun and Kirishima-san stood with undone expressions on their faces. "Don't stare at him that hard or you're going to kill him with it," Toshi remarked, letting out a snicker. He didn't respond to that and turned away from the midget. He didn't hint to be anywhere near his girls, like in at least 10-meter radius. Unfortunately, those type of people proved to be very persistent in their endeavor and couldn't be that easily feared. A ding from an elevator reached his ears. When the door opened, a bit nervous Jiro-san walked through it. The girl's outfit looked quite good in his opinion, definitely fitting her punkish vibe. After her, two goddesses showed up to him. First was Mei, who wore a black chipa with a pink dragon swirling around her legs, resting at head at her left hip. The material hung her nicely, showing her great curves, adding even more sexiness to it. On her feet were simple black flats, most likely due to her not knowing how to walk around on heels. Her bubblegum hair were kept in the usual style with bangs framing her head in bun on top, although into it were plunged two black sticks. He could see makeup on her face. Not much though, just enough to bring out her natural beauty even more. Momo followed her, dressed in a crimson dress that had open back and rather low cut on the cleavage. There was a slit on the side, staring on her mid-thigh, which allowed her to move a bit more freely, seeing as the material hung her body like it was some sort of second skin to it. The added benefit to it was a glance at her long leg. On her feet were a pair of simple black heels. While her usual bang from right side remained in its place, the rest of her hair were brushed up and slightly to the right, kept in place by a golden accessory. She too had just a tad of makeup, enchanting her features even more. Under her left arm, she held a red purse. Holy crap! He knew that he lucked out, having two extremely beautiful young women for girlfriends, but this? This was too much for his poor heart, that was beating like crazy in his chest. Was his going to explode? Probably. No, wait, definitely, with just how sensual they looked. Oh, and they were walking with that extra sway in their hips toward him, making his eyes follow the movement. Yup, he was a goner. Dude, you're drooling, Toshi whispered, lightly hitting him in the ribs with his elbow. Closing his jaw, that hung wide open, and wiping out his chin, he ignored his friend's snicker and gazed at those goddesses in front of him. You look great. Both of you. Perfect, actually. His words sounded like an insult to just how glorious they were presenting themselves. It was some deadly combination of cute, beautiful, and sexy that should be definitely forbidden. Momo chuckled at his reaction and put her hand on his cheek, cupping it lightly, sending him into some weird sensory overload. "Thank you, Izuku. You look pretty handsome to me," she told him, purring out his name, with a smirk on her face. The one that Midnight pulled out. Of course, it only added to just how amazing she was right now. "You see, May, that's what I meant by knocking his socks off." So it was all planned? Not that he minded. Their girlfriend glanced between them and made a long O, like she just discovered something new. Gazing at him, she grinned widely. "So you think we're like super pretty, right?" she asked with light blush on her cheeks. All he could do was nod dumbly, earning a laugh from his girls. If he died today, he would die as the happiest man alive. "Please stop it. I can feel my teeth getting cavities," Toshi said with loud groan, hiding his eyes behind his palm. Excuse him, it wasn't his fault that his girlfriends were just stunning and took away his ability to speak normally. "Sorry for being late, everyone," Melissa called them, walking from another elevator. The girl's outfit was a nice one, bringing out her natural charms. Peeking at his friend, whose jaw hung loosely, he let out a snicker. "Look, who's drooling now," he said in low voice. "Shut up," Toshi hissed, covering his mouth with his hand and turning away from them. A slight redness was present on his cheeks. He heard Momo's snicker at their friend reaction. He couldn't wait to tell her about how the teen was after Melissa spoke his name. And the best part of it? The night was still young. He believed that they would have plenty of occasions to get even more blackmail material against the boy. "Seeing as everyone is here, I think we should go to the hall. The opening speech would be given any minute now," Izuku informed them, popping off the bubble they all were in. "Yeah, let's go and party," Kaminari-kun cheered, gaining loud answers from Kirishima-san and Mineta. They didn't even make a single step towards the reception hall, when a loud alarm rung through the whole corridor. A heavy shutters closed on windows as the generic, robotic voice gave an announcement about a bomb placed in the building, asking everyone to remain calm and not leave their place. Great, there went their relaxing night out. What is it about? Mineta cried out loudly, shivering his place. "Guys, the intercom isn't working," Kirishima-san added, while pointing at the device on the wall. "The phones have no service either," Todoroki-san said, showing them his mobile phone. "The elevator isn't working," Jiro-san called, pressing the button repeatedly. "I'm not sure, but something seems wrong," Melissa told them, while gazing at the floor with furrowed brows. "The high alert mode wouldn't be triggered by a simple bomb. Besides, I know that building was checked about half-hour ago by security. It's a standard procedure for those sort of events." Izuku frowned and adopted his thinking position. If a person, who lived here daily, said that something wasn't right, then an issue was definitely present. "We should go and check the reception hall. We need more information," he announced, gaining everyone's attention. "I agree with Midoriya. For now we need to see with what kind of situation we're dealing with," Togata-senpai told them in serious manner. While the teen still had a light smile on his face, the aura around him was much different from what it was during the day. He would risk calling it a professional one. Peeking at others, he saw them nod at his suggestion. "Melissa, please show us the way." "Of course," the girl replied without hesitation. Jogging to where the party was supposed to be, they firstly used emergency stairs to go one floor up and then began passing through utterly empty corridors. This just added more questions and pressure to them. A tight knot tied itself around his stomach. Something just didn't add up. After some minutes, they entered an intersection with rails around a round hole in the floor, right in the middle of the passage. "Guys, wait up!" Toshi called, stopping them all. The boy was pointing at the glassy circle in the ground. "We can see the party room from here." Quickly joining his friend, Izuku gazed through it and gritted his teeth. All guests were laying on the floor with their hands on their heads. Heroes, who attended the event, were tied with some kind of blue capturing tape, which restricted their movement completely. This of course included All Might, who was laying on his side on the platform, shaking a bit against his restraints. Around the room walked few individuals wearing black masks, black bulletproof vests and armed with rifles. A hostage situation? And even the symbol of peace had his hands literally tied. There was no doubt that, if the hero tried anything funny, terrorists would start killing people. Damn! Gazing around his companions, he saw them clenching their hands tightly around the rails and nervous expressions on their faces. They even have All Might. What the hell is going on? Mineta shouted loudly, gaining a sharp look from almost everyone, which silenced him. "We need to figure this out." Izuku mumbled quietly, thinking about his options. "Jiro-san," he called, making the girl look at him. "Can you use your quirk to hear what is going on there?" he asked hopefully. "Yeah, sure. Just let me plug in," she replied, crouching down. One of her earlobes extended itself and struck the floor. The girl peeked at him and gave him thumb up. Pulling out his phone, he used the flashlight to try and gain All Might's attention. After few tries, the hero caught up to what he was doing, tilting his head towards them. Izuku signaled the number 1 hero to start talking and pointed at Jiro-san. The villains have taken over the tower. They have the security system under complete control, keeping everyone on the island as a hostage. Heroes as well. It's dangerous. Run away from here as quickly as possible and hide yourself good." The girl repeated to them the message in a bit shaky voice, showing her nervousness. "This is really bad," Kaminari-kun commented, trembling a little. "We need to go back to the safer location. Villains can spot us easily from here." Togata-senpai commanded them and begun going back to the staircase. Izuku took a deep breath and put his body onto autopilot as it followed others, while his mind went into overdrive. He counted 4 terrorists at the party, plus one guy with steel mask and white coat, which he supposed was a linchpin. If they held the grasp on the security system, which must have been here in the central tower, then it meant 1 or 2 more criminals. Of course they could also have some guys roaming around. So in rough estimate their number were either equal or lower. This already put them at the disadvantage. Wait, that sounded like he was thinking about a battle plan. Half of his mind scolded him for those thoughts, saying that he was insane to even consider this as an option. Other part continued scheming, trying to figure out the best possible way to proceed with this plan. Blinking back to reality, he saw everyone looking tense and keeping their eyes on the floor. They had uneasy expression, showing just how frustrated they were about the whole situation. In addition, Togata-senpai had that weird vibe from him, like he was one step away from jumping solo into the action, but couldn't leave them alone. He glanced at Puppy, which was faithfully standing next to him and his girls. "Puppy, can you get into the contact with Alan?" he questioned, accidentally getting everyone's attention. "What are you trying to do, Midoriya?" Todoroki-san asked in slight curiosity. "Alan can get access through Puppy into the I-Island security system, if we link the body with intercom. This way, it can try to get back the control," he explained, trying to get their morals up. "Is that even possible?" Like I don't doubt you or your AI, it's just this place has the same security as Tartarus. Kirishima-san asked, rubbing his neck in uneasy manner. May let out a triumphant laugh and grinned widely. Of course Alan can do it. He's the one that keeps hold of UA's security, she said in proud tone. That was true. His first day I was constantly checking the school's network, keeping it safe from any attack, by changing the gates and addresses to all servers every hour around the clock. In case of any virtual attack, Alan would keep shuffling the data, while simultaneously counter-hacking whoever was trying to get in. I'm sorry, Father. Can't contact with Big Brother. Puppy finally said, dumping their mood even more. Well, there went his only solution for not fighting. So, what are we going to do now? Jiro-san asked with scowl, rubbing her palm against her arm. I suggest that we follow the instructions of UA teacher All Might and escape from here. Izuku told them, gazing at them seriously. Is it really fine? There are people here who are in danger. Kirishima-san countered, frowning deeply. Are you stupid? Even All Might is captured. What can we, students, do? Mineta cried at them, shaking in the corner. But we can't just leave. Besides, what chances do we have for not getting caught? Kaminari-kun replied, while grabbing his hair tightly with his hands. I agree with Kaminari-san. We don't know if we can escape. Momo said, biting her nail and gazing at the wall, as it had the answer to their problem. I too think it'll be hard to get out of here. Melissa told them quietly, while having a thinking expression on her features. Before he could say anything, he caught the Toshi's eyes locked on him. There was a glint in them, signaling the great determination the boy had. It was almost as if he was telling him that this was the moment to act, not talk. Smiling lightly, Izuku let out a sigh and took off his jacket, placing it on the rail. Puppy, give me and Toshi the cases. Izuku, what are doing? Mei asked, looking at him with a tilted head. Getting ready, he replied nonchalantly. Wait a moment, are you going to fight? Jiro-sen questioned loudly. I too feel like we should help, but... The girl gazed to the side, biting her lip hard. What about having a hero license and quirkless hero ban? Kirishima-san added, swallowing hard. You need the license to legally use your quirk. Toshi replied, putting his bag on the floor and getting rid of his jacket. As for that outrageous law, Izuku begun, smirking a little. Last time I've checked, Island is independent from any and all governments. So Japanese politicians can shove it, he told them, ignoring the small glare from Momo. But still, how can we fight the villains? Kaminari-san asked, still not convinced about the operation. We don't really have to fight. Todoroki-san said, gazing up in the air in thinking manner. What do you mean by that? Izuku questioned in curiosity. Villains don't know about us, which gives us the advantage. If we can sneak by and get the security system back, then we can free all the heroes and sway the scale in our favor. Momo told them, her voice gaining more and more confidence with every word spoken. The control room is on the last floor. By using emergency staircase we can get there. Besides, we're still unharmed, so I guess that villains still don't know how to operate it properly. Melissa added happily. Togata-senpai let out a triumphant laugh and struck a victory pose. That's the thinking, greenhorns. Now we have a plan to save the day. Good thing that I put on a special boxers so you won't see my willy, he said in cheerful manner. Everyone gazed at him with blank expressions, trying to understand what he had just told them. Willy? Todoroki-san asked after a second of eerie silence. His voice was low and quiet. The upper classmate looked at him with blinding smile. Yeah. Willie. My few. How Midnight once called it, he said, sticking out his tongue and thinking hard, before snapping his fingers and grinning widely. Oh right, the one-eyed snake. You pervert. Jiro-san shouted with red face, sending out her earphone jack at the teen's head, for it to just phase through it. Izuku just blinked, not knowing what to do in this situation. Was it even worth it? And the fact that the boy was laughing hard at Ida-kuan's lecture about a proper way of speaking didn't help much. I'll go with you, too. Melissa said loudly, putting her hand on her chest. Her face could be described as determined one, despite that wobbly smile it held. Are you sure? I mean, we don't know what awaits us up there? Kirishima-san asked in unsure tone. I agree. It could be dangerous. Ida-kuan added, waving his hand around. I'm the only one who knows the layout of Central Tower here, so I can guide you. And as Academy student I know a bit about security system, so I believe that I'll be able to return it to normal. The girl countered, her voice carrying as much conviction as it could. I agree with Melissa. We need someone to show us the way. Momo said, sending the blonde a smile. I can help you with security system. The two of us can get it back in few seconds. May spoke with a huge grin on her face. A small smirk made its way on his lips. He was glad that his girlfriend supported Melissa's decision to join them. Her addition was very crucial, because he doubted that they would be able to find their way around if they got lost. Plus, if the girl was serious about becoming a hero, it would be a great experience. Standing next to Toshi, he peeked at him. The boy nodded, signaling that he was ready to go. Izuku put his suitcase down, laying in on the front. It was showtime. They stomped hard on the center of their cases, with enough strength to flip them to standing positions. While that happened, a counterpart enveloped their feet, snapping with a loud clang. The devices opened, before them, showing a mass of silver parts and some wiring. Leaning down, they grabbed two handles, sticking out from colored parts, and pushed them down, until they felt resistance and a pressure of mechanism locking around their palm. Standing up, they brought the rested gadget with them, placing it on their chests and straightened their arms, letting another metallic sound. All the plates and folds around their bodies started aligning, giving out small noises, followed by a soft whines from arc reactors and repulsors powering up. At the end, the parts around their heads snapped into place, before the masks slid onto their faces. Iron Man Mark IV and Negotiator Mark II. Those were specially designed to be the fast response armors that could be taken by them everywhere. Those suits were very light, thus giving weak defense, and didn't possess much in terms of firepower. They were just tools allowing them to survive until MAMPs got to their position with more powerful versions of their armors. If anything, Toshi's suit was better equipped than his, having the whips in it. He tried to learn how to fight with those, but after several miserable and rather embarrassing tries, he gave up. He gazed at the faces of his companions and smirked at their awestruck expressions. His girlfriends had giant smiles on their faces as well, showing how proud. You guys did it in perfect sync. Jiro-san stated, still eyeing their armors. How long did you practice this? Izuku scratched his cheek, while Toshi nervously touched his neck. They would never admit that they had literally spent 2 days getting it down, under Momo's instructions. His girl all but demanded to make a show from it, and after she told May, those two vixens convinced him to do it, claiming it would make them extremely happy. Anyway, Izuku said, opening his face mask. We should get going. But before that, we need to make a formation. Huh, why is that? Kaminari-kun asked, not understanding the purpose of this. In the case of troubles, we'll be able to react faster and in more organized way, right? Todoroki-kun questioned, although it sounded more like he needed a confirmation of his suspicions. I see, Momo said, nodding to herself. In that case, I think Melissa should be in the middle of the pack, to protect her the most. That's true. As for the rest of us, Toshi, Ida-kun, Todoroki-san and me will take the front of the group. Togata-senpai, Kaminari-kun, Kirishima-san and Puppy will take the rear. The rest will go in the middle. Izuku told them strongly, getting nods from everyone. I'll plug my jack from time to time and check our surroundings, Jiro-san stated, her earlobes pointing at the wall. I can help with checking for potential traps and such, Mei added, her eyes spinning around, showing that she was entering her Hawkeye mode. He nodded at them, waiting for everyone to get into positions. He used the small gap to step closer to Togata-senpai. How is your control over One for All? He whispered into the teen's ear. His senior hummed lightly. At good day I can get up to 20%. The boy replied truthfully. Is it a good day? Izuku asked with a sliver of hope. Letting out a chuckle, Togata-senpai grinned at him. We shall see. Of course that would be an answer. Why did he even bother? Before leaving he picked the sight of Kaminari-kun standing beside Mineta and whispering something to the frightened boy. The small teen immediately brightened up, gaining a blush on his face and begun changing harem under his breath. Quirking his brow at the blonde, the teen answered with a shake of his head, showing that he really didn't want to know. Izuku supposed that it was true. They climbed the stairs, jogging lightly to speed up the process as much as possible. All the girls that had heels on their feet left them behind, not wanting to accidentally trip over. Checking the number on the wall, he saw that they had reached 10th floor. Already some were puffing a bit, not used to that amount of exercise. If he remembered correctly, Central Tower had over 100 floors. Melissa, how many floors are here? He asked over his shoulder. 200 to be exact. The security room is on the top one, the girl informed, trying to get her breathing under control. That's too much. Mineta whined loudly. Would you prefer to get caught by the villains then? Momo asked with a huff, silencing any further complaints. Getting a constant report from Mei and Jiro-san, they were able to reach 80th floor with a hitch. But what worried him was that every exit from staircase, after 20th floor, was closed with a heavy plate of steel. In the case of any troubles, they were sitting ducks. Unless Togata-senpai used his monstrous strength to make a way for them. A shudder. Ida-kun announced grimly, gazing at the panels, blocking their way up. Do we break it? Todoroki-san asked, getting his breathing heavily and flexing his right arm. If we do that, the security system will react, giving out our position to villains, Melissa said, confirming his suspicions about the barrier. Hey, why don't we go this way? Mineta questioned, gaining their attention. The boy's hand was reaching towards the handle on the side of the doors, that for some weird reason didn't have the partition over them. Don't! Toshi shouted, lunging at the teen. Unfortunately he was too late. Mineta pulled the handle, opening the passage for them, while the red light lightened next to the grip. Are you a moron? Mei said, throwing her head back and placing her palms over her face. A muffled groan left her lips, showing just how frustrated she was at the showcase of stupidity. What have happened? Kirishima-san questioned, gazing at them weirdly. This imbecile basically signaled villains, where we are. Jiro-san explained, shaking her head. We need to move, now. Momo commanded harshly at them. They rushed, changing from jog to running, making their way through the corridors. One thing he noticed was that the armor made it a bit difficult. He would need to look up to it at the later date. Peeking over the shoulder, he saw no signs of trouble there, but instead of putting him at ease, it only added to the pressure. Villains were no doubt alarmed about them, but they didn't do anything. Were they preparing a trap? Yaoyorozu-san, it's not time for a snack. Izuku shouted, waving at the pale yellow bar and a silver wrap that his girl was holding. Mei let out a victorious laugh and grinned at the boy. It's not a snack. It's a fast-intake high-calorie food, designed especially for people that use body fats in large quantities for their quirks, she explained enthusiastically. I didn't know a thing like that existed. Melissa said in awe, eyeing the bar. Me and Yao Papa started playing with the idea and begun testing it. It's the first real product of our efforts. His girlfriend added, puffing her chest forward in prideful manner. Oh right, he had heard about this. It begun around the same time, when Momo's new costume was created. His father-in-law had a quirk that allowed for a controlled process of burning his lipids, additionally making it more effective than for a normal person. He asked Mei if she wanted to help with this project, but she firmly said she wanted to do it on her own. He respected that greatly. Gazing at Momo, he saw her biting off almost a half of it and munching as fast as possible, before swallowing. Then her cheeks puffed out and her face turned green. What's wrong? He asked in concern. At first it was bland, but the aftertaste is horrible, she replied, before taking the rest of the bar. A heavy, metallic clung made him turn his head straight ahead. Crap! The shutters were closing before them, cutting off their road. The suits didn't have the power to open them and he wasn't sure if Togata-senpai could do it by punching the steel. Maybe Puppy would help with it, but he wasn't sure. There! The door's in the wall. Izuku shouted, waving his hand at the closed passage. Don't stand around. Ice boy, stop it. Toshi commanded, grabbing Melissa and Jiro-san around their waists and taking onto the air. A wave of crystal clear ice shoot forward, getting in between the shutting parts of partition, leaving a way for them to cross. Getting a hold of his girls, he too rose up, squeezing through the hole. A sound of engine reached his ears. Looking to the side, he saw Izuku swinging his legs at the doors with a blue fire spewing from his exhaustion pipes, leaving his pants in shreds. The metal bended inwards and gave away completely after a second, rising a cloud of dust and clearing their way out. Doing a quick head count, he confirmed that everyone was with them. A first hustle after them, but how many more were to come? Better not waste time for thinking about it and destroying his morals. Stepping inside the room, he saw a mini forest there. All kinds of lush trees, bushes, and grass were present here. The ceiling was pretty high with a fenced pathways hanging from it, stopping somewhere in the middle towards the floor in connection to the walls around the room. From a specially designed pipes of water poured down right into the ponds in the ground, no doubt some kind of hydration system. There were actually a few levels of greenery rising up, with some lines hanging from the open spaces. The room was very bright, having lamps every few steps and lights on the top. What is this place? Kaminari-kun asked, looking around in awe. A plant factory. Here the scientists test how quirks influence vegetation. Melissa explained. She was rather short on her breath from all the running they did. If her stamina would end before reaching the top floor, then he would have Puppy carry her. Stop! Mei shouted at them, pointing toward the center of the room. The elevator's coming up. Quickly touching the side of his helmet and turning the wheel around, he zoomed in. The display screen above the doors showed 55th floor and was rising fast. Hide, now, he ordered, going into the thicket. He hoped that villains would pass them, allowing them to continue without a hitch. Please universe, have mercy. Can't we somehow use the elevator? Kirishima-san asked hopefully. No, only authorized people can access it. We can't brute force it either. It's as sturdy as bomb shelter. Melissa replied, furrowing her brows. Come on, give us the conveniences of modern civilization. Minato whispered loudly, shaking like the leaf and jumping up, when the sound from elevator stopping. Stealing his nerves, Izuku peeked just above the line of bushes they all were hiding in. Ironically, with his green helmet and hair, he looked like a part of greenery here. The doors opened with a soft whine, showing two people inside. One was super small and had short, black hair worn in round shape on the top with two stripes going around the head. The other was tall and skinny with face shaped like a goat and dark green mohawk-shaped hair. Both were wearing the clothes the masked villains had at the party. Signaling the number of enemies to his companions, Izuku kept a watchful eye glued to them. The two were talking about something, but he couldn't hear them, due to the distance. Distance that was beginning to shrink, because the two were coming their way. Pressing a finger to his lips, he peeked at Togata-senpai. The teen got the message and got ready to jump out any second. He saw Toshi moving his palms around, changing the focus on repulsors. Following his friend's idea, he did the same. Using the surprise their senior made, they would knock out the villains with quick blast. There you are, damn kid! One of the villains shouted angrily. Wait! Kid? Pushing a bit of bush from his way, he saw Kirishima-san standing awkwardly a few meters from the criminals, who were glaring at him. The teen gave out a short laugh. Hey, I've lost my way down to the party and got stuck here, when the system made announcement. Is everything okay now? The boy said with strained smile on his lips, clearly not prepared to this situation. Kirishima-san must have circled around the bushes, putting as much distance between him and their position as possible. But why? Why was he sacrificing himself for them? They could have worked it out somehow. Gritting his teeth hard, he promised himself that he was going to ask the boy about it. That is after he rescued him. You can't lie to me, kid. Taller villain shouted cockily, swinging his right arm back. The glove on his palm destroyed, when his hand enlarged, showing webbed claws. Pushing his arm forward, the criminal released a whistling projectile of compressed air, straight at the terrified teen. Just then a mini glacier came to live, burrowing underneath it the two evildoers. Snapping his head to the side, Izuku saw Todoroki-san, who had a trail of ice coming from his right foot and breathed out a thick mist. The rumbling sounded from the mass of ice, signaling that villains still weren't done fighting. The teen scowled lightly and turned to them, sending an iced pathway in their direction, which ran around them, making a perfect circle. We're going to buy you time, the boy announced, when the pillar of ice began lifting them up. Togata-senpai jumped from the platform and smiled brightly. I'm going to make sure things go smoothly here. The rest of you go now, he told them, shrugging off his jacket. The pillars stopped growing right next to the platform, giving them an easy way out. Jumping on it, Izuku helped the rest to cross over, before looking for the direction that would lead them to escape. At the both ends of the pathways were closed doors. Maybe they could force them open? Are they going to be okay? Melissa asked in worry, peeking at their companions. Todoroki is the strongest student from our class, Ida-kun said reassuringly. Yeah, and Kirishima is as tough as a rock, Kaminari-kun added, laughing at the small joke he made. And Vault Boy is from the big three. We all saw how easily he trashed the villain attack today, Toshi told them, looking over his shoulder at the girl. They were right in those estimates. Although he suspected that Togata-senpai would be more than enough to deal with it in the matter of seconds. Still, better be safe than sorry. Once again Ida-kun destroyed the doors with a powerful swing of his leg, showing them exactly the same situation that almost trapped them earlier. He heard the desperate calls coming from some of his companions, giving him the good look at just how this whole situation was getting to them. "Hey, can we use that?" May asked loudly, pointing at the small trapdoor at the ceiling. "The maintenance room for the sunlight system," Melissa said in wonder. "Does it have an emergency ladder or something?" Jiro-san questioned hopefully. The blonde girl thought hard before replying. "There is a manual one, but can be only accessed from the inside." "So we can't go any further?" Mineta asked, gritting his teeth hard. "Here you go, honey," Momo said to May, putting something on her hand and giving her a kiss on a cheek. He quirked a brow at his girls. Both had a sly smirks on their faces and dangerous glints in their eyes. May's eyes zoomed in as she took the throwing pose. Swinging her arm and letting out a quiet grunt, she pinched a small disc toward the doors. It hit its mark and after a second or two, it exploded, clearing the passage and charring the ceiling around them. "Great job you two!" Izuku cheered at his girlfriends, putting a small blushes on their faces. "I see. Now Midoriya-kun, Shinso-kun and Puppy can lift us up there without much trouble," Ida-kun said loudly, expressing his joy. "I doubt it," Melissa said, making the boy stop his arms mid-rapid swings. "Maintenance room is 2 floors above and from the looks of it, they can barely squeeze themselves in the armors," she told them, eyeing the suits. "To let the ladder down, we need someone to go through the vent and use the outside wall to get at the top floor. There is another trapdoor like that, which will bring them straight to the destination." The girl explained carefully, doing her best to not sound desperate. "Someone small, who can climb the walls," Jiro-san mumbled aloud. Suddenly all of them turned to the side, gazing at the very small and trembling form of Minoru Mineta. "Like hell I'm going to do it," the boy shouted at the top of his lungs, crossing his arms on his chest. "Come on Mineta. Do it for the harem," Kaminari-kun pleaded, winking at the teen. It almost seemed to do the trick, when the small drool escaped from Mineta's mouth, but then the teen stomped on the ground and shook his head vigorously. "Okay, Grapist, listen to me," Toshi said, releasing an irritated sigh. "Who do you?" the boy called, but suddenly his whole body froze and his eyes turned blank. The obvious effect of his friend's quirk. "Now," the teen begun, crouching next to the Mineta. "You're going to be finally useful and go up there to bring down the ladder. After you're done, punch yourself in the nuts. Hard," Toshi commanded with a wide, overly satisfied smirk on his lips. Izuku held back a flinch at the last words. Wasn't that taking it too far? He knew that the small student deserved it, but a small amount of mercy could be given every now and then. "Isn't it a bit too much?" Melissa asked in uncomfortable tone. "He deserves it." His girlfriends and Jiro-san replied in perfect sync with voices that didn't carry any hint of emotions. Apparently there was no mercy for Mineta. Shoto dodged yet another swing of compressed air from the tall villain, who was his opponent. The other one, who turned himself into a huge, purple gorilla, was chasing after Togata-senpai. Kirishima was still stuck in the wall, after he shielded him from the swipe of the transformed criminal. He guessed he would need to thank him later. Putting his right leg before him, he started producing ice from his heel, pushing him forward at a great speed that somehow was matched perfectly by his enemy. Shoto had no trouble maintaining balance in this position, even making wild dodges from the attacks sent his way. Who would have thought that those ice skating lessons the bastard made him attend to would prove useful? Shoto thought hard about his current situation. From what he observed from the holes in the ground or in his ice walls, his opponent's quirk allowed him to drill through anything the ball of air touched. This meant that his right side would be pretty much useless in offensive manners, while giving him a little bit of defense. He suspected that the flames from his left side wouldn't be much of a help either. He had two options left. Overpower the villain with the sheer force of his quirk or take it to close combat, or his enemy's quirk was useless. And while old Shoto wouldn't hesitate with the first option, this new Shoto, that was born after the sports festival, didn't want to do it. He wasn't a brute like the man who gave the semen to his mother. He wasn't the expert at this range. If he had to, he would say that Yayarozu became one of the most feared fighters in their class. It most likely had to do something with those spars she had with Midoriya. Maybe he could join them? A thought for later. Doing a sharp turn, he changed his course, going straight at the criminal, who stopped for a second from the shock. He began swaying from side to side, making it harder to aim at him. When he was close enough, he laid low and slid on the ground, trying to sweep the legs of his opponent. Unfortunately, the enemy's reflexes were too good, dodging the attack with well-timed jump. Not being the one to be discouraged, he pressed forward, trying all combinations of punches and kicks he could think of and his body could pull off. He had no doubt that it was rather sloppy, but it seemed to do the trick, keeping his enemy from using the quirk. But another problem arose. This was just another standstill, where none of them could find a way sway the victory on his side. Shoto refrained from using his right side, because, if the villain dodged it and put the distance between them, he was more than sure that he wouldn't be able to get close again. As for his opponent, while they had a longer reach and superior reflexes, the criminal wasn't used to CQC. Just when he was close to being desperate, something flew and hit his opponent, pushing him away. Snapping his neck to the side with dumbstruck expression, he saw Togata-senpai without the top of his suit, showing off his buffed silhouette, who had his right fist outstretched in his direction. A white lighting cracked around his form. Power! The teen screamed at the top of his lungs, giving some triumphant pose. Looking toward his opponent, Shoto saw him crushed against the wall, pinned into it by unconscious body of the other villain. Not wasting any more time, he released a huge wave of ice, covering them almost fully, leaving them unable to escape. Good job, Greenhorn! Togata-senpai shouted at him with a smile and thumb up. He nodded at him and jogged to where his classmate was. He saw him deep in the wall, that was cracked all around him, struggling to get out. Kirishima, he called in his usual tone. Turn off your quirk. The boy peeked at him with a silly expression, before releasing his transformation and stepping out from his binding. Thanks for that. The teen said, laughing awkwardly. I should be the one thanking. You saved me from that punch. Shoto countered, bowing his head lightly. Okay, now that this is over, why don't we catch up to the rest? Togata-senpai proposed, pointing at the ladder coming from the ceiling. Before they could make step in that direction, a sound similar to police siren reached them. Gazing up, he saw some red robots, resembling tall trash cans, racing at them. There were so many of them that he couldn't count them. Looks like there is second wave. The upperclassmate said, the lighting once again coming to life around him. Let's get ready to rumble. Kirishima added, changing his palms with his quirk. A huge, excited grin adored his face. Flexing his arms and narrowing his eyes, Shoto got ready for a fight. He wanted to end this quickly, to go and help his friends. Chapter 50. Izuku watched Mineta, lying motionless on the floor, holding his crotch. Foam was coming from his mouth and his eyes rolled back onto his skull. The boy did his job right to the T, unlocking the ladder to climb up. Getting punishment for all the perving he has done was in some way the cherry on top. Puppy came forward, grabbing the teen by the back of his shirt while keeping him at arm's length. Like that, Mama? The robot asked, looking at Momo for approval. Exactly like that. Good boy, puppy. Momo replied proudly. A vicious smirk on her lips. Why, even when she was acting scary, she was so hot. Let's get moving now, Izuku ordered, gaining the attention from the group. Toshi, Ida-kun, please lead the way. Me and Kaminari-kun will cover our backs. Also, whenever someone spots a camera, destroy it or let the other know. We can't let the villains get our position again. They all nodded at him, showing that they understood the seriousness of the situation. Last time they were lucky, but now they couldn't afford any more hitches on their plan. Looking at his power levels, he still had 80% of power, while Toshi's suit was at the same level and Puppy had almost emptied the palladium core on the first reactor. The secondary one would come online any minute now. Considering there was no more trouble along the way, their reactors wouldn't run out of juice before getting the security system under control. He doubted that the universe would give him that comfort, but he had to hope everything would work out. Midoriya, you're a great leader, you know? Kaminari-kun said, with a kind smile, pulling him out from his musing. Was he? Maybe after watching the whole MCU for 100 times, he learned a thing or two about leadership, and being the boss at the bookstore probably helped some. Thanks, he replied, smiling behind the faceplate. They were coming to the 130th floor, but there was still no sign of trouble. There was no way that the villains didn't see the lack of feed from the destroyed cameras, so why was their path was still clear? They're probably preparing a trap for us, Momo stated grimly, as if reading his thoughts. I agree, this is going too well. All shutters were open since the 100th floor, Ida-kun added, looking around for any sign of trouble. But at least we're moving forward, May told them, lightening the mood slightly. Those doors ahead of us, Melissa called, pointing at the closed entrance with a window in it. They lead to the laboratory. We can go through there as a shortcut to the emergency stairs, instead of running the whole corridor. That's great, Jiro-san happily commented. What's inside? Melissa tilted her head, humming a bit. If I'm not mistaken, scientists have their terrariums with ants, spiders, and other small animals like that. Let's keep going then, May shouted, quickening her pace a bit. Her voice sounded rather distressed. May, what's wrong? Momo asked, worried, stopping their group. Their girlfriend was pale, shivering in place, her unfocused eyes were glued to the floor. She looked like she was truly terrified of something. I can't handle spiders, the girl admitted in a low whisper. In the corner of her eyes, they could see tears beginning to build up. They're gross, hairy, and scary. My brother used them to freak me out. Her hands shoot forward, catching him and Momo in bear hug. I don't want to go there, please. He had never seen her this frightened before, and all because of little creatures that were more scared of her than the other way around. May was a lot of things, but he wasn't expecting her to be scared of spiders. However, they couldn't afford to skip the shortcut, they had people to save. May, calm down. Everything is going to be okay, Momo said in gentle voice, petting their girlfriend's hair in a soothing manner. Opening his face mask and then kissed her on the forehead. Those spiders are behind the glass, they won't reach you. The girl looked up at them with teary eyes and slightly puffy cheeks. Even when terrified, she was still so adorable. Nothing is going to happen, she asked in a whisper. Nothing. We'll get past them without trouble, Momo assured, planting a kiss on top of May's head. Yeah, about that, Toshi said, looking through the window in the doors with a small grimace. We've got company there. More villains? Ito-kun questioned in concern. No, security robots. They're roaming between tables with terrariums and equipment, the boy stated and glanced at Izuku. What are going to do, boss? Biting his lip, he turned to Melissa. Do those robots have any weapons? He wouldn't be surprised if they had, non-lethal ones of course. Arming a bunch of bots with guns, or some other deadly devices would be truly unwise. As far as I'm aware, they only have a thick cable. They use it to catch and restrict the target's movement. The girl answered without missing a beat. Let me take care of them, Kaminari-kun stated in a strong voice, cracking his knuckles, giving out a strangely confident vibe. You're going to release a huge wave of electricity, frying them and your brain, don't you? Jiro-san asked in deadpan voice. And be a deadweight for you guys? Nope. The teen replied with a huge grin. The boy gazed at him and his girlfriends, sending them a wink. Kaminari-kun's hair suddenly became even more spikier than before and his eyes shone a little. A tiny, yellow electric arcs cracked around his body constantly, giving a quiet hum. The teen had his fist clenched tightly with a fierce expression on his face, showing just how concentrated he was. Somehow it reminded Izuku those moments when Thor used his lightning powers to the full extent. I can't keep it up for long, Kaminari-kun grunted out, standing in front of the doors in running position. Let's get rolling then, Toshi said, snapping back his mask and opening the entrance for the teen. When the passage became unblocked, the boy literally shot out from his place, leaving slightly charred panels where he stood. He charged straight at the first bunch of security robots with a surprising amount of speed. Kaminari-kun wasn't as fast as Togata-senpai while using one for all, but he still was much quicker than before. He punched the first machine, sending lightning between the ones near it, frying them instantly. There was a small dent in the robot's armor. Shaken out from the amazement, he ran into the room, the rest following him. Locating the exit, he maneuvered between tables and shelves, trying to keep the robots as far from his classmates as possible. 3 lone robots popped out, blocking their way. Lifting up his hands, Izuku fired his repulsors, shoving the machines away with deep dents in their carcasses. Before he could take out the last one, Kaminari-kun jumped out of nowhere, putting his outstretched palm on top of the robot's head, while upping the power, cutting through it like butter. Standing next to it, the teen grinned widely and gave them shaky thumb up. The boy's lighting vanished, leaving him in rather haggard state. Kaminari-kun sat on the floor, supporting his back against the table. Gazing behind, he saw small piles of machines, some left in smithereens, some just fried. To say he was surprised would be an understatement. It was just 2 weeks ago when he and his girls gave him some propositions for electrification, and the teen already tested one of them, creating such a powerful move. Wow, jamming way, what was that? Jiro-san asked, still eyeing the destroyed robots. That was my cloak of lighting. Pretty neat, huh? Kaminari-kun replied, trying to get his breathing under control. That technique is quite powerful. You literally cut through those bots with your bare hands, Melissa stated, inspecting the machines. That's right, unfortunately, it seems that the drawbacks to it are severe, Ito-kun added, worried. Yeah. I can't keep it for more than 3 minutes, and after that, I'm not able to move for a while. The teen let out a weak chuckle. Leave me here. You still need to save the day. Looking at the boy for a second, Izuku felt a great amount of respect for Kaminari-kun, who was willingly admitting that he was done for and would only slow them down, all while having a giant grin plastered on his face. Glancing at his child, Izuku made a decision. "Puppy, give Kaminari-kun a ride on your back." The teen looked at him with stupefied expression, like he had just heard something utterly weird and couldn't believe his ears. "We're not leaving you behind," Momo stated firmly, crossing her arms under her chest. "Exactly, we're a team. We take care of each other." May stated in a happy tone, yet her face was a serious one. The boy didn't say anything else, just had a small grateful smile on his lips. Moving forward, they kept climbing floors without any more issues. All partitions were open for them and no more security robots showed up. However, this left Izuku worried. Why suddenly, out of nowhere, the villains allowed them to go up so much? It certainly wasn't an act of goodwill. Could they've been led somewhere? To another trap most likely. "Jiro-san, can you hear anything?" Izuku asked, doing his best to not sound concerned. The girl plugged her jacks into the wall, closing her eyes for a moment. "No. The coast is clear," she answered reassuringly. "There's another shutter in our way," Ida-kun, who ran ahead, said to them. "But the doors are unlocked," Toshi informed, grabbing a handle and looking at him. "Must be a trap," Momo said, chewing on her lip. "We can't really turn around now, can we?" May asked, squeezing their girlfriend's hand. "This is the 138th floor, the servers' banks for the tower are here," Melissa informed them, while tapping her chin. "If other partitions are not closed, then we can access the roof through the wind power generators, with another emergency staircase." "So we have no choice?" Jiro-san asked, while scowling lightly. "I guess not." Izuku didn't really like it, but they really had no choice in that matter. He could ask Puppy to break the barricade with his uni-beam, but there was no telling if the other shutters were also closed. If yes, then the android's remaining arc reactor would run out of juice before they reached the top floor. And his and Toshi's suits were ill-equipped to handle that amount of heat produced by the device. Getting out from the staircase, they ran into the giant room filled up to the ceiling with massive black-red server units. There were quite a few rows of them with passages hanging in the air. Despite the situation, Izuku marveled at the sight, thinking about the things Alan could do with that amount of bytes. Suddenly a set of massive doors opened before them, showing countless amounts of security robots coming online, getting ready to charge at them. A siren sounded from above, announcing that even the more machines were coming on them. Toshi stopped their group and took a battle stance. His whip sprung from his arms as the teen mumbled a word in a language unknown to him. Russian? Or maybe something from Eastern Europe. Language! Momo scolded, the light of creation shining on her back. What? How did you know that I was cursing? Their friend asked loudly. While the proper way of speaking is surely a must, we have greater problems at our hand. Ida-kun exclaimed, looking at him with a hardened expression. All right, he became the team leader. While he had no doubt that they could break through, it would take them too long and risk getting caught, meaning the end for their mission. Go! Momo told him, creating a Gatling gun with a tripod, its belt of bullets coming out of her chest, although those didn't look like a standard ammunition, more like a rubber bullets. Take May and Melissa with you and go. We'll take care of this. This was the logical solution. It seemed like the enemy pushed most of their forces here to stop their advance. Splitting up was the only way. Puppy, you're coming with us, Izuku ordered his child. The android dropped Mineta on the floor and then crouched down, allowing Kaminari-kun to slip off it. Turning around and opening his mask, he kissed Momo hard on the lips, the girl returning the gesture with just the same amount of fervor. "Stay safe." She flashed him a sly smile, before pushing him away to kiss May. He left the group, hoping that everything would turn out okay. Momo, despite keeping her composure, was pissed, fuming even, and God help those villains when, not if, she got her hands on them. She had it all perfectly planned. Woo Izuku and May with her dress, making them unable to keep their eyes off her. Then spent a good time at the party, getting to know some heroes and researchers, while making sure that no one would even try to look at her lovers. After some time she would ask them to go with her to the hotel, cutely pleading that she wanted to have some quality time with them. She would put on some mindless movie, cuddling between Izuku and May. Then after that, she would use some techniques that Midnight taught her, slightly against her will, to make their night perfect. But the big, bad, annoying villains just had to ruin her plans to spend an amazing time with her lovers. They were going to pay handsomely for it as well. "Kyoko-chan, handle the gun," she ordered, keeping her tone as neutral as possible. She didn't want her friend to know that she was frustrated. Looking ahead, she watched Toshi skillfully moved in the air, swatting his whips, destroying machines left and right, carving rigged gushes in their armor. Occasionally he released a blast from his repulsors, taking down the bots that tried to pass him. Next to him Izuku delivered vicious kicks, sending the bots away with cracks and dents, while blue raging flames spewed from his exhaust pipes. A loud war cry, featured by the sound of rapid fire, made her grin a little. The bullets she created were made from hardened rubber, add some more spice to their propellant and those could easily take down any robot charging at them. Of course, if Kyoko-chan wasn't careful while operating the weapon, she would damage the servers, but Momo trusted her friend to be mindful of her aim. Concentrating for a moment, grenades filled with thick glue started popping out from her back. She wasn't just a walking factory, she could fight too. Turning around to grab one of them, she saw Kaminari-kun holding one. The boy shot her a wobbly smile and stood up on shaky legs. With the newfound respect for her classmate, she pulled out a pin and threw the grenade with all her might at the incoming wave of robots, while he did the same. Momo was going to ensure that she and her friends survived this. She still had to be cuddled at night by her lovers. Izuku did his best to ignore May's enthusiastic explanation that awed Melissa, who still couldn't wrap her head around just how Puppy's uni-beam destroyed the thick, reinforced steel doors, changing them into a pile of scraps. He too was proud of his child's work, but they had more important things to do now. Stepping outside he saw the 4 massive wind turbines connected around a huge metal beam, with a platform in the middle. Looking around, he caught sight of an entrance just a bit above the last row of turbines. They would have to fly up, counting that another shutter wasn't in their way. If he wasn't mistaken, this would put them somewhere around 150th floor. "May, hop on." Puppy grabbed Melissa. He commanded quickly. While feeling the thrill of doing hero work was definitely awesome, they needed to hurry things up. Not only to finally rescue the hostages from the villain's grasp, but also to allow All Might to stop using his muscle form. The number one hero no doubt was overexerting himself massively trying to keep his secret from the limelight. Before he could take flight, the doors on the far end opened, showing a horde of security robots entering the roof. Seriously? Just how many of those things are here? The timing was really inconvenient too. He would have to stay back, sending girls and his android ahead. They couldn't allow themselves to be stopped now. Just as he was about to say that, a figure rose from the ground and punched the first machine, sending it and others flying in all directions with an obnoxious shout of power. Taking a good look, he saw the bulky form of Togata-senpai wearing just a pair of black boxers. Thank God for DNA clothes. Keep moving, Midoriya. Glancing behind him, he saw Todoroki-san and Kirishima-san taking down another wave of security bots. be it by skewering them with ice spikes or pummeling them into scraps. Activating his repulsors, he took flight straight towards the maintenance exit. Peeking down to ensure that his companions were doing okay, he tried to not laugh. Togata-senpai and Kirishima-san held onto one of the turbines, rolling it around in a circle, while Todoroki-san kept producing crimson flames from his left side, creating hot wind that pushed all of the machines off the roof. What a silly, ingenious strategy! Having Puppy burst the doors open again, they entered the staircase. Fortunately, that one wasn't blocked by the shutters. Finally, things were starting to sway in their favor. Checking the number on the wall, Izuku happily confirmed that they had only 50 more floors to go. "Alright everyone, this is the last straight," he stated happily, couldn't wait for this self-imposed mission to end. Surprisingly, they haven't met any resistance while climbing. Was the enemy focusing their remaining forces on keeping the control room under their thumb? Actually, what was their goal with this attack? Kidnapping someone important? Stealing some gadgets from the tower? Flexing that they could successfully attack one of the most secure places in the world? The last one was a tad insane, but he didn't cross it out yet. People were able to do many things out of petty reasons. A scream reached his ears, making him stop and turn around. He saw a blade sticking out from a gash in the door, Melissa laying on the floor with May protectively over her. A small cut was on the girl's arm. Taking a fighting stance, Izuku immediately fired a double repulsor blast the moment the entrance fully opened. His opponents somehow dodged it in time, by rolling forward while thrusting his right arm at him. The limb changed into another cone-shaped blade. Thinking quickly, Izuku used the repulsors in the soles of his boots, gaining the necessary distance for the sword to only scrape his armor, making the sparks fly. "Nice reflexes, kid, but your road ends here. You have given us enough of a headache as it is," the man said in a cocky manner, swinging his arms at him. He was forced to fight at close range, seeing as there wasn't enough space for him to carry on into the air and just shower his opponent with repulsor's blast. Blocking yet another vicious swing with his armored arm, Izuku tried to think of something that would give him the advantage. The man had superior strength and quick reflexes. It was only a matter of time before his suit's folds would give. The armor's only weaponry were repulsors. And at the top of it all, his arc reactor was nearing half of its energy reserve. Wait! Arc reactor? If he could release a low-powered uni-beam, just enough to stagger his opponent and not burn himself, then he would sway the fight into his favor. Good thing that May thought to set it as the default state while making this suit. Stealing his nerves, he watched for a perfect opportunity to do it. Dodging yet another powerful strike, Izuku put himself between his opponent and his companions. The man smirked at him and chuckled. "Huh, not so tough, kid? This toy of yours is no thief." Using the distraction the villain made by himself, Izuku tensed his chest just for a second, releasing a quick uni-beam. The attack hit the opponent square on the chest, sending him flying at the wall. Ignoring the uncomfortable heat inside his suit, he began firing a volley of blasts from his hands, making sure to put the man out cold. Stopping for a moment, he saw his enemy slide against the wall with his jaw hanging loose. It looked like he did it. Turning around, he crouched right next to the girls. Inspecting the cut on Melissa's arm, he released his breath. Good, it wasn't deep, just a flesh wound. "Sorry for this," the girl said in a dejected manner. "It wasn't your fault, if anything I'm responsible for it. I should have paid more attention to our surroundings," Izuku said, scolding himself for his carelessness that led to this. "Don't be too hard on yourself, I was supposed to scout for any threats, and I didn't see it coming until it was too late," May told them, angry at herself. She pulled out a handkerchief seemingly out of nowhere and wrapped it tightly around the wound. Melissa released a short laugh, smiling kindly at them. Looks like we all need some more training before we become a full-fledged heroes. Seeing his girlfriend grin at the comment, he too smiled a bit. She was right, they still had a long way to go. Recovering from the surprise attack, they once again begun climbing the stairs. The only other trouble they run into was two guys with machine guns shooting at them, just before the entrance to the top floor. The solution to this problem was waiting till they're out of ammo and take them down with well-aimed repulsor blasts. Which way is to the control room? Izuku asked, peeking around the corner. The corridors were dimly lit, making it easy for another surprise attack. He didn't want that to happen again. It's in front of the central elevator, we just need to move straight ahead. Melissa whispered to him. Finally, they were nearly at the end of all this trouble. Now all they needed to do was to restart the security system, which with the three of them should go quickly. Hopefully there wouldn't be any more trouble. Someone's there. May informed him, peeking around the entrance, while hiding behind the wall. Damn, he spoke too soon. Okay, it wasn't that big of an issue. He and Puppy could take care of it. Or at least he believed they could. Papa and Sam? Melissa questioned in disbelief. Snapping out of his thoughts, he too peeked out. Before them was some kind of huge vault. Inside of it was Professor Shield, typing rapidly on a computer and saying something to his partner. Questions started to rise in his head. Why were they here? Did the villains force them to access something valuable in the vault? If yes, then where were the enemies? The two were there alone. We have to save him. Melissa pleaded, looking straight at him. Biting his lip, Izuku considered their options. If they ignored it, they could reset the security system in no time, therefore gaining the upper hand over the villains, but there was the risk that Professor and the other guy were in trouble. Plus this could shed some light into what exactly was going on here. Releasing an irritated sigh, he looked at his girlfriend. May, take Puppy and go to control room, me and Melissa will investigate this. She nodded with an expression serious and kissed him on the lips, before running away with Puppy. Inching closer to the vault, Izuku inspected the inside. The cylindrical walls had light blue lights constantly shining and moving through them, coursing around the gray safe deposit boxes. No one, except for the professor and his partner, were here. This was both good and bad. Good, because there wouldn't be any need to fight. Bad, because something wasn't right. His partner moved to one of the boxes and took out a big suitcase. Opening it, he showed its content to the professor. Zooming his vision closer, Izuku saw the inside it were some discs, a strange-looking device that had 6 thin belts and a container with bluish-gray liquid in it. Both of them seemed extremely happy about getting it, which only arose more questions. Everything's going according to the plan, right? Sam asked, closing the suitcase and securing it in his arms. Yes, thank you for this, Sam. It's all thanks to those fake villains you arranged. The professor replied, stepping closer to the man. What? A shiver shook his body. This was all arranged by the Professor's Shield and his right-hand man? Papa, Melissa said in a deadpan tone. The girl stepped closer with a broken expression on her face, evidently surprising the two men. What do you mean by that? Papa, you're not the one behind this, right? She asked, taking one step at a time. The guilty face on the professor's face was more than enough to give him the answer. Izuku tightened his fist, gritting his teeth hard, as a wave of anger hit him. He didn't want to believe that one of the most known persons that aided heroes in their fight for a peaceful world could do this, and for what? Some fancy gadget? The professor is only getting back what was stolen from him, Sam said, gesturing to the suitcase. This is a groundbreaking invention that mechanically amplifies quirks, without any adverse effects the body like drugs have. Okay, maybe it wasn't some fancy gadget. However, the sponsors confiscated this device and all the research data, freezing any further development. They feared that the information about it would change the structure of our superhuman society in a drastic manner. The governments. I don't care. Izuku shouted in anger, startling everyone. He was fuming, white-hot wrath bubbled inside of him. Why? He asked in a low voice. Why would you do this? What could be so important? This must be a lie. Right, Papa? Melissa said, desperate for this to not be real. It's not. The professor admitted, looking away. It's all might. I did it for him, not many know about it, but his quirk is fading away. However, if we use my device on him, then it can go back to how it was before. Maybe even become stronger. The man spoke with utter conviction. The symbol of peace can get its light back. He can save people longer. The man took the suitcase from Sam and looked at them in a pleading manner. Please let me handle this device to All Might. After he gets it, I'll take any kind of punishment. I'm prepared for it. It was all for him? While the motives were noble, the way to do it stained them. Besides, the professor showed just how clingy he was to the world the number one hero created, not actually caring for All Might himself, or the current generation. That risked everyone's lives. Melissa shouted with tears streaming down from her eyes. She ripped off the bandage, presenting her arm to her father. What do you think we all been through, to save everyone on the island? The girl spoke in clear anger and disgust. The professor fixed his sight to the wound, his face shifting its features from surprised to confused. What is the meaning of this? The villains were supposed to be fake, an act. He gazed at Sam, who was sweating bullets at this point. Oh, but it was an act. The voice behind them said, making Izuku quickly turn around, just to see the villain in the white dress coat from the party accompanied by a smirking guy with weird goggles next to him. An act pretending to be fake villains. Raising his hand, he was prepared to fire off a repulsor blast, however the linchpin's palm that was touching the vault's gate sparked with blue light. The next thing Izuku knew was that he got hit by a metal fence and plunged into the computers. The pipes wrapping tightly around him, binding his movement almost completely. Crap. This guy had to have some kind of metal manipulation quirk. This was very, very bad. His suit was absolutely useless in this kind of situation. Scratch that, Central Tower was mostly made out of steel, so it meant that this man was pretty much unbeatable. Now we can't have you interrupting us. The villain said smugly, walking further into the room. Turning to PF Shield and Sam, he asked. Sam, the device please. The chubby man took the suitcase from the shocked David and ran down from where he was. Sam? Did you trick me? Were you working with villains from the start? The professor asked, not hiding the bewilderment at the betrayal of his right-hand man. You're the one who tricked me. The aide replied harshly, stopping in front of the linchpin. I served you for so many years, but you allowed your research to be frozen so easily. The honor and renown we were going to achieve went away. If I didn't get at least some money, then it would be a total waste of my time. It would ruin me. So the fat sleazebag did it all, because he wanted a cash? Yet another reason to be angered, but before he could serve justice, he needed to get out from his bindings. Melissa pulling the metal with all her might didn't do much. A gunshot rang across the whole room. Snapping his gaze back forward, he saw the linchpin aiming a gun at the downed aide, who was holding his shoulder tightly, trying to stop the blood that was seeping out. The man tried to argue about something, disbelief clearly lacing his voice. However, the villain just stepped closer, aimed his weapon again, he pulled the trigger, but the bullet never hit its target, embedding itself into the professor, who jumped to shield the man. Melissa rushed toward her father to help him, but the linchpin hit her with the handle of the gun, sending her on the floor. Gritting his teeth, Izuku couldn't believe just how pathetic he was. He got caught off guard, leading to him being trapped. He was going to be a hero someday, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to do something right now. He half listened to the words the boss villain was telling the professor. Izuku had to agree that the deed the man did was horrible and would no doubt be a great stain on his record, but his stupid heroic heart was moved by it. He promised himself that after all of this was over, he would have a long talk with David about believing in the next generation of heroes. The linchpin knocked the professor out cold and aimed his gun at Melissa, claiming that she was an unnecessary attachment. Okay, Izuku, time to get your things together and finally do something. Putting his palms and feet flat against the wall, he pushed on the releasers, pumping out as much power from the arc reactor toward the repulsors as he could, not really caring about his energy reserves. His bindings gave, snapping like twigs, and he shot forward at a great speed. He tackled the villain, making him lose hold of the professor. Placing his arm on the linchpin's chest, he let out a powerful blast, sending the guy to crash against the wall. Landing on the ground, he peeked behind him. David had a deep wound on his right side, which bled quite heavily. He needed to do something to stop it, or the man's life would be at risk. A sinister chuckle reached him. Moving his eyes forward, the villain crouched with his hands touching the floor. You surprised me, Iron Man. The man admitted. But this is where your story ends. A blue light enveloped the villain's palms and Izuku braced himself for what was about to come. Only for nothing to happen at all. Looking at the linchpin, he saw that the man was surprised by this too. The blue aura of his quirk appeared again, yet there was still no effect. This usually works, the villain's boss said, gazing at his arms. Finally, something wasn't against him. This guy had a quirk that allowed him to manipulate metal, but it seemed only certain types were within his range. And Izuku's suit was fully made out of a gold titanium alloy. This was his chance. He wouldn't get another one. You know, he said, dragging his voice a little, to show just how much pressure he got out of it. Performance issues are not uncommon. 1 out of 5. He was cut off by a metal column slapping into him, throwing him to the other side of the room, knocking the air out of his lungs. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Why did he have to give out the perfect opportunity to finally end this nightmare party, just to play off the scene from the Avengers? He was only thinking one thing. Worth it. Picking himself back up, he saw on the display that the torso and back of his suit were pretty damaged, small sparks coming out from it only confirmed it. His energy levels weren't that good looking too. Only 32% remained. No more fooling around. Looking at Melissa, he nodded at her, hoping that she understood his intentions. Seeing as the girl rose up and began sprinting away, it seemed like she did. The other villain began to run, most likely wanting to intercept her, but Izuku took into the air and fired a dual repulsor blast, stopping the man. The sound of whistling air behind him reached his ears. Giving a short burst from repulsors, he dodged another twisted metal construction that was aimed at him. Glancing around, he saw more incoming at him. Thankfully, he had aerial superiority here. Flying around the room, he fired a blast of energy at the linchpin, who hid himself under a metal dome. They were at a standstill, but it was more than okay with Izuku. Actually, this suited him perfectly. If he managed to keep the boss here, then the heroes would have an easier time catching him after they were freed. A column arose next to him, but he skillfully maneuvered to the side, dodging the attack. However, what he didn't expect was a spike to spring forward from it. It hit his shoulder, completely destroying the armor there and grazed his flesh. Shocked by the hit and pain, he got caught in another mass of metal that brought him down, painfully crashing against the floor. A low sound, like something depowering itself, rang through the room. Was security system resetting? Hopefully, he didn't know if he could get out of this one. Looking around, he saw the villains running out from the vault with the professor and suitcase in tow. A traitorous part of his brain said that he did enough and could rest, leaving everything in the hands of the heroes. He had to admit, he was exhausted and battered after everything that happened, but what kind of hero would he be if he stopped now? Tony quit only once, when he couldn't see a way to overcome the situation, but otherwise he always pushed forward. Besides, Stan would give him a lecture in the afterlife. Gritting his teeth tightly, Izuku twisted his palms and shifted his feet, so they were laying flat against the floor. Using his repulsors, he slowly began to rise from the pile of heavy metal that was covering him. But it wasn't enough, he needed something more. Bracing for the pain that was about to come, he released the uni-beam, blowing away the obstacle. He sniffed out the smell of his shirt and skin singing from the heat, followed by the pain. He focused on something else, not wanting it to get in his way. An alert on his cracked display came. Energy was down to 19%. Some parts of his armor were severely damaged. He could feel the bruises and a concussion slowly getting to him. Is that all you've got, universe? Sprinting out of the vault, he ran toward the rooftop. If villains wanted to get away, then this was the most likely way to do it. Take a chopper and fly away. He wouldn't allow them to do it. Plus, the blood from the professor's wound was quite a dead giveaway. Spotting an open room on his way, he checked it to see if he could find a shortcut, and find one he did. While sprinting, Izuku fired off a blast to get rid of the glass and jumped through a window in the room. Activating his repulsors, he rocketed towards the rooftop. Once he got there, he saw the villains approaching a helicopter. He still had some time left before the rotor blades would have enough speed for takeoff, so maybe he could damage them with his repulsors? Oh, that's surprising. The linchpin called him across the rooftop, slightly stepping forward, as if he wanted to protect the machine from him. Did you come here to save this man who sinned? The man asked smugly. What's the deal with his weird religious mannerisms? Choosing to stall for time, he laughed. You know, hero complex and all that. The man slammed his hand against the floor, the blue aura signaling the activation of his quirk appeared, using it to send a giant pillar of metal from the roof straight at him. Izuku sidestepped it and flew forward. Maneuvering in the air, he continued to dodge more steel constructions flying at him. Now, being in an open field, he could easily move around, showing the linchpin that he wasn't going down again that easy. I commend your effort, but how are you going to save him? The villain questioned, pointing his gun at the professor. Don't worry about me, David said in a strained voice. Izuku flew back a bit and hovered above the ground. He had his hands tied. Even repeating the stain incident wasn't an option, seeing as the professor was directly behind the linchpin. My God, being a hero is so inconvenient. The villain boss taunted in smug tone. Just threaten the life of the one to be saved, and you can't move. A sharp spike sprung from the ground, taking a chunk of his mask, destroying the left side of it, almost taking his eye out. Hastily flying around, Izuku did his best to dodge all of the incoming columns, which drove him further and further away from the helicopter. Suddenly something hit him from the side, throwing him around, only for a pillar to crash into him, sending his body rolling on the ground. Groaning from the pain, Izuku pushed himself up, just in time to see the chopper taking off. He couldn't allow them to get away, not with the professor and that device. He bet that the villain wouldn't use his quirk in the aircraft. Running a little, he jumped up and rocketed toward the helicopter. He hit it hard with his body, swaying the machine in the air. It didn't matter, all he needed to do was to grab David and fly away. He could always destroy the suitcase along with the device with his repulsor. He reached his arm toward the professor, trying to cling to the aircraft. The man looked at him with disbelief. "Midoriya, get away," David pleaded. "I can't. You and me have to have a talk about heroics. Besides, Melissa is still believing in you," he tried to reason with the man. Plus, he doubted that they had time for the spat right now. "You're indeed a hero." Snapping his gaze at the linchpin, he saw the villain pointing the gun at him. Thinking quickly, he rocked the helicopter. Yet the bullet still flew at him, pushing him away. Suddenly his display started fading away and his repulsors didn't function properly. The arc reactor. It must have been hit, and with that unsteady flow of energy he was forced to let the villains escape with the professor. But honestly, it wasn't his biggest worry. Could he land now? He didn't want to fall from the skies. Even hitting the rooftop, he would still hurt himself badly. "I've got you, father," Puppy said, catching him in his arms and safely lowering them down. Looking toward the entrance to the roof, he saw May and Melissa. The two ran toward him. His girlfriend immediately enveloped him in a tight hug, checking for injuries. She had a slightly haunted expression. He must have scared her. "Izuku, are you all right?" Melissa asked, worried. "Your suit," she said with a gasp, taking the sights of him. Looking down, he saw that his reactor's light was flickering. It wouldn't hold for long. He had to think of something. A way to get back the professor and stop the villains. There had to be. A loud, obnoxious laugh reached his ears. Turning to the side, he saw All Might rocketing up in the air, far above the aircraft. The number one hero somehow stopped in mid-air, bending the laws of physics in his favor, producing a huge wave of air that halted the chopper in place. Launching himself at the machine, screaming about being here in friendship, the helicopter exploded, crashing against the roof in a ball of fire. As for All Might, the hero gracefully landed next to them with the professor in his arms. He chose not to comment on just how ridiculous this was. He didn't want to destroy the touching moment before him. Unfortunately, a rather mean metal pillar had another opinion, blasting away the number one hero. A mass of cables shot out from the ground, catching the professor and taking him away toward. "Okay, pause. What is that?" The villain boss was completely unharmed with the device around his head. A mass of wires and metal created a platform for him, rising further up in the air. Behind him, all sorts of cables joined together, making some sort of limb that moved around. All Might jumped forward, preparing to hit the linchpin into next week, but the man just swatted his arm, summoning a massive wall of metal to block the hit and stop the advance of the symbol of peace. A pillar hits the hero, sending him to the ground yet again. A light blue glow illuminated the tower, tearing off and levitating more metal pieces to join the villain's platform, changing it into the mass of seemingly living steel, which reached into the sky. He swallowed hard. This was bad. This was really, really bad. Even All Might had trouble getting through the barrage of metal columns heading his way. "We need to run," he screamed, pushing the girls to move. Suddenly the rooftop cracked from all of the attacks and lack of the steel beams supporting it. Seeing as Melissa was about to fall, Izuku squeezed the last remaining bits of power from his reactor and flew, catching the girl. They crashed a few meters away, him taking the hit. Glancing up, he saw the next volley of pillars coming at the struggling All Might, who couldn't move from the place they landed. Just as the hero was about to be hit, the mass of metal got enveloped in thick ice, freezing it up to where the villain was. A call for power could be heard as Togata-senpai sailed through the air, destroying some more columns, allowing Symbol of Peace to get away. Looking to the side, he saw Momo and others leaving the elevator. They all looked rather ragged, but their expressions were one of determination. He felt a bit of hope beginning rise. With all of them here, they could aid All Might and somehow overpower the villain. Well them. He was pretty much useless now. Without his suit, all he could do was to command the others. Father. Puppy called him. The android crouched next to him, its chest piece opening itself slightly. The machine grabbed arc reactor and took it out, presenting it to him. Kick his ass, the robot said, before the remaining energy disappeared. He felt a lone tear escape his eye. His child gave him the chance to fight and save the day. He wouldn't waste it. Nodding at a flabbergasted May, he signaled her to help him to change the reactors. His girlfriend wordlessly grabbed the device from Puppy's frozen palm and started tinkering with his suit. Izuku! Momo shouted, running to him. She was short on her breath, and looked like she was about to drop dead, yet she still pushed forward. Crouching next to him, she inspected his armor. Are you all right? She asked in worry. Chuckling to himself, he pushed what's left his face mask open and smiled a bit. Been better, he said in a cheerful tone, making her snort. Looking around, he saw that was Toshi flying around, destroying the lumps of metal with his whips. Following him were Ida-kun and Kirishima-san, who were kicking and punching steel pillars. All Might was literally smashing his way toward the villain. Next to the elevator were the rest, hidden behind a barrier made out of riot shield, no doubt made by Momo. He saw the flicker of flames, showing him that Todoroki-san was still recovering. He felt like they had a pretty good chance at. A sudden explosion snapped him out from his thoughts. Seeing Togata-senpai punching his way through the metal cubes, freeing the Symbol of Peace from them. A numerous of long, steel spears were plunged through the remaining mass of metal. Both of them landed on the ground, looking battered. He heard a soft whine coming from his suit and saw May grinning brightly at him. He was back in the business. Stealing a quick kiss from his girls, he stood up with fire in his eyes. Izuku! Melissa called him, sobbing lightly. Please, save my papa. That's the plan, he replied, snapping his faceplate back on his face. He took into the air, to where All Might and his senior were. I leave you unsupervised for 1 day, and you already got into a battle with a villain, sir. Alan's deadpan voice sounded through his helmet, putting a smile on his face. What took you so long? He asked, watching the linchpin carefully. Since when did that guy started to glow purple? I couldn't get through, no matter which satellite I used. The AI admitted bitterly. I've already sent a message to the other heroes, asking them for assistance. They will be here shortly. Is there anything else you want me to do, sir? Humming to himself, Izuku landed next to the hero and his upper classmate, who looked at him weirdly. A final boss battle music would do, and you too, we've got work to do. They chuckled at him and got into battle stances. Just when the first chords of Immigrant Song carried through the whole of Island, both of them shoot forward with the dazzling display of speed. The duo began to punch their way through the lumps of metal, racing toward the villain. As for him, he got into the air, making circles around the writhing construction. From time to time, he released a repulsor blast, taking the metal cube of its course, just to annoy the linchpin. However, his main target was finding the professor in that mass of cables and wires. He spotted David's unconscious form. The man was rather close to where the linchpin was, but the villain's attention was drawn away by All Might and Togata-senpai, who were slowly closing the distance between them. Using this chance, he flew closer and destroyed the bindings with his repulsors. Carefully taking hold of the professor, he flew away, making a lap around the construction, not wanting to be spotted. Nearing the barricade, he slipped David into Jiro-san's and Kaminari-kuen's arms. Well, that went surprisingly easy. He expected that he was going to struggle with it more, but he wasn't going to kick the gift horse in the mouth. Turning around, he saw that the villain was gathering all of his remaining metal into one humongous cube. If this thing hit them, the whole central tower would collapse. All Might and Togata-senpai wouldn't reach it in time. He wasn't going to allow this. He needed to stop the man. Rocketing forward, the words that Stain said to him, before dying, rung in his mind. He couldn't get close and his repulsors could easily be blocked. This left him with only one option left. Alan, all power to the chest repulsor. Steeling his nerves and gritting his teeth tightly, he unleashed an uni-beam straight at the villain. As he suspected, the enemy tried to shield himself from it, but the laser blasted through it, severing his arm from his body. A wave of pain washed over him, his vision blacked out a bit and a white noise filled his ears. The scorching heat in his chest was unbearable. Even mentally preparing himself for it, he still didn't expect to be hurt this badly by his own attack. He crashed onto the ground, gasping for air. He felt like he might pass out any minute now. He heard some voices calling him, but he couldn't speak due to pain. Suddenly he felt his suit becoming loose and something cold pressing against his chest. Blinking away his tears, he took a ragged breath. Glancing around, he saw that he was nested in a tight hug between his girlfriends. On his chest was a cube of ice, kept in place by Todoroki-san. Around them the rest of one gathered, shearing at something. Turning his head to the side, he saw All Might and Togata-senpai sailing through the sky, featured by the rising sun, the massive construction blown into smithereens. They won, and it took them till dawn. Honestly, he was just glad that it was over. Pushing his head a bit, he placed kisses on his girlfriend's cheeks and smiled at them. "We did it," he said, his voice weak. Momo shook her head and tried to send him a glare, but the grin on her face destroyed it. "You're so reckless," she told him, petting his cheek. "You big dummy." May scolded him, pouting cutely at him. The girl nuzzled closer to him. "Great job, Greenhorn!" Togata-senpai shouted, popping next to them from the ground, and giving them a thumbs up. "Your very first mission as heroes ended in success." They all chuckled at the teen's words. It did, didn't it? That was one hell of an experience for them. If they still wanted him to give a lecture during the day, he was going to tell them to shove it. He wanted to sleep, and if his girls joined him in this, then all the better. Togata-senpai. Todoroki-san called the boy with a serious expression. "Are you perhaps All Might's secret love child?" he asked with a straight face. "What?" Their senior questioned with a stupefied expression. "Yeah, both of you have blonde hair, blue eyes, are super buff and have obnoxious laughs," May stated, apparently joining in unraveling their weird secret that wasn't there. Izuku chose not to comment on it. Besides, his eyelids shut themselves before he even could do it. The following days on Island were rather hectic. After he passed out on the rooftop, he was transported to the hospital, where the doctors patched him up. Fortunately, his injuries were only a minor concussion, a small wound on his shoulder, few bruised ribs, a second-degree burn on his torso and tons of scratches. Nothing too major. Momo and May kept him company all the time, and the rest visited him briefly. He finally got a chance to talk with Kirishima-san. After they chatted for a bit, he understood why the boy felt awkward around him. The teen just wasn't sure how to act, seeing as he had some personal problems with the Pomeranian. Izuku assured him that they were cool. Of course, he also got a visit from the council members that were responsible for keeping Island in order. All of them thanked him for protecting their home, making him give excuses that he wasn't the only one responsible for it. They also said that Island had his back, whatever that meant. However, that wasn't the only reason for them coming to him. They questioned him about the events, saying that they already had statements from other students and Melissa. Apparently David was already under charges, and even with All Might's backing, he wouldn't be let without punishment. And so Izuku told them the truth, trying to lessen the penalty that awaited the man. As for right now, it was the last day for them on Island. Their plane was already waiting for them, but he still had one last business to take care of. This, of course, was his talk with the professor, who was kept under the watchful gaze of the police in his hospital room. David's life was saved by the surgeons here, putting the man in bed for about a month. David fidgeted nervously, trying to not look at Izuku's angered face. "I'll cut to the chase," he said with a huff. "I'm pissed off at you. It's not about hiring the villains and putting everyone in danger. It's about your lack of faith in future generation of heroes," he stated sharply, making the man wince slightly. All Might, while being an extraordinary hero, is just a human. He too has his limits. "I understand that now," David said in low, remorseful tone. "I desperately clung into the light he illuminated, hoping that he would protect us forever. But I was stupid enough to think a single pillar could hold the peace forever, no matter how strong it is." The professor looked at him with hopeful eyes and a small smile. "But you showed me that the future isn't as dark as it seems." He was a bit shocked by the man's words. Looks like almost dying by the hands of crazy villains, and putting his daughter in danger opened his eyes. The professor opened a drawer and fished out a USB stick, presenting it to him. "This is something that I found when I was younger. It origins from the old research before quirks came to be." David let out a short laugh. "I couldn't figure out was what there. But I hope that you, Izuku Midoriya, can solve this mystery." Taking the drive from his palm, he nodded at the man. It was the professor's way of redeeming himself, and he wouldn't allow it to remain unanswered. Standing up from a chair, he left the room wordlessly. What needed to be said was already said. He hoped that David recovered and his punishment wasn't too severe. The man was still one of the brightest minds the world had. He was slightly surprised when Melissa passed him with a beet red face, running away from Toshi, who hid something in his pocket. "All right." During the fight, the girl lost her footing and fell from the roof. His friends saw it and divided after her, saving her life in the process. However, something put a pit in Izuku's stomach. Toshi told him that his suit stopped working for a moment, almost making them crash against the pavement. Alan did the diagnostic check, but hadn't found any anomaly, which would result in this accident. Something didn't add up. Falling into step with his friend, they walked toward the airport in relative silence, both of them too deep in their thoughts. However, "So, did she give you her number?" Izuku asked smugly with a shit-eating grin in his lips, causing Toshi to blush heavily. Oh, he couldn't wait for Momo to hear about this. Chapter 51. Cooling off. Tsukasa gritted his teeth tightly, gazing hatefully at his monitor. It was all that freaking brat's fault. When he had heard that Midoriya took part in hero business, he thought that he finally had that little kid in his pocket. Unfortunately, he has been painfully remained that Island is completely independent of all of the world's governments. He could swallow it. This wasn't the end of the road. Then came the official letter, informing him that Island is cutting any and all ties with Japan. Honestly, it ticked him off, but he just ignored. However, after getting numerous emails from countless hero agencies with complaints about how they cannot service their equipment or have to give it up due to the lost rights, he finally understood just what kind of blow his country had gotten. He tried to reason with Island, begging them to rethink their decision. However, they didn't bend, saying that they would disrespect all of their quirkless scientists if they backed out. And apparently having thousands of them was a pretty huge deal. Honestly, at this point he had half of his mind to just invalidate this quirkless hero ban. While at first, it seemed like a fantastic idea, it proved way too costly for him. Maybe he could still save his butt, and somehow be re-elected. Fat chance, but he could make it work somehow. Prime Minister. There has been a change in your schedule. You're not going to like this, sir. The secretary said through the intercom in a timid voice. Fun fucking tastic. Izuku sipped the tea that Nizu provided him with, once again being surprised by the deep, rich flavor it had. He was more of the coffee person, but really though, from where did that tea came from? So, young Midoriya, what did you want to talk about, with me, and young Togata? Yagi-san asked, looking at him with curios. Alright, he could always marvel about that tea later. Most likely with Momo, she adored that drink. Right now he had a meeting with All Might and Togata-senpai in Nizu's office. Putting his cup down, and resting his hands on his lap, he glanced at number one hero. Please, answer this honestly. How much time are you down to in your buffed form? Izuku questioned seriously. Depending on the answer he might have to bring out another topic. One that he didn't really wanted to but was necessary. Yagi-san scowled lightly. About an hour at best. The hero stated grimly. That was actually a lot more than he guessed. Judging from his upper classmates' reaction, the teen didn't know about it at all. He supposed that All Might didn't want his successor to stress out about this. I see. Well then, Yagi-san, while I know that it is your decision, please think seriously about it. Releasing a breath, Izuku gazed at the symbol of peace, deadly serious. I suggest you retire, he said in a flat tone. Retire? Togata-senpai shouted out in shock. But All Might is only a human. Izuku cut the boy harshly. Looking at the number one hero, he saw the grim expression on his face. No matter how awesome and powerful Yagi-san is, he is only human. His body is already heavily damaged. His voice, while as serious as it could be, still held that soft, caring tone in it. Who knows by how much his lifespan is shortened due to the injury he suffered from All for One. And he's still stressing out his body. While it sure is noble to die as a hero, does it really have to end this way? There are still things worth living for? Falling silent after this, Izuku remembered what kind of hero Tony was. He always gave his all, doing it for all the people around him. Just like All Might was doing. But he still had people, and things that made him realize the time, and time again that he was a human being first and foremost. I understand where are you coming from, young Midoriya? Yagi-san said, looking at his open palm, before tightening it. But I need to make use of one for all as much as I can. Even if it's for just one life, I'm still willing to risk it all. The hero said determinedly. Smiling lightly, he nodded at that. He kind of expected that kind of answer from the man. Can't say I'm surprised. Actually, thank you for mentioning about one for all, as it's the main reason I called you all. Togata-senpai quirked his brow at this. Why? What about it? Changing his position to sit more comfortably, Izuku looked at the hero and his successor. I think that Togata-senpai should be the last one to wield it, he simply stated. What? The two of them yelled in disbelief. Nizu chuckled to himself and looked at him with that tiny smirk of his. Please, indulge us in your reasoning, young Midoriya. The principal said, clearly amused. Izuku wouldn't be surprised if Nizu already guessed what he was going to say, that accursed rodent could always work out anything. Gathering his thoughts, he cleared his throat before speaking. As we all know, One for All stockpiles energy over time. Meaning that every passing second the amount of power that it possesses is increasing. Adding that to the user's bodily strength, which acts as a starting point, he peeked at his listeners and saw them nodding, signaling that they're following him. And while it's this quirk's strong point, it's also its biggest flaw. What do you mean by that? Togata-senpai tilted his head, not getting the point. Are you perhaps saying that One for All is eventually going to become too powerful to wield? Yagi-san questioned surely. Exactly, Izuku said, nodding a bit. I'm quite sure that the sheer amount of energy the quirk has by itself would be able to rip apart someone in the future. So then we just need to be careful about it, and prepare the next successor for it. The teen stated, smiling brightly. It may work for a generation or two, but then? Anyone who gets that quirk next will end up with a bodybuilder's silhouette, or beyond that, he replied, shaking his head. Also, there is another problem. Let's use an example here. Togata-senpai passes One for All to the person whose quirk allows them to bend the light. People will start asking why that person can do that, and level a city simultaneously. Even now, Todoroki-san asked you, senpai, if by any chance you're not related to All Might. He saw your display of power and compared it with Yagi-san's strength. If nothing changes, someone will start linking facts, and the secret quirk is going to be known to the world. He feared the day that becomes a reality. The more sinister individuals will surely target the user's family and friends, threatening them with kidnappings or worse, to give up One for All. He wanted to avoid that if possible. Plus, this quirk was already giving Togata-senpai problems. They couldn't wait for miracles like Yagi-san, who had complete control over this vast power right off the bat. He still couldn't think of any good reason of how was that even the case. But All for One is still out there. All Might tried to desperately counter his arguments. True, but I believe that there's no way that he's unscratched after the battle the two of you had. He too must have suffered, meaning his power isn't as fearsome as it was. Izuku released a heavy sigh and rubbed his eyelids. Of course he's still a threat, however, there is the possibility that One for All isn't any more required to defeat him. I'm in agreement with young Midoriya. Nizu said calmly, gazing into his teacup. One for All is no doubt a wonderful quirk, however, its power will eventually become too much to wield for any human being. Smiling lightly, Izuku nodded at the principal, silently thanking him for supporting his reasoning. He thought long about it after the whole Island mess. Doing some research on his own, he was able to trace down to the fifth user. If One for All started to be noticeable roughly 80 years ago, then there was no doubt that even the least smart of people will be able to connect the dots after Togata-senpai passes it. I understand it. The teen said seriously. I'm going to use One for All to save as many people as I can, but after me, it ends. Izuku felt better with that vow. Was it a vow? It kind of sounded like one. In any case, it was great news to him. One less thing to worry about at night. Finishing his teacup, he stood up and grabbed his backpack. He needed to hurry up if he wanted to be on time. Going already? Nizu asked in fake sadness. Yeah, since tomorrow 1A is going to the training camp, Momo wanted us three to spend a whole day together. We're supposed to meet at the aqua park in half an hour, he answered, checking out the connections from UA on his phone. That sounds fun. Can I go with you? Oh, and I can call Nijire and Takami to come too. The more the merrier, Togata-senpai stated, giving him a thumbs up. The boy seemed to be really excited about the idea. Normally Izuku wouldn't have a problem with that. Meeting the big three would be a great experience, no doubt he could learn a lot from them. However, stepping closer, he put his hand on the teen's shoulder. A graceful, innocent, kind smile showed on his lips. You do that, and I'm going to place micro-explosives in your costume, making you run around town but naked, he said sweetly, slowly articulating every word. That wasn't a threat. That was a promise. He wouldn't allow no one to destroy the outing with his girls. Looking around the room, he saw All Might choking on his tea, sending him a frightened expression. Nizu was barely containing his cackle, but the giant, sadistic grin that was present on his face told him that he was eager to see this. As for Togata-senpai, he was frozen in place, still holding his typical smile, but the thick droplets of sweat on his face showed just how much the boy was scared. Seeing that his job was done, Izuku turned on his heel and began walking to the bus stop. This was going to be a good day. May kept gazing into the mirror in the girls' locker room. Ever since she started training to become a heroine, her body had lost some of its fats, and her muscles became ever so slightly more pronounced. She hadn't really gone to the swimming pool or aqua parks before, preferring to just tinker with her babies. She didn't even have a swimsuit in her drawer. Well, now she had that white-pink striped bikini. It was Momo's idea to hit the beach during iExpo. From how her girlfriend described it, she got the idea that it sounded rather fun. Speaking of her girl, she was sitting on a bench, braiding her hair so it wouldn't get in the way. It looked weird, but she didn't voice it. She had a simple black bikini on her that. Wait, why were her boobs bigger? Wasn't the same case with her? In any case, Momo looked just so. Good wasn't the best word, but let's roll with it. She had a hard time thinking when the girl was so stunning. Her girlfriend finally stood up and smiled at her. Grabbing her palm, she pulled May outside, and there she saw it. The Mizudafu Aqua Park was quite large, having one giant pool and two smaller ones. She counted 5 water rides, one of them starting nearly the ceiling, a few water slides, some weird-looking shower things at the tall walls, sauna, mini food court, and a bar. Add to that a ton of people, splashing themselves in the water. This seemed like a really fun place to be. There you are. Turning to the side, she saw Izuku coming to them in black-green trunks. She believed that this was actually the first time she saw his body almost without any piece of cloth. Darn, those muscles looked really great, no wonder he's able to lift some of the heaviest stuff in their lab all by himself. There was also a small patch of discolored skin right in the middle of his chest. Right, that stunt with Uni Beam he did a few days ago. Honestly, she was so scared for him, once she saw that he had used this attack with such intensively. Mark IV wasn't designed to handle this, the baby didn't even have a cooling system, relying on the air around it. She and Momo were so relieved when the old nurse healed Izuku with her quirk, quickening the process of getting rid of that injury. Ready for some fun? He asked, while his eyes wandered over their forms. If she remembered correctly the definition from the internet, he was checking them out, or something like that. Which apparently counted as a good sign. Yeah, about that. May started, getting their attention. Scratching the back of her neck, she peeked to the side in slight embarrassment. I can't swim. Momo chuckled into her palm and sent her an amused look. I can teach you. My parents hired a swimming instructor for me. I learned from Dad. One of the most useful things he ever did for me. Izuku added, slightly scoffing off at the mention of the man. Right, he didn't like him. They dragged her to one of the smaller pools, where the water barely reached her chest at the deepest part. After that, they instructed her about swimming styles, showing off just how great the two of them were, the proper way of breathing, and even gave some diving tips. Although she guessed that those couldn't be presented in this pool. Honestly, the whole swimming thing was tiring her immensely. She could feel all muscles around her body burning, leaving her in a very unpleasant state. This was not fun at all. However, she guessed that she was doing quite well from the praises her lovers gave her. When the two decided that she wouldn't hit rock bottom in the pools, they went for the rides, and to start things off, they hit the longest one right off the bat. Fortunately, the pool attendant said that they could all go at the same time. So, leaning against Momo, and feeling Izuku's strong grip on her stomach, they slid into the tube. They were going fast. Like really, really fast. The turns were wild, making her feel that at any moment they're going to fall out from the track. From there she could see the people down there, looking tinier than she thought. Beside the whistling of the air and splashes of the water, she heard the cries of joy coming from her girlfriend and boyfriend. She was screaming too. How could she not? This was an intoxicating experience. Finally hitting the water and resubmerging, she smiled brightly at them. One more time. Their laughter was her response. And so she discovered that aqua parks were a great attraction, and made them take every ride, or slide at least thrice. Of course, they made a small competition for who could have a better time, like they did when they played that racing game in the arcade. She didn't even frown when she lost time and time again. Her face was stuck in a permanent grin, making it unable to do it. Unfortunately, time sure flew fast when one had fun, making their 2 hours seems like 20 minutes. But she didn't fuss about it. Plus, she was hungry. She felt like she could eat for two now. So where to now? She asked, slightly louder, due to her helping Momo dry her hair. Like honestly, why they were so wet? She didn't have that problem. I've heard of the great ramen stall nearby. Izuku stated, rubbing his ear with a towel. That sounds great actually, but be mindful with your portions, we're still eating at my place later. Momo replied, tying her hair. However, it didn't come out as her regular spiky ponytail, which was pretty weird for her, seeing her girl in another hairstyle. She sniffed out the place before she could see it. The aroma on the street was already mouth-watering, and it became even greater after coming inside. At this point, she followed her stomach, not even looking at the decor, and ordered a big bowl of shoyu ramen with some extra things in it. Before she started eating her portion, that even the sight of it made her more hungry than before, she saw that Momo had 2 bowls of pork chop ramen before her. I thought you said that we're eating later at yours. May mumbled under her breath, shooting the girl a dirty look. Her girlfriend laughed a little and kissed her cheek, calming her ire. I've used creation in the morning for something, and all that playing around in the pool tired me out. Momo explained, before slurping down her noodles and humming in delight. Doesn't your body have a slightly bigger density? Izuku questioned, adding some pepper to his ramen. It does, she asked in surprise. She didn't notice it. Yes, it's my quirk adaptation. This way I can get more lipid cells, without looking like a whale. The girl replied, shuddering at the thought. That was a pretty weird comparison, but she supposed her girlfriend was right. While she had a great imagination, like any great inventor as she should have, she couldn't picture Momo looking that way. However, what caught her interest was Izuku's ramen, or rather its color. It was red, like bright red, and the smell coming from it tingled her nose heavily, making her want to snooze. Izuku? What's with your ramen? May asked, pointing with her chopsticks at his bowl. The boy hummed and swallowed. It's the spiciest one they have. It's okay, I guess, he said with a small shrug, sounding somewhat dissatisfied. Spicy? She had mixed feelings about that. From time to time she loved to eat something with more hotness to it, but not without going too crazy. And judging from his reaction, it must have been pretty mellow. Reaching over with her spoon, she took a bit of soup on it. Maybe if it was up to her liking, she could order a smaller bowl of that one. Hell! This must have been how hell felt. She could feel her mouth literally melting from the heat. This wasn't mellow, or a bit spicy at all. Quickly grabbing her water, she drank it greedily, trying to subdue the roaring inferno in her mouth. Coughing a little, she nodded at Momo, who was patting her and shoot a betrayed look at her boyfriend. "They shoo spicy," she said, fanning her open mouth. How could he eat that? And he even added pepper to it. Laughing awkwardly, Izuku scratched his cheek. Not for me. It may have to do something with my dad's quirk. Your dad's? Momo asked in curiosity, handling her another cup of water. She so loved that girl. Yeah. He can breathe fire, so his mouth and part of the esophagus were enhanced to deal with it, he explained, before smiling lightly at her. How about we get ice creams later? She nodded vigorously. The tasty, cold treat was just what she needed after this hellish dish. Ending their meal, Izuku guided them, saying that he wanted her to see an important place for him. Apparently, Momo already knew it. Both of them seemed to be nostalgic about it, especially her boyfriend. Which piqued her interest. She was aware of the fact that those two knew each other before UA, but how exactly they met was a mystery to her. Not that she pressed for details, she was more than content with all three of them dating. They stopped before a rather small shop on the street. It didn't have much decoration to it except for a huge billboard with a sign "Marvelous Shop. Comics and mangas." So this was the important place? Stepping inside, she saw rows and shelves packed up with brightly colored books on them. The decoration around the shop, such as pictures or panels from comics and mangas, surely gave it a nice touch. Guys! The boss is here! The man behind the counter shouted, making all of the other employees come and swarm Izuku, greeting him warmly. Quirking her brow, she looked at Momo, who had a fond smile on her lips. What's going on? She asked, completely at loss here. Izuku used to work here. After the owner died, everyone here started calling him boss. She released a short laugh. Which I suppose is quite fitting. He really was bossy around here, ensuring that customers have the best service. Humming a little, May watched her boyfriend interact with the employees. Somehow he seemed to really fit here. Was it here where you met Izuku? Yes, this shop had the missing manga for my collection. Izuku was the one who made sure to keep one of the copies out of the sale after I called the shop about it. Momo paused for a moment before looking around. Why don't we go around and see what they have? Shrugging a bit, May stepped further into the shop, wandering around the shelves. She hadn't really read a comic or manga before, not seeing the point in them. If she remembered correctly, Mia had some light novels in her room and tried to give them to her to look at. However, after seeing that it was some romance, mushy stuff, she turned down the offer. Didn't that sound kind of hypocritical? Nah, it was fine. Something caught her eye. A comic with a man standing and looking straight ahead with a small smile on his face. But what was truly important here was the fact that he had a suit similar to Izuku's. The only difference was the color scheme. Even in the title was her boyfriend's code name. Taking it, she started to skim through the pages. Repulsors, mini-rockets, lasers, and other forms of weaponry were present there, and that guy seemed really smart. Like Izuku smart. Oh, you found them. Her boy's voice pulled her out from her musing. He had a weird expression on his face. Like he was happy and sad at the same time. This is the place where my journey has begun, he pointed at the comic in her hands. From exactly that one. You mean, you had your inspiration from a book? May questioned, looking between him and the comic. Sort of. Stan pushed me to turn it into reality, he stated. Then he took her hand and guided her toward the entrance. There, next to the counter, she saw a picture of a smiling elder man standing on the table, which was decorated with all of a different kind of merchandise. It seemed to be hero-related, but she couldn't recognize any of them. Not that she knew many. This is Stan. He was the owner of the shop. It's thanks to him that I'm who I'm today. She glanced at the photo, trying to memorize how the man looked. She remembered that Izuku mentioned him during their first date. He was kind of a grandpa to him, right? May silently thanked Stan for doing everything he did to Izuku. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a great boyfriend. Momo paced around her room, not being able to sit still from all the excitement. After the very ideal date that she had with her lovers, the two were having a sleepover at her place. It was mostly due to her leaving tomorrow for the training camp and not going to see them for a week. How was she going to manage without them? She had no idea. But right now she focused on having a good night with them. Izuku declared that he's bringing some movies that he wanted to show them, so she prepared the snacks. Everything was already sitting in her mini fridge, waiting to be reheated with the microwave. And that would be done after her lovers changed into the kigurumis she created for them. She thought it was going to be a nice touch to it, spending most of the morning to ensure that the material was the top quality. She had a cat-themed one, mostly colored red with a black, elliptic belly. She believed that going with animal-themed ones was the best way. Suddenly the doors of her wardrobe opened, and May jumped out from it, bouncing energetically with a huge grin on her face. The girl also had a cat-themed kigurumi, but hers was amber with pink stripes. Honestly, she made quite a few for her girlfriend, not being sure which one would suit her the best. She was glad that she gave her girl that one, it made her so cute. Then, from her bathroom, came out Izuku, almost giving her a heart attack from how adorable he looked. This was bad. This was really bad. She got the idea from that picture of him in a onesie when he was young. She created a green rabbit suit for him. However, Izuku? Is something wrong? Why did he have such a blank expression? He blinked and gave her a lopsided smile. Your bathroom is bigger than my room. Like twice the size. Yeah, your wardrobe is bigger than my room too. May added, playing a bit with her tail. Actually, your room is about my living room size. She chuckled awkwardly at their comments. For her this was normal, seeing as she lived here all her life. After setting up the projector and reheating the food, they all laid comfortably on her bed, cuddling to one another with her in the middle. She already started petting her lover's head, making them nuzzle closer to her. Momo saw it as some kind of redemption for her failed plan at Island, however, there was a small change to it. But for now, she would have to bear with it and watch the movies. She quickly found her jaw going slack. They were watching Iron Man 1 and 2. She knew about the comics, but movies? Now that was a surprise. Tony reminded her somehow about Izuku. Both were smart, charismatic, noble, loved to tease people, and were billionaires. She thanked that her boyfriend wasn't a playboy, but he still had that side to him, which made him quite irresistible. And arrogance. She couldn't picture him being arrogant at all. Although Tony was rather humbled here and there. She laughed silently when she finally saw Pepper and Natasha. At the very last she began to understand why Izuku compared her to those two, admitting that she was his secretary that would kick anybody's butt if needed. Maybe there was also a reference to the look? She would ask him about it someday. Overall, she didn't know when the food and movies ended. She really enjoyed them. But that also left her with some questions. So Toshi's suit is kind of a mix between War Machine and Whiplash, she asked Shirley. Yup, when he showed that he was proficient with whips, I thought it would be a great idea to use them. Izuku replied happily. Some of your armors look the same. May pointed out, still coming out from her hype rush. She was so pumped during watching those movies that she could barely sit in place. Let me guess, another inspiration? Momo said with a teasing smile. Her boyfriend laughed shortly and nodded. Is there more? She would love to watch more of them. Yes. They call it the MCU for a reason. Although the films ended barely after the so-called Phase 4 begun, he informed them with a hint of sadness. Why is that? May questioned, putting her head on her shoulder. Quirks showed up. Shortly after it, America went into a sort of civil war, and not many movies came out during that period. The studio that was making them closed down along with Marvel Comics. I somehow got a hold of an old article that said that Robert Downey Jr., who played Tony, along with some more actors were killed during the fights. He released a sigh and leaned closer to her. Shame, I really enjoyed those movies. Her girl whines silently. Yeah, me too. They are so well made, and gives you that. Momo paused, not knowing how to exactly describe it. Human vibe? Izuku supplied, making her nod. I get you. Honestly speaking, I want to be like Tony. Despite what happened to him, what mistakes he made, he still pushed forward, doing his best to protect people. But while he does it, he's not like our heroes. He made me realize that we're humans first and foremost. He rose up and kneeled before them, smiling brightly. So even after we become heroes, I'm going to make sure that I always have time for both of you. Momo was sure that Izuku just crossed some invisible boundary because she could feel herself falling for the boy yet again. He just had that ability to inspire people around him. That declaration, she would follow it too. But now, leaning closer, she captured Izuku's lips in hers. She leaned the kiss, making it long and passionate. Her boyfriend, while at first surprised, quickly returned it with the same fervor. Not wanting to leave May without nothing, she used her hand to run slowly along the girl's side. It looked like she filled a switch in her girlfriend's mind, seeing as she got closer, and started giving her small, butterfly kisses along the neck. Putting her hand in Izuku's curls, she began running her fingers in it, gaining a shudder from him, which put a smile on her face. She was so grateful for her mistress to tell her the best way to play with her boyfriend's hair. Although she was slightly annoyed at the woman for keeping it so long from her. Switching to kissing May, Momo tried something different. A French kiss. It was a bizarre experience, but not an unpleasant one. It became even more pleasurable when her girl started kissing her back while roaming her hands over her body. However, before she could dominate her girlfriend, she felt Izuku kiss her neck, and run his hands through her hair, drawing out the purrs from her throat. She felt May press harder against her, making her lose balance, and fall on the bed. Glancing up, she saw her lovers kissing each other, while their hands trailed around her body. She had to admit that this was hot and turned her on even more. She caught the sight of Izuku looking at the clock, and frowned slightly. Right, it must have been pretty late, and in the morning she needed to be at the campus to board the bus. She knew that she needed to be well rested to survive through the brutal training Aizawa-sensei no doubt prepared for them, but 5 more minutes, she pleaded, looking at him. She didn't want to end this now. Besides, she doubted that she would be able to sleep now. Izuku thought for a moment, before whispering something into Mei's ear. Both of them turned to her and gave small, innocent smiles with that mischief glint in their eyes. They caught her hands and pinned them above her head. Shocked by their actions, she opened her mouth to ask what they were doing, but her boyfriend covered her lips with his. He was kissing her rougher than he ever did. This only added the fire to the furnace. When he stopped, she barely got a chance to catch her breath before Mei replaced him, giving her the same treatment their boy did. She felt Izuku's hot breath hit her ear. "We're going to make sure that you won't forget about us," he said in a low growl, which sends a shudder through her body. Momo never saw them like that, but she really wanted to see where this was going. A good night's sleep was damned. Chapter 52. Summer Camp Start. Momo gazed through the window of the limo, observing the commuters getting to their workplaces while running her fingers through Izuku's curls almost absent-mindedly and rubbing Mei's hand with her thumb. They're driving towards UA from where she and her class would set off to the training campsite. She knew they were cutting in close, all due to her not wanting to leave the bed. Excuse her, it wasn't her fault that her lovers made her sleep just so much better. A sudden rush of heat hit her cheeks, remembering the night they had. She never felt so out of control, being unable to move and do as she pleases, but she would lie if she said that it wasn't pleasant. Quite on the contrary, she'd found the experience one of the best so far in their relationship. Of course, that led them to stay up long into the night and thus lose some precious hours of sleep. However, she felt charged with positive energy, ready for any obstacle Aizawa-sensei was about to throw at her class. Okay, maybe that was a bit of a stretch. Peeking to her side, she saw Izuku looking through an abnormally long list on his tablet and mutter quietly to himself, all while stroking his chin. It was adorable as always. "What's that list?" she asked curiously. There were just so many things on it that she had a hard time making a sense out of it. He hummed softly. "To do and check up list before we can start Urania." Izuku replied without turning to her. "Oh right, Urania." Yet another project that she had completely no clue. Despite her family's company being the main supplier of materials and workforce, once again Momo didn't know exactly what her lovers were building. A low sigh escaped her mouth. Maybe she should just get used to it? That list is rather long. I hope you can finish it before I come back. She really wanted to see their new creation in action. Mei let out a chuckle and gazed at her with a light in her eyes and a giant grin. It's going to be ready tomorrow evening, her girlfriend announced in excitement. Tomorrow? Can you two manage it? She questioned in slight disbelief. That was a lot of workload for two people. Toshi is coming over to give us a hand, Izuku answered, hiding the tablet into his backpack. Right, it was summer holidays, meaning that most of the school didn't have additional lessons, programs, or plans for their students. It only made sense for their dear friend to help her lovers with their work when he was a part of the team ever since the sports festival. However, so Toshi can know what the project is, but your girlfriend can't, she asked sternly with a pout. She wouldn't lie, it stung. Izuku snickered and placed a tender kiss on her lips. Mei followed right after, surprising her with a small lick at the end. She groaned loudly, placing her head in her hands. How am I supposed to stay mad at you? You can't. Her boyfriend replied, shrugging a little, clearly amused by her misery. You love us too much. Her girl added, nuzzling a tad closer into her side. That she did, and two of them were so lucky that it was more important to her than their ingenious projects. The limo stopped next to one of the UA's numerous gates, snapping them out of their bubble. Getting out, Izuku immediately grabbed her luggage from the boot. Arriving at the school ground, she saw 2 buses and a mass of students. From the look of it, all of her classmates were already here. Momo mentally groaned at the incoming lecture from Ida-san about how she was supposed to be the first one here to set up a good example for others, and so on into the night. Deal with it. Aizawa-sensei, who popped out of nowhere, said in his usual grumpy tone and gave her a sheet of paper. Was he shoving his responsibility on her? It looked like it. Scanning through the paper, she saw the list of assigned sits on the bus. It looked just about. What the hell? Was that some kind of joke? If yes, then it was the worst one she ever encountered. Well, Aizawa-sensei told her to deal with it. Dealing with it meant fixing the issue. And that meant throwing Mineta as far away from girls as possible. Sorry, Sato-san, but there was no way that she was going to allow that little gremlin to sit in between her and other women. Quickly correcting the obvious mistake, she looked around. Mei stood among the girls, talking enthusiastically with them. Although Mina-chan and Toru-chan were way too close. Momo shook her head. She was sure that those 2 wanted to squeeze out all and any details about yesterday. She felt slightly bad for saying no to her friend's invitation to the school's pool. Just slightly. Izuku was talking with Todoroki-san. The boy had a blank expression as usual, yet she saw some kind of determination in his eyes. Her classmate peeked to the side and gave her boyfriend a thumb up. Izuku just smiled brightly and patted the student on the shoulder. She lifted her brow at that. What was that about? A loud, obnoxious, maniacal ramble reached her ears. She saw Monoma in a weird, dramatic pose and already knew that the student tried to get further under the skin of her fellow classmates. Fortunately, Kendo-san was already coming to deal with him. You. Mei called out coldly. Her features held a deep scowl. She took the stance as if she was about to shoot an arrow from her bow, and after a second she loosened the hold of where the bowstring should be. Monoma, along with 2 other boys from 1B, flinched and gulped loudly at it. If her memory served her right, those 3 were the ones who taught Puppy that crude hand sign along with a few bad words, bringing upon themselves the righteous fury of her girl. Serve them right. Everyone, gather up. We're going to board, she exclaimed, gaining the attention of her classmates. She started calling out the names starting from the very end, working her way up to the front. All while ignoring Mineta's whines about how he got the worst seat possible. Being the last one to step into the bus, she gazed at her lovers, who were waiting patiently for a final goodbye. Izuku stepped forward and pulled out a black pager from his pocket. In case you get lonely and want to contact us, he said, giving it to her. Momo smiled lightly at the gesture and leaned down, sharing a sweet kiss with him. Thank you. Have fun and come back fast. We're going to miss you. Mei told her, walking to her and capturing her lips. She chuckled silently at that. She was already missing them. Right now, Momo wanted to murder Aizawa-sensei and the pussycats in the most slowly and painfully way imaginable. 3 hours to get through the freaking forest littered with creatures made out of dirt, rocks, and grass, they said? Yeah, maybe for them. She was sure that her class would lose the way at least a dozen times if not for Ochako-chan's and Tokoyami-san's quirks. Plus she had lost count of how many times she had to save someone from being squashed by swooping down from the trees with the help of her whip. This wasn't fun. Not at all. Getting a quick look around, she saw that her classmates were pretty battered. And the worst part about it was that they still had at least half of the distance to cover. If not more. A new wave is coming. Kyoko-chan announced, standing up from the ground on shaky legs. Was Pixie Bob trying to trump over them with her monsters or something? It really started to tickle her off. Releasing a clearly irritated huff, Momo crouched down, rolling up her shirt. Mina's shout about fan service only agitated her more. First, she created a pair of soundproof headphones for everyone. Grab them and be ready to put on any second, she ordered firmly, already working on her next creation. This wasn't going to be exactly up to the original, but it didn't have to be. It was all about power now. Oi, isn't that? Kaminari-kun said, pointing at the device and gulping loudly. She smirked at his and many others' reaction. Momo wasn't fooling around anymore, and PM 2.0 was the proof of it. Although it was much bigger than what May used during the festival and didn't have an oscilloscope. Shoji-san, Sato-san, Kota-san and Ida-san, please take it and hold steady. Kyoko-chan, plug in, she commanded, moving to the side. When the earth beasts showed up, the sound rifle fired, blasting those annoyances into crumbs, putting an overly satisfied grin on her face. Stepping forward, she lowered her headphones and signaled her classmates to follow her. She was sick of this forest. Hatsume's craziness is rubbing off onto you. Todoroki-san commented offhandedly, falling into the step with her. She smirked a bit and peeked at him. Is it? Momo asked in amusement. Yup. Only Mei-chan would use something like that. Mina-chan said, jumping around her. She chuckled at it. Who knows, maybe it always was there and she just brought it to the surface, she told them in a slightly malicious way. Their dumbstruck expressions only added to her joy. Momo released a soft moan as she lowered herself into the hot springs. That was just what she needed after that madness called the Beast's Forest. To soak her body in water and get rid of the stress. After arriving at the campsite, they had to put up with Pixie Bob's middle-age crisis. How could that woman behave in such a ridiculous way, claiming a few of her classmates as potential husbands, was beyond her. And the remark that she would be in their position too if she was a guy, didn't exactly help. What truly shocked her was the behavior of Mandalay's nephew. Punching Kaminari-kun in the crotch was one thing. But the kid's declaration about not wanting to do anything with heroic idiots completely threw her off the track. She wasn't a specialist of any kind, but she was sure that Kota had a deep resentment toward heroes. But what could be a cause of this issue? No use pondering over it without information. If she could do something about it, she would. Maybe Mandalay would tell her something when asked about the matter? She briefly wondered where were the girls from 1B were. Actually, now that she thought about it, their bus wasn't there when Pixie Bob all but made a landslide to shove them into the forest. Shouldn't their classes have more interaction in the beginning? Like joint classes or simulations. All of them were aiming to be heroes one day, so it only made sense. Yamamoto, did you get hit in the forest? Kyoko-chan asked in concern. She quirked her brow at the girl. No. I wasn't even once remotely close to the beasts to get hit. Why do you ask? You have a few bruises on your shoulders and chest. Suyu-chan told her, pointing at her upper body. Before she could get a good look at them, Mina-chan all but showed herself almost right into her face. The girl examined her body, while her grin grew wider and wider. Hickeys! Her friend exclaimed cheerfully and struck a victory pose. Momo's mind took a second to reboot and process what the pinkette just told her and reboot yet again. So that's what Izuku meant when he told her that they're going to make sure that she wouldn't forget about them. A wave of heat hit her cheeks as she quickly covered her body and lowered herself, even more, making her nose barely above the water surface. How could she miss that in the morning? She would get her sweet revenge on her lovers. But right now she had to face another problem. How was it? Who was better? Did you guys go beyond the third base? Come on, girl, throw me some meat. Mina-chan kept tossing questions at her, while her body wriggled around and her voice got higher and higher. Mina-chan, calm down. It's Momo-chan's love life. Suyu-chan reprimanded the class's #1 gossiper. Momo was glad that the level-headed girl was here. Don't be a spoilsport. Besides, she's the only one with love life here. Not only she has a boyfriend, but also a girlfriend. Polyamory is rare, you know. Mina-chan argued back, putting her hands on her hips and pouting lightly. She's right, Sue. Don't tell me that you're not interested even a little bit. Toru-chan chimed in, splashing a little bit of water around. Suyu-chan put her finger on her chin and just stared blankly into space. After a few seconds, the girl turned to her. Who's a better kisser? Not her too. Gazing around, she saw all of her friends giving her a look, waiting for her answer. Even Kyoko-chan and Ochako-chan, who had large blushes on their faces, clearly not entirely comfortable with the subject. There's a paradise on the other side. Momo blinked at it. She had no doubt who just shouted it. There was only one deprived person who would say something like that. But surely he wouldn't. Wait, she was speaking about Mineta. Of course, he would do something absolutely out of line. However, before she could stand up and do anything about it, shrieks reached her ears and a giant wall of ice rose from the boy's side. Todoroki! What the hell, man? Kirishima-san shouted. While I don't approve the wording, I too must ask, why would you freeze Mineta, half of the pool, and make a wall, Todoroki-kun? Ida-san's voice followed right after. Midoriya requested me to keep an eye on Mineta and make sure that he doesn't do anything perverted towards Yaoyorozu and other girls. Especially Yaoyorozu. The boy in question replied nonchalantly. Wow, your boyfriend really takes care of you, Yamamoto. Mina-chan said smugly, letting out an amused chuckle. All she could do was nod at it. Maybe she wouldn't punish Izuku as hard as she thought. Maybe. Katsuki kept walking around the city without any real aim. He couldn't bear to stay home with old hag nagging his ear off. She was pissing him off. His good-for-nothing wimpy old man wasn't faring any better. Both of them got on his nerves, so he decided to head out. Like every day he did for the last week. But of course, he still couldn't get a sliver of the fucking peace. He could run away from home, but there was no way that he could make his own thoughts shut up for a goddamn minute. All his mind was doing was angering him more and more. All Might's words of, what even that shit was supposed to be? An encouragement? Fuck it, he didn't need that bullshit. What he got was that he was not good enough to be a hero. But he still couldn't wrap his head around strength isn't everything. Only the strong ones could rule, not some wimps. While all of those lowlives, who basically sucked up to him, making him even more pissed off, at the very least saw that he would make it into an industry. That he would be standing at the very top of the fucking world, where his rightful place was. His scowl deepened as he kicked a can that dared to be in his way. And then there was that fucking Deku. That useless piece of shit, who somehow got the whole shitty island of nerds and eggheads to kiss his ass because he managed to do something alongside All Might and other extras. The whole fucking internet was booming about it, questioning why the fuck Japan had that quirkless hero band shit. It pissed him off even more. Especially those comments about Deku being a promising hero. Letting out a low roar, he swiped his hand at the low wall and used explosion, trying to blow off some steam. It didn't fucking work. Showing his hand back into the pocket, Katsuki started walking again, turning around the corner on his path. But there was only darkness awaiting him.